California, in beautiful Glenn County. My name is John Lindsay. I'm joined by Edwin Pardue. Edwin, how do you find yourself this morning?
I find myself well. We sat here, felt great about the weather. Then literally, as the PA announcer said, the grid is now open. We had a quick shower roll through. Now it stopped. So what it looks like we're going to have is changing conditions, which add another challenge for the next 25 hours of racing. There have been some heavy winds this morning. Talked with some drivers, and a lot of them were saying, I'll take a steady rain over changing conditions and changing wind. Well, guess what? We're going to have periods of rain, periods of dry. We're going to have some gusty wind and some not. So another piece for us to cover over the course of the day.
Well, we have been dealing with fairly moist conditions the whole time, so we are trying to, set everything up with our cameras. A couple of them are down right now due to all that moisture that's out there on the track. So we are going to bring you 25 hours live of coverage. We will be live and doing our championship-style broadcast from now until about 5 o'clock this afternoon, and then we'll go to more hourly updates or so. We do have Will Falls and Neil Daly down in the paddock and the pits to report for you. We also have a special treat. We have the 2020 GR Supra as our official pace car. This is the car that is from the Xfinity series, so it has all the lights, and it's an absolutely beautiful red car there. It'll be out in a little bit running laps, and we will have that for our official pace car. That's a great program that Toyota has put together with NASA. Every new Supra buyer gets a NASA membership and a complimentary track day. Go to supratrackdrive.com and you can see how to register for that if you are lucky enough to have a new Supra, and we are very thankful to have that program in place, and these cars are awesome.
You see some of the cars coming out to grid now. We'll be down there a little bit later talking to some of those folks as they get ready to roll. We did have qualifying yesterday. Hopefully you joined us for that, and some drama in qualifying as well. We talked about how early on in qualifying it looked like the fast laps would be set early in that session. Then lo and behold, the fast lap of the day came later. The JFC Racing team, a lap of 1:59.406, came later in that session, so they're quickest overall. And then we'll just touch on again the other group we were watching, the what group? That was the E3S group. A couple cars within a few tenths of each other in qualifying there. So some drama in qualifying last night. And again, that qualifying session started sort of at dusk, ended in darkness and in rain. So should very carefully or closely mimic what we'll see throughout the day and night.
And right now, when we're watching the shot down the front straight, you can see there's a lot of wind. One of the cars, I'm not sure which car that is, but it has the cover on, flapping around a little bit. You can see the GTR there, the Valkyrie Motorsports car. I think we have in-car from the Valkyrie GTR all weekend. So that will be neat to see that perspective. We also have two more in-car shots that we will be following. We'll also have the HQ Autosport Shift Up Now BMW 128 and the Flying Lizard Audi. So we will now have a visit with Will Falls in that 2020 GR Supra pace car. He's going to take us around and give us a little perspective. Will, down to you in the Supra.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 25 Hours of Thunderhill presented by Hawk Performance. As you can see, I'm sitting in a car right now. There's some weather, so Rich and I aren't standing out in the elements right now. We're staying cozy in this car, and Rich is going to show you a little bit here. We are sitting in a 2020 Toyota GR Supra. And this isn't just any old Supra. Rich, have a look here. As you can see, there's a little control box here. We're sitting in a very special Supra. This Supra is one of two cars that was built specific for our Xfinity pace car. So it's very close to stock. However, it does have a few modifications to it. We've got a wheel and light bar so that everybody knows that we're the pace car. And it's got some beautiful HRE wheels. In addition to the HRE wheels, we've also got a set of coilovers on the car, and those HRE wheels are wrapped in some really, really nice Goodyear tires that are doing really well actually out in these elements in this rain. One might ask, what is Will Falls and NASA doing with the 2020 Toyota Supra pace car? Well, I'd like to talk a little bit about a program that we put together this year. NASA and Toyota have partnered, and anybody that buys a 2020 GR Supra gets a NASA membership and an HPDE day courtesy of Toyota. So Toyota is really selling an experience with this car. In a day and age with a lot of muscle cars and sports cars being sold, Toyota has built a car that is track ready out of the box, and it's very good. So Rich and I are actually going to take you around here. I think we're actually going to go out on track right now, and as soon as this photographer gets out of the way, we're going to show you a little bit of the track and the conditions. And yeah, let's do it. There's our look. That's funny. We're getting passed by our race pole sitter right now, JFC Racing. Qualified last night in the rain. They're headed to grid. All the cars right now headed to grid, and we're gonna head out on track and show you some of these conditions. Coming out of the hot pits, headed to turn one. Turn one's a fast uphill left-hander, as you can see. This car is so amazing. There isn't a more perfect car to use as a pace car because it's sporty enough to stay ahead of the race cars and let them stay up to temperature and keep their tires and brakes warm. And this car has some awesome active handling features. This car has an electronically controlled differential, which is doing great this morning here in these wet conditions. Check it out. Come out of turn two, long constant radius left-hander to an uphill off-camber entrance into turn three that turns into a downhill and more off-camber. Totally slick. I don't know if you guys can see in the camera on this footage that it's really, really, really slick out. The rain's not coming down too hard, but the weather report says that it's not going to slow down at all, and if anything, it's going to pick up here for the start of the race. Coming into turn five, uphill, blind entrance, and then drops off just before the apex. Massive drop off, off-camber exit. One thing you guys can see here, our good buddy Donnie Edwards, longtime NASA racer, has done. He's lined the entire track, apex and exits, with some markers that have reflectors on them. We're going to talk more about that later. John and Edwin up in the booth about how drivers are driving point to point into the dark here in the rain. It's pretty amazing with these elements. You can already see it's really slick. There's some puddles being created on the track surface, but Thunderhill does such a nice job with these ditches off track that the surface is still pretty dry with not a ton of standing water on it. Turn 9, one of my favorite corners, totally blind all the way up through the exit and then back down the hill to turn 10. Rain's picking up a little bit. It's intermittent, it's been coming and going. I don't think it's going to slow down. There's some more entry markers. Listen to that ZF transmission automatically blip downshift in this Supra. It's making this way too easy, way too fun to drive in these conditions. Turn in, even in these wet conditions, the car is super hooked up. This is way too fun. I want to do way more than just pace with this car. You can hear a beautiful exhaust note. Ah man, I hope you guys can hear that at home. It's a really, really good exhaust note in this car. Some burbles on the D-cell as the car automatically downshifts for me, making this way too easy. And we're going to come nice and slow onto the front straight here, where we've got teams. You know what? We're actually going to go into the hot pits. I don't want to get in pre-grid's way. Cars swinging around. There's our friends from TAPG and their 86. Check it out. Anyways, that's a little bit about our Toyota Supra pace car and the current conditions before the start of the race. Hope everybody enjoys our opening ceremonies, and John Lindsay and Edwin up in the booth, as well as my counterpart Neil Daly is going to be doing some pit reporting and some opening ceremonies with you guys. Thank you so much for tuning into the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, and I'll be checking with you guys out in the elements later, getting you the story. Thanks for tuning in. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Will. Great job. That gives you sort of that driver's eye view of the track. Roman, one of our producers and technical guys, took me for a ride this morning. And John, sitting here, you described it yesterday, but until you go, 5 and 9, would you say those are blind corners? They are blind corners. And then in that piece, Will talked a little bit about some of the markers and point-to-point racing. What does that mean? What's he referring to?
Really what you're doing is you're trying to string together a series of markers. In any successful lap, you're going to have different markers you're trying to hit each time. Now, the danger is you can see, at different points around the track when Will was driving, you can see little pylons that the track crew, Donnie Edwards, is our main supervisor there, and he was out pounding those stakes in to give the edge markers there at night, because as we noted last night, it is super pitch black out here at night. So those are there to give the drivers some guidance, but here's the problem. If someone goes off, they wipe that out. So suddenly your reference point is gone. So if you're smart, you have that as a reference point, but you've also picked certain geographical features that are not going to change, and that you're going to drive from, you know, okay, I know right now I'm aiming, like, you know, a good example is at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. If you're going into the carousel, there's one oak tree. And you can't see over the front of your hood, but if you aim for this one oak tree, it all works out okay. Willow Springs, there's one building you used to be able to aim at coming out of turn 8 into turn 9. You'd aim at this one building, and you know that would be when your nose hits that, it's time to turn in. So you can do similar things here.
So that will be changing throughout tonight. We'll take a look for those as we get dark. You see cars still gridding up on the front straightaway. And, John, I'm probably going to make a bad decision, but I guess I will here in a moment leave the confines of our enclosed broadcast booth and join Will and Neil down there for a little bit of the pre-race. And I imagine we'll get back up here pretty quickly to find out what's going on. Let's get a little look at what's going on down there. Already the guys are talking to some of the cars that have gridded up down there on pit road. And let's go, I believe Neil's down there. Let's check with him. First of the cars gridding up. And Neil, take it away for us today.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Neil Daly. I get to hang out with you for the next 25 hours and talk to guys like this. This is Brian Locke with Team Valkyrie, running 2 cars this year, and super excited to see what you guys bring for us.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been trying to take the step to ES for a few years. You know, cars weren't ready, budget wasn't there. Finally, we put it together this year, so we're stoked.
Awesome. And we've seen you race the GTR for how many years has it been now?
This car's only been built for about 1.5 years, but we pretty much haven't gone to a race without changing something. So it's been under heavy development every race.
Chatting about how I think this race is the calling for this car now. We finally get at least a rainy start, and I think you're one of the only
all-wheel drive car. And you know, we have an advantage out of the corner. I always tell people that all-wheel drive doesn't help you when you're skidding into the corner, but yeah, we should be able to launch out of the corner harder than any car out here.
Oh man, that's going to be a super fun start to watch, I think. I know that everybody's pretty good about taking it easy on the start here, but I think will probably have some advantages there.
I think especially offline at the start of the race when you got, you know, 3 wide, 2 wide, or whatever it is, this car should have a really easy time putting on power pretty much anywhere.
Awesome. And what about your 370Z over here?
So that car's been in development for almost 6 years now. It's just been a crazy story getting that thing ready for this event. Spent all year ironing out just little bugs with our new sequential gearbox in it. But yeah, it couldn't be for almost 6 years that I wanted to make, you know, basically my own GT3 car with a 370Z, and it's finally there. It's turning GT3 times, and we can't wait.
Oh man, that's so cool. We'll get some panning shots of these while all the cars are still clean, because at the end of this race they are not, and it's just going to be so fun to watch, man.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian.
No problem.
All right, folks, you heard from Neil Daly there with the Valkyrie Autosport team. Neil will be covering the action in the pits and the paddock all 25 hours. We are starting to see the grid forming up there. Edwin has gone down to join the boys down there, and we will bring you all sorts of color and interesting coverage, just not the cars going around the track. We're looking for the backstories and all kinds of neat stuff going on there. So we do have, last year the winning car covered 749 laps. We're at about a 3-mile track here. So that works out to 2,247 miles, which is basically hopping in a car and driving from here to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in 25 hours. So that gives you an idea of how far the lead car will cover today. Of course, with the weather being a little bit moist out, we are going to probably not see the big numbers that we've seen in the past, because they will have to take it a little bit easy again. The weather is very unpredictable. It was looking clear for a while, but we do have a big atmospheric river coming up the coast from the south. We do have a mountain range off to the west of us that's protecting us a little bit. But we are going to get some serious weather. The wind right now probably about 17, 18 miles an hour, gusting up into the low 40s. So we are going to have to battle that as we start the 25 Hours of Thunderhill. Again, this is the 17th running of the 25 Hours of Thunderhill. It is presented by Hawk Performance, and the broadcast is brought to you by our good friends from Toyo Tires. We are also happy to thank our official equipment supplier for NASA, Competition Motorsport. And we will have in-car cameras with HQ Autosport Shift Up Now in their 128i BMW. The Valkyrie GTR will also have an in-car camera, and then the Flying Lizard Audi R8 running in the GT Challenge class will also have an in-car camera. So that'll give you a really good perspective. You got a little of it with Will in the GR Super there. That was very good footage there with Will. You know, he's been driving this track since, boy, he was 13 or even younger. So looks like we have another interview lined up, so we will go down. Looks like that is Neil again with another one. Hey, Neil, who you got down there to talk to?
Okay. Try to be clever.
I'm here with Christina, again with Team Valkyrie. I wanted to get a closer look at the 370Z, and I also noticed you guys are one of the only ones out here with a tire rack.
Yes, you know, I don't know if you noticed, it's really lightening up here, so just in case we with the wets, but we wanted to be prepared and we were ready to change tires on grid if needed. So just got to be ready for all situations in the 25 hour. So, and right now there's no rule against it.
Nice. Tires, is that right?
Yeah, we have full wets, which is what's on now. We have intermediates, and we do have the full slick. So options here. Yeah, the intermediates are actually just cut medium Yokohamas. So we actually tried them out in the rain on Thursday. They worked pretty well. Definitely doesn't matter what you do on the intermediates or the slicks. They're pretty skatey the first lap or two. So we're going with the full wets today. So, or right now. In about an hour, who knows?
Yeah, I think that's a good decision, seeing as what we've got here.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like it's lightening up anytime soon. I think it's going to be a really interesting strategy race this year. I think much more so than the last couple of years. It's been dry. You know, you're just running, and this year it's going to be who's making the right decisions when. Since you change the tires and all of a sudden it's 10 or 20 seconds difference, so it can be huge.
Wow, and I could be wrong because I haven't looked at the weather in the last hour or so, and it keeps changing. But last time I looked, it looked like it was going to be dry right in the middle of the night, and I was like, "That's going to be exciting."
It looks like it's probably going to dry up mid-race and finish dry, which we kind of hope. One of the advantages of our car against these prototypes is that we have a gigantic fuel cell, which doesn't necessarily help us as much in the rain if we're going back and forth on tires, since we're still doing a whole bunch of pit. So we're kind of hoping for a finish in the dry. Plus we have a lot of slicks, not so much wet. So we'll see how it all works out. But we're hoping for the best, and we'll just see.
Last question, then I'll let you guys go. How long can you go on a full tank in this thing?
In the dry, about an hour and 45. Okay. So basically, obviously, we were Flying Lizard, having taken over all multiple times. We would have been out stopping them by about 30 or 40%. So, but we'll see. In these conditions, our fuel calcs, it could go up to 3, possibly 4 hours. So my driver is maybe going for a while.
You're getting comfy.
Yeah. So we'll see how it is. And it's not like driving in the rain is stressful. So I mean, it's like a Sunday drive. Come on. So no slack from the drivers. So
easy peasy. Just a couple hours.
Just a couple hours.
Thank you, Christina. You guys have an awesome race.
I hope so. Thanks.
Woo! All right, folks, we are back up in the tower now. Neil's going to look for some more interviews as we go along. Now, here's something interesting. There's a brand new CHP Charger there. The Charger today is being driven by Assistant Chief Rob Kreider, who is a longtime friend of mine and also an active NASA racer. So Assistant Chief Kreider is the chief for the NorCal division there. And he's accompanied by Lieutenant Commander Shannon McGrain in that Charger, who is the commander of the local station here in Willows, California. And Shannon is also a car guy. So super cool to have two enthusiasts that are also officers there in the Highway Patrol, and they've come up to help us with pace duty, and also they are becoming involved with our teen driver program. NASA and Thunderhill do a lot of teen clinics, and what those are, they're clinics to try to get kids to put them in situations they may not see on the street, so 2 wheels off and emergency braking drills and cool stuff like that. So it's a real great help to have the Highway Patrol involved with that. We thank them for coming up here to support the race today. And it's a pleasure to see Assistant Chief Kreider. He's an old friend, and it's really neat to see him rising up the ranks there at CHP. And they could not have a better Assistant Chief for the NorCal division. So again, folks, green flag flies at 11 o'clock. We will be bringing you lots of coverage from down in the pits. I think Neil may have Edwin down there, which is kind of ironic. Edwin was up here, so you get to see what Edwin looks like. So we will go down to Neil and Edwin, and they'll have some thoughts for you. So, guys, down to you in the pit lane.
One thing while we've got a minute, let's walk through, let's look at some cars, because as you look at this field, you're going to see a variety of cars. So I'm going to take this. We'll let him shoot some of the cars as we go through. Come here, join me. Let's talk about all the different things as we go through. So we start up here, the cars that were quickest in qualifying yesterday. What are we looking at?
I think this is one of our radical guys over here. We should ask them, actually.
Let's get in there. Come on, let's jump right in here. Come on in here, guys. Quick yesterday in qualifying. Tell us a little bit about the race car. Get in here. All right, come on, he's waving in. Come on.
You know more about this one than I do.
Come on, tell us a little bit about the race car.
It's a Radical SR3 with the 1340 high boost engine, and we like the wet, so we've been doing a rain dance. So
it's worked so far. What's good in qualifying is not necessarily good over the course of 25 hours. The car's set for the long run as well.
yeah, we got a mid-range setup, but hopefully that works for both wet and dry. We're kind of half one foot in the other, but yeah, we'll see.
Have some fun. See this guy in the red beard? If he shows up in your pit, that's not a good thing. You guys have fun.
One thing on these radicals that I thought was kind of cool that I learned last year, look at these rear wheels, Nick. They have to put covers on them to keep the brakes warm enough. So we're not only bundling up to keep us nice and warm, we got to keep those brakes warm so that they function. On those super light cars, they need something like that.
All right, so let's take a look. Let's come down here. You still got this beautiful here. Cars, quick and qualifying at the top of it. Yeah, flip back over here on our, tell us what we're looking at over here now.
So this is, I had notes on this. I think this was one of the cars we saw a couple years ago that had the Mazda diesel engines in them. And I've been wanting to get some words from these teams actually as to what this car is, because it's definitely something to watch for in either position 1 or 2 starting the race here. But now it has, I have no idea what's in it, but it's not one of the Mazda diesels, and that's good because those things smoked a lot. It would make your eyes water if you drove behind them.
and iconic in what that power plant has done through the years, and beautiful. So it's up here on the front row as well, and you get a great look at it there. Closed cockpit, some open cockpit cars as well goes.
Yeah, and this is actually, it's the last Lola that's around is what I've been told. So that's cool.
All right, let's go through the grid a little bit.
I bet these guys in the closed cockpit cars are real happy about that for this race.
They're the happiest guys right now on grid. Beautiful. Let's get back. Another car up front here, and now let's shift tones a little bit. We've gone from that style of car. The guys here with Flying Lizard. So what are we looking at here? Cars in a couple different classes. It's getting bashed by pieces of plastic.
Yeah, stuff flying all over. Actually, our team's entire area they had set up blew away last night. So instead of having to prep their car, they had to basically rebuild our pit. But this is their Audi R8. This one is not all-wheel drive. At least some of them are. But when we'll go to the race car, it's not. I bet today they kind of wish it were, but you know, here we are. This team is super fun to watch on the pit stops. They're really, really quick.
Well, and that'll be something cool tonight then, is when we get, or all day, as we get into some pit stops, you guys down there in the pit area covering those changes. All right, let's walk a little bit deeper here. A little bit deeper. Is Will's still out there doing laps and having fun, isn't he?
I believe so, yeah. And this is one of the stock cars. I got to talk to them yesterday, and at one race, they actually brought 2 of these. For this race, they take out their very expensive 650 horsepower engine, and they put in a less expensive 400 horsepower engine just so that it'll make sure it lasts the 25 hours because they really don't need that. But this will be a fun car to watch. It was out there, I believe, the whole time at the last race it ran.
And then switching, let's go right next door here. This is a full-on effort right here when we see the Honda team. So tell us what we're looking at here. Again, full-on, a lot of factory support, a lot of stuff going on right here.
This is actually fun. The first year they brought this thing here, I think it was a bone stock Type R, right?
Yeah, we brought it in 2017, unmodified except track tires, brake pads, pads and safety equipment. Both cars finished completely reliably. Modified them last year, hopped them up even more this year. We're pushing 400 horsepower, 400 foot-pounds of torque, and these things are rocket ships.
Secrets. Yeehaw.
Ish.
And how does so these are front-wheel drive? How are you guys looking forward to this rain in that?
Yeah, the front-wheel drive, they're great. We don't have the best rain tires; they're more intermediate tires. So there's that to worry about if it rains heavily. But based on qualifying, we're looking good.
Awesome. Well, yeah, beautiful cars. They look super aggressive this year. Really looking forward to watching you guys throughout the race.
Yeah, thrilled to be back. It'll be fun to keep an eye.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Okay, we'll keep walking. Guys up in the booth, give us if there's something we need to throw it back to you, let us know. Otherwise, we're going to keep looking. One of the stock cars, you said, changed the power plant from what they had run traditionally, right?
Yeah, they actually brought 2 cars at the last race, and one of them, actually, they brought 2 cars so that they could have 2 pit stalls. And the second one really only ran for about 3 hours. They did that on purpose, they told us. And then this is the one that goes out there and just turns laps all night.
That's the workhorse. Look at the Fast Toys car. I just love the graphics on this machine. Drivers starting to make their way up to the cars. Love the graphics on this machine. And look at the perfect canopy top today for the vehicle. Let's reach under here real quick and find out. Are you racing with the plastic on the top today?
We'll give it a try, at least for a lap.
I can ride with you and hold it for a little bit.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Talk about real quick, in this condition and in this open cockpit. It just a nuisance you don't worry about, or does it really become a big pain as the night goes on?
I think it's going to be a challenge for sure, yeah. More than just racing, it's just to stay warm and dry in there, yeah. But that's going to be up to the driver for sure, yeah.
Talk about the car, qualifying and practice and everything. Do you feel confident going in for a 25-hour endurance piece?
The car itself, yes. We've put so many hours of work to make it, I would say, reliable. But we never really tested under the rain since we are from Las Vegas. We really don't have much rain over there, so. But it's a challenge. We're here to win. We're here at least to finish the race, I would say. So we'll give it a try. We'll do our best. Everybody's motivated, so.
Good luck to you today. Think about that. That gives up a great point. Is everybody's got, in a race like this, everybody's got different challenges. Horsepower challenges, hooking up the track. There's a challenge that we hadn't thought of at all. The different cars, different classes, different challenges as we go through the day.
Yeah, that's one of the things when we were talking to Team Technic. They've parked their car up here for the last 3-4 months and only tested at Thunderhill in the dry. And when it came down to this, they're basically like, well, that was fun, but it didn't give us anything anymore.
Let's walk a little bit more. Let's say, John, guys, if you need something, let us know. Otherwise, we're gonna keep walking.
We're still going. So one of the coolest things too about this race is we have all the different cars. We got these guys that are crazy open cockpit prototype style cars, and then we get the street cars that have been modified to keep up with them. This is one of the fun cars to watch. This has some pretty crazy stuff in it. I saw Jason a minute ago. Who wants to tell me about this car?
There you go.
Awesome. What are you guys running in the C36?
It is a 92 325.
Oh, base model.
It is a base model. We built this car specifically for Thunderhill in 2009, back when we did the documentary with you guys, and so it was a real ground up build, but it was kind of fun because I bought this car for my wife originally, and it was all smashed up, and I said, hey, let's build a Thunderhill car. So we just cut the strut towers off and put A-arms on it and built a flat bottom car, and eventually it's evolved over the years. Every year it's come back a little quicker, a little faster. You have to pardon me, I'm losing my voice here, so I'm going to keep it quiet, but we've eventually evolved it into both a sprint race car and an endurance racing car. And this year we didn't quite get the qualifying we wanted, but that's all right. We can run a couple hours on a stint, so we're going to do some long runs on her. So.
And this has some pretty fancy stuff. It has the paddle shifters and all that stuff, right?
So this is actually a 6-speed sequential. It's got a flat shift and auto blipper, so that makes it a lot of fun.
Cool.
It's one of the lighter weight ones out here. A lot of the stuff we've made from scratch on this, carbon fiber hoods. It's actually got a carbon fiber roof on it. We put a lot of time into it this year because with the new rule set for the power to weight ratio for ES, we're super excited about this year. It really feels like, build these custom club race hot rods can come out and be more competitive on our. So we're really excited. So it's got a Stroker S54 motor in it. So it's still got good fuel economy, but it's got a good amount of power. We run it on 92 octane, so we're just below 400 horsepower, and it's got a double A-arm front suspension on it, one of the few out there that have it. E46 tube frame in the back.
Right on.
And it's a full flat bottom car, so when we have it on, it's a lot of fun. So we're excited. This is going to be our best year yet.
Absolutely, absolutely. I can't wait to see this thing. Again, super fun to see you guys up here with all these other super fast cars, and have a really, really great race.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you. All right, we got 2 more minutes to get a couple more cars in here, and then we're gonna cut back upstairs. They're gonna do some more talking for you guys. We'll skip by a couple of these. There's our one Midget EXR running today. I bet they're also kind of happy about the rain.
And I just want to give everybody a look. I mean, and we've only walked maybe about half of the grid back this and all the way back through again. So once we get rolling, John and I, we're going to get up there. We're going to try to give everybody an idea throughout the race where we are overall, where we are in each class, where to watch. Because what will happen is, and you know this, that battle for overall may be a great race, maybe not. We dig a little bit deeper. We saw in qualifying yesterday a little bit deeper with where some of the races are. So we'll dig for those, try to find those throughout the day and night as well.
Yeah, and we're actually, quite a bit far back in the pack, like you said, and some of these guys usually end up in the top 10 by the end of this race.
Yeah, well, and it's, set it up for the long run, battle the attrition, stay safe, and I can imagine if you get off course here in the middle of the night, you're going to have a hard time finding your way back to the racetrack. It is dark out here.
Yeah.
It is dark. All right, let's see what else we got. I know we got to go back upstairs here in a second.
A couple of the guys we interviewed, this is running their Toyota 86, the Bullet Sparta guys.
Okay, folks, we cut away from our pit and paddock coverage there. We are getting ready to go. You can see that beautiful 2020 GR Supra pace car, the official pace car of the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance. That is the car that will be pacing the Xfinity Series events. It's the real deal. It's got the Tane coilovers. It's got some super cool HRE rims and some Goodyear tires on it. But other than that, it is stock. And we are so honored to have the loan of that car for this event. That's going to be beautiful out there, pacing our first couple of laps. We also have the Highway Patrol out there, of course, with Assistant Chief Rod Kreider and Lieutenant Commander Shannon McGrain. They will be chasing the Supra. So we are going to have our colors ceremony here in a minute. Once that begins, we will go quiet as we do have that. And then we will be starting our race here. For 25 hours, we're scheduled to go green, and the cars will move out at 11 o'clock. And then we'll go all the way around the clock, +1 for 25 hours, and finish at noon on Sunday. So once again, my name is John Lindsay. I am accompanied up here in the booth by Edwin Pardue. Neil Daly and Will Falls are down there in the pits and paddock for you all 25 hours. We'll be bringing you all the action here from the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance. Now we're going to have our color ceremony, so we'll go off the air, or not off the air, we'll just observe a moment of silence as we have the color ceremony.
Doing a grid walk here. We are looking at our pole sitter, JFC Racing. I've actually got Ryan Eversley here with me, Dinner with Racers host and pro driver. Ryan driving the JFC car here.
Yeah.
Tell us about the strategy around the conditions that we're standing in here over the next 25 hours.
Well, it's so beautiful here. I don't think we have to really worry about that. As you see, my hair's all over the place. So I look like a bag of rags. My mom's gonna be mad. You know, we've got the coolest team here. They built this car on their own. The motor's been built in Seattle, just outside of Seattle. Home-built piece. They obviously bolted in the back of a really cool Lola prototype they used to race in IMSA, and it's just a blast to drive. But the coolest thing is, like, all these guys are so laid back and chill, and it's like, I haven't heard the word BOP, fair, unfair, rankings, track limits this whole weekend, and everybody's been having a blast from our car back to the last guy in the grid. So this is one of the most fun events. Even though it's crappy weather right now, everybody's happy to be here because it's like the last real cool endurance race in this country. So
very cool. So I think people see this car and it's a very recognizable, iconic prototype. It's not in the same power. You mentioned a little bit, but tell us more about this this power plant. I know there's a lot of fans out there, but not everybody knows. Tell us about this.
So it's originally was based off the Hayabusa V8. It's a twin turbo, 2.8 liter. That JFC. It's called the JFC V8, and it's been heavily modified, so it's a lot better for endurance racing. And the goal is to bolt these in the back of Radicals without the turbos, bolt them in the back of D Sports racers, anything like. And I think that's going to be something that you'll see in the future. And so we're out here kind of proving the product, so they can sell it and people can have fun like we're having. We're going to run our base power setting, which is 525 horsepower ish, unless we.
Still. There you go.
All right, you just saw the color guard there. They are hanging in there. You can see that the wind has really picked up in the last 5 to 10 minutes. We are getting hammered up here in the tower. It looks like someone has a fire hose hit it out the side of the building here, and it is really, the conditions have gotten super windy and the rain is really starting to come down. So we thought we might have a little bit of a break there in terms of the weather, but it turns out that we are definitely in the thick of it. There's that 2020 GR Supra pace car getting ready to lead everybody out. Now here's the deal. They're going to go out for one lap, fairly low speed. They'll come back through the hot pits, and I believe most of the auxiliary cars, we have the GR Supra there, then we have the Highway Patrol Charger, then we have a vehicle, I believe, from the Air Force who also supports this event. Again, thank you to all of our service members serving out there, keeping us safe. And then those honorary cars will peel off, and the Supra will lead them around for the actual pace lap, where they'll pick it up a little bit, then the Supra will drive off at turn 14, 15 right there, come in, and then the field will be under control of the pole sitter, which is that JFC racing car that you saw. Edwin, you're back up here, a little moist, aren't you?
I tell you what, the camera does it no justice. It is really challenging conditions down there, and you see now they've given the command to fire engines. The grid there is beginning to clear, but you know what, everybody down there in pretty decent spirits. Once you say, okay, this is what we have to deal with for today, and let's go after it. So, but it is brutal. And again, you know, we keep having these waves, these little bands. You'll just get this downpour. and then it'll stop, and then a gust of wind will come. So, I know we've been talking about that a lot, but right now, that's the story as we start to roll off on our first initial laps here. That story is weather and changing weather. I thought it was also good, John, to show the diversity of this field. And as you start walking, as we made it down through the grid, just the different cars, the diversity, and each one of them a different strategy. How long? What's their pit strategy? And Neil touched on it, that you've got some of those cars that, as we go through the night, and we have, the different cars drop out and stuff happens. Some of those cars that are in the middle of the pack, they find themselves up front and having a very, very good race. So there's a couple different ways to get it done here tonight. I will just say, after standing down there, the drivers who are sitting in the open cockpit cars, that really is, it's more, you heard him say, it's more than just a nuisance. It is a challenge that they have to add to the weekend.
Oh yeah, and Edwin, I shared a story yesterday about a 25-hour, years and years ago, where there were some fellas in a Spec Racer Ford, little, really cool open cockpit car. Lower power, but still great fun. And I was working in the hot pit as a grid marshal. And these guys came in, they had to pull their driver out because the tub of the car had filled up with water. And he was so cold he couldn't move his legs anymore, so they had to drill some holes in the bottom of the car to release all the water out of it. But it's, it went from, pretty pleasant and a little breezy to a full-on downpour right now. We are watching the trees here whipping around, even the big permanent light standards and the 3 windmills that Thunderhill has here to generate power are cranking. So you can see the camera moving around a little bit there, and we probably have about 40 mile an hour, 50 mile an hour gusts, and a constant of about 20-something miles an hour. So it is going to be a wild start. Hopefully the drivers realize that you cannot win it on the first corner in the 25, but you certainly can lose it, and they all keep their manners about them and their wits about them.
And I would imagine there were some conversations going on down there as the cars were gridding up, and cars that were starting near one another. Not uncommon to have a few conversations and just say, all right, these first couple of laps, let's not be dumb, because we said, there are cars that are here, they're here to win, that type of thing. There are other cars that are using this also as an extended test session, getting ready, I won't say getting ready, but to further develop their program. So to go out and do something dumb in the first hour, then they don't meet any of their goals. They don't have a great race, and they've done nothing to help develop their endurance program. So I know there were some conversations down there, some drivers talking before they pulled out and said, let's be sure, we're smart. Let's race later.
Take it easy.
Let's take it easy. And sometimes in racing, the fastest way to the finish is taking it easy, especially like this. Now you can see from that main shot there, now the rain's backed off a little bit, and then it'll come back. So it will be fun. The grid down there was fun. There's a lot of energy, a lot of folks down there excited.
Well, and this is all the nerves are now at a peak, getting ready for that start. You think everything's fine, you think you have everything covered, but now the rubber meets the road. And boy, look at all that moisture out there. It is just crazy wet up here. So we are encountering an atmospheric river. So all that rain we didn't get for the month of November, I live locally here in Northern California, and we got nothing pretty much in November, like one of the driest Novembers ever. And since Thanksgiving or so, it has been nonstop rain, wind, and just crazy storms coming in out of Alaska. And really, really impressive storm this weekend, and hopefully it's not too bad for the drivers.
John, folks who are tuned in either here at the facility or around the world, if they would love to ask a question, is there some sort of way through the magic of computers that they could ask us a question during the broadcast?
Very true, folks. If you do...
it's called a segue. That was my segue.
Right. Thank you for pitching me that softball.
You're welcome.
I'll take a swing at it. So, folks, you notice there is a chat window open on the Vimeo live stream here, and we are manning that. So we'll try to keep up with questions you have. If you have anything going on you want to know about, please let us know, and we'll try to keep up with that. We are trying to provide as much information. Hopefully Neil and Will be able to give you even more color as they wander around down there all night long.
Well, somebody's slacking already because Will just popped up here in the booth. So Will, you were just most recently on the track taking some laps in that Toyota, which is beautiful, by the way. Talk about the racetrack right now. You're the closest to being out there pre-race. What's it like?
It's obviously it's really wet. One thing that plays a factor that's hard to see at home is it's extremely windy. There's probably 30 mile an hour constant winds with 40-mile-an-hour gusts, and that plays a part, especially for a lot of these prototypes that are aero cars, if you will. That's something to think about. The other thing to think about is the really, really, really important people is the people that keep all these cars running and service them. They're sitting down here in the trenches, in the wind, in the cold, in the rain, and doing their best. It's pretty cool down there, though. It's kind of like a motorsport Burning Man. There's everybody's got their spaces, but they've got a bunch of different setups down there. Everybody's got their way from custom tents and build decks all the way to down to saran wrap and everything in between on trying to stay comfortable with this.
Let's talk on that for a little bit because we're just getting ready to roll off. But real quickly, how important is the pit stop strategy? How does that play into it?
It's huge. Normally in a short 3-hour enduro or something like that, it's a little bit of time. You want to take your time and obviously be safe and keep the car serviced. But several stops over the course of 25 hours adds up to huge time. So people want to service their cars and keep them running. But all those little increments where you can be just a little bit better during a pit stop are going to add up. And there's no question that the team that wins this race, either overall and in each class, is going to be really disciplined down in the pits.
And thank you for the next 25 hours bringing us all those stories. Like we joked, you guys are the ones that they don't want to see in their box because that means they're probably having problems. But a problem in a race like this doesn't necessarily mean the end. A 20-minute pit stop doesn't mean you're out of the thing. So you might be able to visit. Next thing we know, we're visiting those guys on the podium. Thanks for everything. Thanks for those pre-race laps. They were fantastic. You guys have a great broadcast.
Thank you so much. We'll get back down in the trenches and report some more live stuff back to you down there after the race gets going.
Thank you so much, Will. We appreciate it. Those guys will be bringing it to you. And I believe, Mr. Lindsay, I just heard 2 minutes.
I believe we are on a 2-minute grid. As you can see, it's gotten nastier. The wind has really, really picked up. We are starting to see a lot of movement on our cameras, but we're also, even the building here is getting buffeted. We're on the 3rd floor of the tower. Looks like we will be starting. How many cars are we starting today, Ed?
We will go, I believe, 45. Yep.
45 cars starting. So we did lose anybody yesterday. The Honda team was fighting a fuel issue with the number 17 car, I believe. So they did get that done. And we will give you a starting order once they roll off. Again, they are not right now gridded by class. They are gridded by overall time. So you'll see some E3 cars mixing in with the E0s. And of course, the class structure is ES and ESR, super fast, basically super unlimited, with S being more the sedan type car and SR being the open cockpit sports racer type of car. Then E0, E1, E2, E3, those are all in descending order of speed, with the E0s being the fastest cars, all of these based on the NASA Super Touring formula. The different Super Touring classes slot into different enduro classes. Then we have the GT Challenge, which is all the FIA GT4 cars. And then we have E3S, which is all of our spec cars, Spec Miata, Spec E30, and all of the interesting spec classes. So we are off. There's the 2020 GR Supra leading us off, followed by the Highway Patrol Cruiser. Then we've got the Air Force Expedition there, and we are away at the 2019 NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance, and the broadcast presented by our good friends from Toyo Tires. Here we go.
I just looked one of our in-car cameras. I don't know how, but Neil somehow ended up in the back seat of the police car.
What did he do now?
I don't know what he did, but I just saw one of the in-cars. And can we check in with him? Let's go down there, and he's riding in the pace lap. Neil, take it away down there on track in the police car.
Again, I'm Neil. We're back here. Actually found myself in the back of a California Highway Patrol cop car with one of our fellow racers, Rob from this back seat. And I've heard that our mic is off. No, they got it. So, yeah, Rob was saying that he's stoked to be here. California Highway Patrol. Rob's also raced this race twice, right, Rob?
Yes, that's right. Podium finish in 2012.
And we were just out with you at Mid-Ohio, where you also took the championship for Honda Challenge.
That's correct, yes.
Man, how fun. I'm just going to keep talking in case everybody can hear me. But we are on the initial pace lap. There's going to be 2 pace laps for the 25-hour Thunderhill. The first one, we will all duck into the cold pit and do 25 miles an hour so that everybody can get their speed check on what their speed limit is going to be in the race cars. And then they'll go out for another pace lap where they can all warm up some tires, hopefully carefully in this rain, and then we are off to party. So are you guys hanging out the whole race?
I'll definitely be here till sunset, for sure. I'll be
Nice.
taking out of my uniform, though, and running around and having a good time.
Okay, cool. So we're live for the rest of the lap. We have, I think, riding pace cars are the most fun things you can do. I know right now you can only see that Toyota Supra in front of us, but behind us is an angry field of a whole bunch of race cars that are all ready to race. And you can't really see too much back there, but it's off, man. We're going. Rob, is it hard not to show off a little bit? Top car, get some drifting shots.
I got an opportunity there today to chase a Supra around. We did some cops and robbers and stuff, and I got to slide this thing around and do through the traction flop and take the tail out. So that was pretty fun. These Dodge Chargers do pretty good.
All right, folks, we were following the Supra around there. Of course, that's the GR Supra that will be pacing the NASCAR Xfinity Series events this year, so that is super cool that it is here with us. Such an honor to have that. Rode along with my good friend, Assistant Chief Rob Kreider of the Highway Patrol, giving us a little tour. Neil did look a little bit awkward, but surprisingly comfortable in the back seat of that cruiser, like he may have been there before. So now they are coming into the hot pits, so they will peel off, and I think we'll just have the Supra out front alone with the field. Then the Supra will peel off, and the pole sitter will have the field. So you see those other 2 pace cars peel off, and we'll give you the running order. First position, JFC Racing. Then second position, next to them, One Motorsports Radical Sports Cars. Then Turn 3 Motorsport. P4 La House One Motorsports. P5 K2R Motorsports. P6, one of our camera cars, that Flying Lizard Motorsports Audi. P7 Praga Cars, Felder Motorsports. P8 Precision Driving Tech Hive 10 Racing in their BMW. P9 the Valkyrie Autosport 370Z. Then P10 Clean Blast David's Racing Products. That's one of the stock cars.
And let's go now. Starting on row number 6, the Frausen Racing. That BMW will lead the second group of 10. And then the Fast Toys Club car. We saw that in our pre-race in the car number 7. Next row, the other Valkyrie Auto Sports, car number 5. And Norma's Last Chance. It's car number 1 to go 14th. And then it's in 15th spot, the Love Group Racing BMW, car number 2. And then on the outside of row number 8, car number 72, the Morewood Creative BMW. 17th, that is the FLIR Vision Racing. That's the 44 car. And the TAPG Motorsports, car number 86. And then they're in row number 10 on the inside, the number 67. That's the Bullet Performance BMW. And Dragonfly Motorsports, the number 25 car. They'll start in 20th place.
All right, P21 is Three Thieves Racing. Then HQ Autosport Racing shift up now. Another one of our camera cars, P22. 23, SlipstreamRacing.com. Then the Eldorado Motorsports CRX and our friends from Technic Competition. That'll be Pete Hopland's team. Then SRC Sampson Racing Communications, Sean Sampson's team. Then Funduro Racing, Dig Motorsports, Impact Racing, and then the E3S car of Lesher Motorsports.
Let's pick it up with the 31st place starting. That's the RA Motorsports Mazda. Next to them, then, the 63, the Rush Racing Machine, and CSR Performance, car number 49. They'll go off 33rd today. And then MF Racing, they're 34th in their BMW. In 35th, the 91 of Stein Motorsports, and then next to them in car number 35, the other RA Motorsports Mazda, and then in 37th, it's the 69 team, the Mazda Miata, old but still fast, and the ARG Motorsports machine will go 38th. That's cart number 9. The TFB Team Mazda machine, they roll off the grid 39th, and the 06 car will go 40th. To the final 5 starters, Mr. Lindsay.
All right, 41 is one of the Honda Civic Type R's, Honda Racing THRW1. Then we've got Tazio Otis Racing, brown hair, A+ Young and the Restless, and then the other Civic Type R of Honda Racing THRW2.
Not reflective of how fast those Hondas are, but that's where they will start nonetheless. How patient can they be? They can be, I should say, will they be?
Well, you know, so they're both running in E0, and they're pretty far back from their nearest. So the first E0 car is in P20. I think that was the Dragonfly car. So they have 20-something cars in front of them till the front runner in that class, and there's a couple other E0 cars that they're potentially in contact with. So close, but you know, not too far away.
And again, depending on what your goals are with your program this weekend, will determine a little bit of how you want to race. That's a beautiful shot there. Look at the twisting turn as they come down. That's coming back out, and you know when you watch them, where's that? That's exit of turn 11, and you see this field get strung out. That will be interesting, and that's where if you are following along, do go online. You can go to the NASA site. You can go to the NASA 25-hour site. Pull up the live timing and scoring. That's the same timing and scoring that we're going to be looking at here in the booth, so you can follow on as well. If there's somebody in particular that they said, hey, watch that and follow along with me, you can be able to go in there, pull out their class, and take a look. But that'll help you get an idea of where the folks are that you're rooting for. Well, here we go. We're getting closer. That's the back straightaway. On the back side, they'll make the turn and come towards the start-finish line. And for the start of this 25-hour, he'll call him to the line. Here he is, California's very own John Lindsay. John?
All right, here we go, folks. It is going to be 25 hours around the clock, so we are seeing the view down the back straight. You can see it's pretty slippy out there. Lots of wipers going, and looks like we are in a little bit of a clearing situation right now. The rain has mellowed out just a touch, but there's the GR Supra coming off course. Again, huge thank you to our friends at Toyota for loaning that to us for the event. Official pace car. Now we are coming around onto the front straight, and it'll be the call for the green. Let's see that front straight view. And they're off. There we go. Green, green, green. Oh, look at the spray, Edwin. That's crazy. Can you imagine being back in that? You can't see a thing.
And again, that's where you hope you got as much practice on as you did for the weekend, because you are going to be blind in these corners. And look, you know, rain tires on there. What do? They pump that water out. Where do they pump it? Up into the air.
Yeah, big rooster tails everywhere. A lot of different lines coming through that first corner. I don't want to jinx it, but it looks like everybody is through that first corner clean. So right now, the front runners will focus. It's getting pretty racy there in the top 5. We are seeing passes for position all the way through the top 10 right now. Coming through turns 4 and 5, you can see, I believe that's a JFC car. Still way out in front, but we have passes for position happening on the first lap in the wet. That's a little surprising to me.
Now, one thing may be, you may be starting around some cars that you're not comfortable being around. You know, you don't know them or whatever. So you may be a little bit more aggressive at the start, because not that you're trying to make up positions as much as, you know what, I don't know these people. I've not raced with that guy before, or something like that. I might be uncomfortable with that. Let me find myself a spot and let me just ride.
Well, and occasionally, you know, especially at night, sometimes you'll find someone that may have better lights than you do, and you just want to follow them around for a while.
Bad idea either.
That's happened to me before in an endurance race where I had lights that were basically signaling the planes above and not actually illuminating the course, and just latch onto someone's bumper. But you see her starting to spread out a little bit now. But boy, look at all that spray coming off the back of those cars. Big rooster tails, probably 10, 20 feet high in some cases. So we do have a lot of moisture on the track, but it's not insurmountable right now. As you can see, the teams aren't slipping too bad. Maybe we'll get some in-car here in a little bit where we can see what it looks like from on the course.
I was talking.
There we are. We are inside the GTR of the Valkyrie Autosport running an ES. Now let's take a look. Ooh, wow, the wheels all over the place. So you can see, even though they have that all-wheel drive and their reins on right now, it is not at all easy to navigate around here. Lots of water going on, a little bit of an interruption there in the in-car feed. We are dealing with some weather-caused issues there and a few things with our setup, but we will try to bring you a lot of in-car. There we go, the leaders through turn number 1 again, starting to separate out. Now, all of those guys want to stay in touch with each other in ESR and just keep turning laps, turning laps, turning laps. You don't want to get a deficit going this early in the race.
What's neat is you can look around the racetrack. You can tell where everybody is simply by looking for those rooster tails of water. I was talking with a couple of the folks who are working down timing and scoring, and somehow we got on boat racing, talking about like offshore and super hydroplanes. Right. That's almost what it looks like here today with all of the mist in the air. And John, are there enough cars? Right now we're in one of those periods where it's not pouring. Are there enough cars on the track right now to start pumping at least a not soaked racetrack, but at least start pumping in a little bit of a line?
Yeah, it all depends on what's going to happen with the storm front that is coming through. We're monitoring the weather here. It looks like we are right on the edge of a big old front, and we have probably, if I had to guesstimate, we probably have another couple hours, maybe an hour or so of rain before we may hit a little bit of a clear spot. But there is enough water. I see a little bit of a dry line starting to develop in some of the corners. Out the window here in Studio 3, we can see over to the 3, 4, 5 complex, a little bit of a dry line starting to develop. But really, everybody is choosing their spots very carefully, seeing a lot of passing for position already. Of course, the JFC car is still way out front and is turning super fast laps. So let's see, our fastest lap of the race right now, well, that's an error. It says the Old But Fast team turned an 8-second lap. So I think something may have gone wrong there with their transponder or some issue like that, but the timing and scoring crew will get that sorted. Let's look down to ESR. So far, the fast lap, I think, overall is a 2:06.564, turned by the JFC team. So they are flying and trying to get some distance. Now, the advantage of that, it'll take them a while before they catch up to the back of the field. So they'll have clear running for a while, and they're really starting to put on quite a gap there. They are moving right out.
Remember, a dry line, yes, has its advantages for overall lap times coming down, but you get used to running that dry line. Now you get into a situation where you start catching up with some back markers, start working through traffic. Now all of a sudden that dry line that you've been using, well, it doesn't work as well when you go to passing. And so that's something to think about is where I went through this corner last time, now I'm going to be passing somebody, it changes. So just something else for the drivers to think about as we get through the race this weekend. And John, we mentioned this in qualifying and all yesterday. Most teams here this weekend, 4 or 5 drivers per team. Is that the average?
It's true. We have had some folks do it on their own. I believe
imagine.
Our friend of ours who recently passed away, Bobcat Bradfield out of Santa Cruz, Bobcat did it on his own one year, and I think he made like 19 hours. Steve Guerrerian, who was a Spec Miata champion in different series, he came out here and did the 25-hour all by himself, and he won his class, which was awesome. And he literally, all he stopped for was to get a massage at a couple points to loosen up his muscles, and he actually had an IV put in to rehydrate himself at one point. But that was an incredible performance by Steve. That was really fun to watch the one year he did that.
That is some dedication. Looking at, we talked about the rain and the wind. Now the wind is still staying pretty active out there again, and that's the part that'll be unpredictable as we get through the gust. But you're right, John, looking at a couple spots, again, enough traffic out there where, it's optimistic to call it a dry line, but it's a place where they take the sheen off the racetrack, if you will. There's enough of a dry piece there where it's not that little film of wet, but just enough they start to see a little dry line. You can also tell as they go through some of these corners where it's dried out a little bit because those rooster tails have dropped down a little bit, so there's not as much moisture on the track for them to kick up as there was at the very beginning. So we are seeing that, but guess what? It'll change as we go through the day.
Well, the rain does seem to have let up a bit. You can still see there's a lot of moist areas on the track. So we are trying to give you the best picture we can. We will be adjusting the cameras through the event. Of course, all of this due to the technical wizardry of our IT director, Roman Weisman. Aldrin Villanueva is our producer, and we have squadrons of helpers out there getting everything done.
Yeah, everything. Like the shots look just absolutely fantastic here this weekend. It's given us a really good feel for this. It's a big racetrack here, and there's not really a spot that we don't have covered for you here this weekend. Watching them work that section right there, coming down that hill, and now you see on the left there, you start to see. We talk about I wouldn't call that on the left of your screen there dry, but I would call that less wet. How about that? If that's a technical term.
Exactly.
A little bit less wet. Guys getting strung out now. John, how much you know everybody's on a different pit strategy, but what's the most aggressive you can be again in adjusting the way the car's handling that type of thing? How many really big swings will they take at the car throughout the course of the evening?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's hard to say because, what's available to you. On the more advanced cars, you can monkey with the traction control a little bit. You can do all kinds of, different things there. You can soften sway bars, remove sway bars. You can adjust tire pressure. You can monkey with the alignment. Often you can soften spring rates. In the wet, you really want that car to roll over a little bit more and not break traction. So everything you're trying to do in the wet is softening the car up. You're also going to run a little bit different line than you would in the dry because you are looking for where your car feels best going around the corner.
And right now, looking the number 52, the JFC racing machine, a lap of 2:05, and that's pretty close to where they were in qualifying last night. It's getting down, a couple cars are right at the 2-minute flat. One or two cars got in the upper 159. Right, 158, but pretty close to, like I say, what they were doing in qualifying. And right now, let's see, JFC, second lap of the race, they did 2:03. So pretty decent pace, about what we'd expect. We talked a little bit about racing to a time, and interesting stuff happened in some of our other classes there. So we'll look at each of those, and again, different drivers racing to a time on their strategy. John?
Well, and they are back in traffic. The last laps for JFC was a 2:12.525. So they are having to deal with managing traffic now. So that's going to cause them to necessarily adjust a little bit. Now, here's something we haven't talked about, Edwin. So in the E0 through E3 classes, you can run a fuel cell. You heard Christina down there talking earlier about the fuel cell. So in ES, we don't care. You can have as much gas in the thing as you want. But in E0 through E3, you can only start the race with as much gas as the stock tank would hold. So let's say you have a 44-gallon cell. You can only start, let's say your car came with an 18-gallon tank from the factory, you can only start with 18 gallons because we didn't want to have an arms race happening where everybody was going to a 44-gallon cell or whatever they could stuff in the car. And then we had a problem where, everybody has to do it, and it's kind of a step thing that happens where suddenly the competition becomes a lot more expensive for everybody.
Just looking at sort of the front group ESR, anybody make a big passes early on, and no, you see, people swapped a spot or two on the start, but nobody who used that very beginning of the race to make a big change.
But coming down through 9 right now, that's the view that's on your screen. You can see that some of the ES cars are mixing into the E3 cars, and you can see they're using that straightaway between 9 and 10 as a good passing zone. Another good one is down the back straight, and the front straight is also good. You can sometimes get stuff done in the complex between 5 and 8, but there aren't a ton of passing zones here at the track, especially in the wet. But you can see the speed differential there, and they're using that massive speed to just go right by those slower cars.
We talked at the start about one of the Honda Racing cars, the 18 car, starting 45th. They did pick up a couple spots in these early laps, up 3 spots early on, so they did try to move forward a little bit there, but again, plenty of time to do it, but just be patient, and when it's right, then take advantage of it.
So a question from Ryan here on the live stream. Ryan, you have a question about how many laps could a single car do on a full tank of fuel here? It depends on the car. So if you have a Miata with a huge fuel cell, you could do a bunch of laps, but let's say you're in the Audi. Right now we've got in-car from the Audi that's really cool with the 370, I think, in front of it. Now that's going to burn a lot more gas. So in wet conditions, you're also running slower. You're not completely flat out. So it really depends on conditions, but you can do quite a number of laps. We were talking to some folks that say they can probably do 2 to 3 hours if you're running at a good race pace, 2 to 3 hours. You could probably get in 100 and something laps. Do the math and figure it out. Whoa, that was a close pass right there. But we are right now in car with that R8 running in the GT Challenge class, GT4 R8 with the Flying Lizard team. Now, another good point is in E0 through E3, you're kind of limited in your fueling. You have to use traditional gas cans. ES and ESR will have the super cool dry brakes that will come down and shove a lot of gas into that car in a very short amount of time. So really ES, ESR, they're budget unlimited. But we try to keep at least a little bit budget friendly in the E0 through E3 and E3S classes.
Let me give you a little update on the Honda Racing Cardinal 18. I said they had picked up 3 spots. Let me rephrase that. They picked up 3 spots in class. They picked up 20 positions from the start. I went ran that for their overall. So yeah, they are now they have picked up 20 spots overall from the start of this race. So they were moving quickly, and that answers that question. Can they afford to be patient? Nah, they decided they wouldn't be.
No. Looks like the number 18 Honda racing car is out in front of E0 right now. Great in-car right now. Looks like they are coming down into 14 onto the front straight. There's a number 17 Honda taking an inside line there, hoping it doesn't slip too much. Through 14 into 15, I believe. Now down the front straight. Whoa, big cross up there. Got on the power maybe a little too early in the sloppy stuff. But you can see that spray. You're really not able to see it out. Now imagine if we still have that level of spray when the sun goes down. That's going to be pretty hairy.
John, touch on a point. You said this in last night's broadcast, and it bears repeating, is when you're driving in these conditions, everything is just a little bit softer, just a little bit easier. But that also refers to the way you correct a mistake. A correction also has to be a little softer, a little slower, a little bit more deliberate in this situation.
Right, it's more, in the dry, often fast hands to try and get it back. But in the wet, you really want to have everything as smooth as you can. And, an analogy that I was given is you have a bank with turning, acceleration, and braking. And all the balances change, and you still have to have the same overall balance. You can draw from one account at a time. But if you draw too much from one, you're going to unbalance the other one. So you go full on the brakes, you're not going to have a lot of steering.
There was a great shot right there in turn 1. One of the open cockpit cars in 1 had to put a little correction into the race car as they were coming into 1. And then that gives you a good idea, if you look around different parts of this racetrack, how dark it is. And, it's 11:25 local time. So that is simply the heavy, heavy cloud cover here. And right now, like I say, everybody being pretty patient, sorting it out. What do they need from their race car? And then we'll go race and win. Some of the things about a 24 or 25-hour race is we're really, right now, you're not messing up. You're finding out what the car can do. You're building a cushion as much as you can. You're also trying not to get too far behind. And then when the sun comes up Sunday morning, then we go race. And, well, got somebody already down there in the paddock area working on a race car, so let's go down there. I don't know if it's Will or Neil, but somebody where they don't want to be this early. Let's go down to the paddock area.
We're going to catch up really quick with a Fast Toys race car that we saw had a pretty good start, but it looks like they're having a mechanical issue with being stuck in 5th gear. I'm going to jump in with their driver. What's your name?
Chris Carroll.
So how's it going out there?
Well, at first I'm soaked, sitting 10 minutes in the track in the grid. But after one lap, my gearbox will start to leak here. So no pressures
I made to make sure you can get it fixed before I guess anything worse happens, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. Let's hope it's gonna be it, and we can drive 25 hours after. So yeah.
You guys got a long race ahead of you, and I guess at least you're out of the rain. It does look like it picked up quite a bit. The start is pretty fun, but yeah. Cool, man. Well, I see a little puddle of water in here. Hopefully, again, you guys get this all fixed and dried up and back out on track super quick.
Thank you.
So not only the cars having some issues, but a mic issue there or two as well. Now, if you were with us in the pre-race, we did our little grid piece there. That was the driver that was sitting in that open cockpit car with the plastic over, and we're seeing
full course yellow.
Yep, some information coming from the flag stand.
So it looks like we do have a full course yellow. If you guys are here or not here, sorry about that. Lots of stuff going on. So we do have looks like pace and safety rolling out. So we have a car off. If you download the Track Flag app on your phone, you can see a live feed of what the track conditions are right now. Right now we have a full course yellow accompanied by a red cross, a white flag with a red cross on it, which means safety cars on course. So we are full course yellow. So someone must be off and need a little bit of help out of the mud, or it may just be conditions. We're not exactly sure what's going on. Oh, yeah, you can see on the view right there. That looks like our turn 9 entrance. So someone is off in between 8 and 9. Actually, excuse me, between 7 and 8. So, wow, look, so Edmund, look at the mud right there.
Yeah.
So probably someone just got off in the mud, and they're just going to have to give them a quick kind of pop them out of the mud, kind of, you know, just get them unstuck a little.
I sat in this morning when the safety crew, they were doing their briefing. They talked about a couple of things. Obviously, the difference in doing some night racing, but also the condition of where we're in right now. With if you go off, you are in a quagmire in some areas. So again, the idea was get it done right, but be a bit patient. But there are some extra challenges here today in those cars that go off. They're going to be in some difficult situations to recover. So there will be some time. But again, take time. You're not quite as pressured, John. Yes, the goal is to have as much of a 24-hour event be run under a full green condition. That's the goal of everybody. It's not quite that imminent challenge that you have in a shorter timed sprint race. So you do want to take your time, do it right, be sure the track is ready to go. And you see the crews there on track right now.
So we have gathered the field up. Looks like we do have a car just kind of stuck in the mud there. We have 2 of our safety trucks out there. We do have a great safety crew here. It's a NASA in-house crew. I know they've got tow trucks, they've got safety trucks, they've got all kinds of great extraction gear, everything you can think of, rollbacks, and you can see a little shot there of that trailer in that rollback truck. That is the safety compound in the infield. So they will be here all day, all night, taking care of our drivers. Big thanks to our safety crews and to our corner marshals who are out there in some pretty miserable conditions. They're going to be working all 25 hours too, so a big thanks to our corner marshals. Telling everybody, you can see on the start stand, hey, slow down. And boy, we just got hit by another band, and it is ugly out there.
Yeah, you look there, that's the shot going through turn 1. Just a moment ago, we had sort of a little, you know, oh, look at there, under caution, having trouble going through there.
Oh, man.
That started to get just a little bit dry, and now this next wave came in, and what is dry at one point, you come back to the same point, will not be dry when you return, and just a deluge right now coming through as a cleanup continues there.
Oh man, I think I see someone in the paddock building an ark. It is really coming down.
Well, you know, they talked about it earlier. I think it was Will who said, you know, it's like Burning Man down there. People are, you know, creating all sorts of enclosures to try to keep themselves dry. And he talked about it. You know, it's not only the drivers. You know, the drivers, when they get out, they need to try to take a little bit of a break and rest a little bit. But it's the crews that are going to be working on these cars. And you go back to that Fast Toys crew. Here they are, the first, you know, few minutes of the race.
Working on a car.
And they're already working on a car.
Oh, boy. Well, it looks like we have the in-car there. That's the Valkyrie GTR. And you can see, man, it is slippy out there. You really have to have your act together right now because the weather is throwing, you know, the finest of NorCal winter weather is here to give us, what would we say, using the local dialect, we got hella rain.
Yeah, it is. It is. John, this has, just talking with everybody around the track and everything, this has become not only one of the signature events here at Thunderhill, also one of the signature events for NASA. How important overall, and you see the sponsorship level picking up. How important, where does this set sort of in the whole realm of what NASA does and also what they do here at Thunderhill?
Well, we like to say that at NASA we have a triple crown. We have the national championships that you and I recently worked in Mid-Ohio, and then we have the Hyperfest at Virginia International. You and I also worked that one, so we kind of tend to be wingmen a lot here. And the 25-hour. Those are really our three huge events. I know we have some neat stuff that I can't talk about just yet coming up for next year for NASA racers, where we're trying to build these real signature events. But this is a huge event. This is a big event for Thunderhill as well. Of course, Thunderhill, none of this would happen without the Thunderhill CEO, David Vodden, who had the vision to work with Jerry Kunzman to be able to make all of this happen. So the Thunderhill staff, always fantastic. My good friend Jeff Pitts is one of their business development managers, and he's doing great work too. So we are really proud of this event. But, you know, to answer your question, this is a big event for Thunderhill. It's a big event for NASA.
And we did pop into the office earlier today. Once David got on track, then we want to be sure he can pop in and say hello to us, and we'll talk a little bit more about what's coming up. And John, you talked about sort of that triple crown with NASA. What's nice too is the way that works out is it stretches kind of from sea to shining sea. So no matter where you are, what region you're doing your racing in, if you can't make all three of those events, there's definitely one that's within driving and makes it a little bit easier for you. So that way you're able to participate in one of those events no matter where you are in the country.
Well, and, you know, for example, like this weekend at Road Atlanta, we have the Santa's Toy Run, which is Jim Panis and Julie Panis. They, you know, the co-directors down there, they put on a great event this weekend every year. So, you know, you couldn't make it. Hey, you're over at Road Atlanta. And what they do is they collect toys, and some amazing amount of toys for local charities that they collect every year at that event. But hey, go to nasaproracing.com, look it up. We have events all around the country. And if you're a brand newbie, we welcome you, because we really, really, really want to make everything super inviting. We have our program HPDE, where no skill at all, you know, never been to a racetrack. Hey, we want you there. Classroom instruction, lots of in-car time with an instructor, and we'll take you all the way up through becoming an actual racer. Or if you're happy, we have a great time trial program. Dr. Greg Greenbaum has run that for years. And we have an exciting program where you're racing against the clock and not for position, and that's a huge program for us as well. We also, NASA's kind of like the Walmart of motorsport. I mean, we also do drifting. We sanction autocross events. We do rally. We have NASA Rally Sport. Recently added a new chapter on the Big Island, or on Oahu in Hawaii. So that's very cool to see that. We are trying to just grow the sport as much as we can and invite everybody in. It's a big tent. We have you know, great relationships with a lot of different people in the industry, and we try to draw as many people in, all of us, into this great sport. Of course, it's easy to access now. NASA has a new series called Trek, the Team Racing Endurance Challenge. That's more along the lines of you know, the kind of jalopy racing that's been done. Of course, that was started by the 24 Hours of Lemons crew, Jay Lamb and John Pagel and all of those conspirators over there. They're over at Sonoma Raceway this weekend, doing more of the kind of the $500 you know, crap box kind of racing. So this is at a different level, but again, we try to get as many people into the sport as we can. We'd well love to welcome you at a NASA event anywhere in the country.
If you're just joining us, welcome. Where have you been? 25 hours. I know it's going to do it at some point. Mark that down. If I do it more than 5 times, I'm fired. The 25 hours at Thunderhill, and we still have, what, 24 hours and 35 minutes to go. So we've just been green a short time. This is our first full course yellow of the day. See some of our recovery vehicles that have made it back into their paddock area, if you will, their staging area, and we should be not too far away. Let's look at the starter stand and see. And yes, we are. There's the green flag waving. Nice job out there getting everything cleaned up, and we go back green flag racing. There's your overall leader into turn 1.
Wow, and he just took off. Like greased lightning right there. So, as predicted, once again, the rain has lightened up, so we are in a kind of gnarly band of storms. If you want to get on your favorite weather app, we are in Willows, California, about 80-90 miles north of Sacramento, California, about 90 miles south of Redding, California, off of Interstate 5, Highway 162 here. Beautiful facility that was developed, gosh, 25 plus years ago. It's one of the premier club tracks in the country. Really exciting. They also have a West Loop here where you can make this track 5 miles long. We are running the traditional classic circuit, which is about 3 miles long.
I'll tell you what, the big, a couple of those big horsepower stock cars, a lot of horsepower, a lot of weight. Boy, do you have to be gentle and patient with those right now. That would be so, because you've got all that horsepower and you're able to use very little of it.
Very little. I mean, honestly, big horsepower, it's kind of worthless here. It's cool to tell your friends about, but ultimately it's worthless. I did a race years ago in a Ford Mustang with 400 something horsepower. I got smoked by a VW Rabbit because it was in the rain, and I was just flying. Anytime I opened the secondaries, boom, I spun. So I got my butt kicked by a rabbit.
It can happen. That can happen.
Killer rabbit, right?
Yeah. Well, we'll see again as we go through. The wet weather tires are definitely working. They're definitely pumping water off the track. As soon as they go back to green, we start to develop that dry line. There's the leaders, the lead duo through that final turn 15. That's what leads them back on to that front straightaway. So again, see how they just a little bit, and this is where they kind of drift across here to set them up for the right line to make that turn into number 1, and still pumping a ton. Out of there's the leader, there's second place overall, and that's the number 10 car, the turn 3 Motorsports machine, and that is the Radical chasing that beautiful Lola as we are early in the 25.
So we are trying to track down some more interviews for you here in the paddock. Boy, see real traffic jam right there coming into turn 10 and turn 11. Lots of cars right together, but they're all running pretty conservatively right now because, as we said, you don't want to stack it in the first hour. That's just no fun. I mean, it gives you plenty of time to try and fix it or find there's all kinds of hillbilly solutions you can have. You bash the front end in, you get your buddy's dually, and you just go pull on it until it's straight again. We've done that here, actually. I did that with a Mustang once. It didn't work. So the car went back in the trailer. But, things you have to think about right now. Whoa, there was a big bobble there from one of our Miatas. But you definitely, so we were looking at that one view where you can see all that mud. That mud is like cement right now. So if you go off sideways, you're not going to be in a happy place. And even if you go off straight, you're probably going to rip off the splitter on the front of the car and have some damage there, because look at that mud right there. See how it is just soupy and it is nasty. So you definitely want to keep it on the pavement.
The best thing to do right now is to find some dry weather, and Neil is at least some temporary dry weather. He's down there in the paddock underneath one of those covers. So Neil, tell us what's going on down in the paddock, buddy.
We are keeping dry in the Valkyrie tent. Track down Jeremy Croisset. How's everything going?
Well, we're circulating. So we had a good start to the race so far. We've got Ross Bentley in the GTR, and he's killing it right now. He's just turning laps, staying out of trouble, and that's all you can ask your driver to do in these really challenging conditions. The rain came down, the skies opened, and it was a pretty interesting start to the race, but so far, so good.
And it's not only the challenges out on track, which seems like they're, keeping you guys relaxed, but out here in the pits, you guys also have quite a bit of design that goes into what you do. And I think you can see the biggest difference of it. We're standing on a platform that you guys built, and I see this awesome river running under it, which would, I guess, be running straight through where you're standing if you didn't have this platform. And our neighbors over here are probably going to be building one for themselves next year, I imagine.
Yeah, it's actually pretty funny. Our neighbors here is the brother of my team partner, Nick Connor. So the crew did an awesome job for this event they always do. They showed up here Tuesday night, and they were in here back on Wednesday morning building these platforms. It's not our first rodeo. These guys have done it 25 dozen times now, and you got to be ready for anything at the 25. So we're prepared. We've got plenty of Toyo tires back there ready to go on, and we're looking forward to the rest of this race.
Awesome. Well, good job with the preparation. It's definitely paying off. You guys all look nice and comfortable, and we'll catch up with you guys later.
Awesome. Thanks, Neil.
Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.
Back to you, John.
All right, we did hear from Neil there talking to Jeremy Crozet. Jeremy is also one of NASA's vice presidents, so he wears many hats like all of us do. Edwin, of course, you have a new job. Tell us a little bit about that.
We do. Very excited to be working all the way on the other side of the country with the folks at Summit Motorsports Park. So the new, take the spot of the new Director of Motorsports Operations. For the last 6 years, Chris White has done just an exceptional exceptional job with that staff and making that place what it is. He had an opportunity to go into a full-time training opportunity, so he did that. But I told him if he left, I would take it only if he left all the staff there, and he did. Every person that I talked to talks about the staff there and what a great job they do. But that is a circuit that goes back to the late 60s and early 70s. A lot of history there. Like so many other places around the country, a proud motorsports tradition, a lot of training going on there as well. So very, very excited. Just stepped into that role this past Monday. And, the plan is all the great things that have been there, we're going to leave those alone. And the areas that we want to work on and improve some communication, and also that our racers, all of our stakeholders know what's going on. That's what we'll be working on. We'll be at PRI next week talking with a lot of folks. But again, I'm going into a situation where Chris White and that staff have done an excellent job, and I just need to pick up the baton and run with it. So very, very excited about that. It'll be a challenge, but it'll be a lot of fun.
Well, and that's, we all have different jobs here. I actually serve as NASA's general counsel and have for about 20 years now. So actually this will be my 20th year with NASA coming up, 20th season. So we have grown immensely, and we are so thankful for all of our great regional directors and all of our series leaders that have helped us get to this point. Of course, we are at the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance. They've got you covered for all your brake needs. Then we've also got Toyo Tires presenting the broadcast. Toyo's been a huge sponsor of NASA's since the beginning, even when I started 20 years ago. So we did see some great stuff yesterday with their grooving tires, custom made for this weather. So really an interesting race. The weather, last year it was just cold, and that was about it. I mean, it was the nicest weather I've ever seen at the 25, and this is not the nastiest. We've had snow, we've had sleet, we had 60-mile-an-hour winds one year that tore everything up. So this is interesting, and it's clearing up a little bit. That's a beautiful shot.
Yes, it is. I was about to say,
aside from all the stuff on the left,
right.
Hey,
but the sky is starting to lift a little bit. Let me touch one more piece. You talked about some of the regional directors. One of the first people that I met in road racing who runs NASA in our region is Chris Cabetto. And so obviously Chris does a lot of events with us at Summit Point. And, the opportunity to work more with Chris was one of the reasons I said, let me jump on and do that. He is a blast, brings a energy level to it that is unsurpassed. And of course, we saw Chris and his son at the championships, and they had a struggle of a weekend, but really saw that young guy, Jack, turn into one heck of a race car driver. So that was fun. They had some struggles in their qualifying race. Then we saw Jack have to race his way up to a pretty decent finish. So they're great people to work with. Looking forward to working with Chris and his whole staff in our NASA region.
And we do have a lot of young drivers here. We have a team, I think it's an A-plus team. That's Al Angelo out of, I believe he's up in Placerville. I went to visit his auto shop program once up there, and he always brings a young team with him. We're trying to get as many kids involved in NASA. You can race with us as young as 13 years old. So if you're in karting and you might want to give sedan racing a try, come talk to us. We do require you to have really good grades. You got to be up on your attendance and everything and have a lot of experience karting. But we do have that pathway for young drivers. We love seeing them come up. Matthew Dirks is one of them that came up. He was at the Mazda shootout the other weekend over in South Carolina. And again, that's a huge program that Mazda's put together where it takes all the Mazda championships from, or champions, I should say, from different forms of racing and gives them a shot to win a completely funded season in the MX-5 Pro Series. So it's great to see a lot of our NASA drivers ending up there. Again, we do have our Teen Challenge, so if you're a teen driver and you might want to get into a Spec Miata, please do hit us up and talk to your local regional director. But right now, we are seeing conditions starting to improve a little.
Knock on wood.
Yeah, exactly. Touch wood. So we are hopeful. But the thing is, Edwin, now here's what I don't want to have happen. I don't want it to get calm in terms of wind and then get warmer, because guess what's going to happen? All that moisture that has been trapped in the ground starts to heat up. And when that heats up, what does it make? Fog. And if there's no wind to blow that fog out, we get zombie fog out here. It's what's called Thule fog, and it is really, really gnarly when that happens. So we're hoping that the fog does not show up.
And hopefully to clear some of that fog away, we'll be jumping down in the paddock a whole lot as we go through the 25 hours. And Neil working down there. Let's go down. He's caught up with another person, and unfortunately this is a driver who has stepped out of a race car. Neil, take it away. What's the story, bud?
We found our, what is this, a stock car? What are they called?
Yeah, it's a late model stock car. It's kind of squared up for doing some road racing. Not waterproof, the key there, and not prepared with any sort of professional defroster or wiper assembly. So lots of Rain-X, and we're currently repositioning the fan that we had intended to keep the window from getting fogged up, which didn't work if we split it in half. So we're done trying to keep both sides defrosted, so we're going to abandon the splitter. We're going to move the fan closer and see if we can get some good air on the windshields.
You can build any kind of car you want, but when you can't see out the windshield, it doesn't do us any good, huh?
No, it's not safe. I couldn't see. I mean, I was driving out the side window trying to watch the edge of the track just to get it back in the pits.
Wow.
Drove off the track once or twice, and I'm doing 20 miles an hour trying to find my way back to the pits. So let's hope we got this cured.
Awesome. Well, yeah, you got plenty of time left in this race. Just do it once, do it right, and then get out there and turn some laps.
Yeah, definitely. All four wheels are on it. It's not broken. So that'll be in better shape than a lot of guys by the end of this deal if we can keep it that way.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for the update, Troy.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Neil.
I've
So
had to deal
again,
with that
that's not a
in
car that's
previous
out of the race.
years.
That's a car just making some adjustments. They will come back out in a little bit. There's a couple ways that we can tell you what's going on the track. We can look for some of those dry lines like we're seeing. We can look to the sky and see what's going on, but the best way to do it is to look at timing and scoring. And what are we seeing with our laps? Well, our driver who's led the team from the start, the number 52, that Lola, down 2 minutes and 2 seconds.
Wow,
so that fast lap is coming down. And as I look down timing and scoring, everybody's fastest individual lap has now come in these last couple of laps. The third place car, the number 11 car, just ran a 2:08. That's their fastest lap of the session, and really moving through the field. And then let's give me an update on the number 18, the Honda team. They're now obviously leading in their class, but they're up now 24 positions. They're to 11th. They're just knocking on the top 10, and they're going to cut by timing and scoring here in just a minute. They just did their fastest lap, last lap, a lap of 2:13.85. We're following them around right now. Let's see when they come back by. They should be coming to timing and scoring here in just a moment, and we will see where they are.
Look at E3S right now. We have the top four in E3S are all, actually top 6 are all on the same lap in E3S.
Well, when we saw that coming up last night in qualifying, that
sort
sort of,
They're all right together. So E3S is very tight right now. Looks like the Toyota Proving Grounds team is out in front in E2. They've got a pretty good lead over Technic, but Technic is a very strategy-based team, so I know that they are running their race for their strategist. Peter Holtland is often in the mix there, one of the biggest endurance racing fans on the planet, loves this event. So Technic is going to have some surprises there. The Honda Racing, the Civic Type R number 2, actually number 18, but their second team, has about a lap on Dragonfly. And again, I believe that was one of the open cockpit cars. So fast lap for the Civic right now is a 2:13.850, but they've slowed down to a 2:35 on their last lap, so they may be getting ready for a pit stop or just in some traffic. We are starting to see a dry line developing out the window now in a few spots. Wind is still pumping, but looks like the mountain range over in the Elkhorn area has, or the Elk Creek area has actually helped us out and kept the majority of this big atmospheric river off to the west of us. We are watching weather coming down through the San Francisco Bay Area right now and headed up our way. And now we're inside. Looks like that's the number 22 car. We have a little in-car there. That was one that we didn't have before on our list. That is the number 22. That's Precision Driving Tech Hive 10 Racing. So they are running in a GT Challenge, I believe, and they have a BMW M3 or M4 GT4 car. They're out of Chicago, Illinois. So right now it says that it's, well, the roll bar there says that it's Marco Radicic, but I think they have a number of drivers. They have Dave Fowl, Marco Radicic, Derek DeBoer, and Matt Jaskell. Those are the 4 drivers there.
John, let me update you real quick on one of the cars. We had Neil talk to that Fast Toys team in the paddock a little while ago. They were doing some work. They are back out on the racetrack. They're running, let's see, 5 laps behind in their class, but again, back out on the racetrack. They were on pit road there and then rolled it back to the paddock area to do some work. But again, that Fast Toys number 7 machine, they are back out on course, and didn't cost them a lot. Like I said, 6 laps behind. That sounds like a lot. It's not over the next 24 hours. So they're back out there. Hopefully, that's a long-term fix for that car.
And we did have a little in-car there from one of the, that was the Lizard car, Flying Lizards, in the GT Challenge there in their R8. And you can see they were having to work through traffic and be careful there. Interesting fact about that team with the BMW, the Hive 10 team, Dave Fowl, actually, I believe he's still in law school and he's working on papers during his downtime during the event. So that's pretty incredible that he's able to balance law school and a 25-hour effort. Ooh, a little bobble there from the Lizard cars that came through turn 1.
Well, the track is drying out because last lap by, new quick lap of the event, 158.275. Your fastest car in qualifying and your overall leader, the JFC Racing number 52. Again, they just go a 158.275. And as far as laps that have counted this weekend, being either qualifying or here in the race, that is the fastest lap we've seen so far. Nobody got down into those low 158s in qualifying last night. So track is drying out, and we're starting to see those times come down. John, I know the knife as, you know, between the wet and the dry tire, not as sharp as you'd see in an IndyCar race or a Formula One race. I mean, it's down to the 100th of a second of when we switch. Here, every car, every tire combination is different, but how will they decide? Obviously, we're not there yet, but what criteria will they use when it's time to say, let's get some of these groove tires off and go?
Well, and it's, you know, it's often temperature based, and it's often when you see the spray. So if you're seeing a lot of spray, it's probably still wet conditions. But it's going to depend on every single car because they're running, some are running full slicks. And a slick, for those of you that don't know, there's absolutely, you know, you look at the all season that's on your family hauler and you see a lot of grooves and mountains and stuff. A slick tire is just that. It's just a flat rubber surface all the way across. Doesn't work real well in the wet because it hydroplanes like crazy, so that's why we groove them. But when it starts to get dry, the problem is usually the rain tires are what's called a harder compound, which means it's designed to, you know, keep a lot of heat in the tire so it works well. And it's also designed for wet conditions. And when it gets dry, those things can start to chunk and skid, and you really want to get them off of there when you can. But again, it's kind of a strategist call, and it's also looking at the radar and the weather, and also talking to your drivers and seeing how the car feels. There's the Lizard R8 again, passing the 86 from the Toyota Arizona Proving Ground team. So an interesting shot, but you can see there's maybe a little bit of a dry line starting to develop. That's good news. We're looking out the southbound windows here, and they're not as, you know, wet as they were. So lots of moisture to deal with, but all the teams seem to be doing a great job of managing it so far.
That class leading GT Challenge class, the Flying Lizard Audi, is absolutely beautiful out there. And again, we have watched them closely, and you know, just the consistency. You know, you look at where they are. One of the things that you've got, you can actually sort of pull up and see each car lap by lap.
Right.
That's another way you can tell, was somebody in the pits for a while? How is the track course change? But you see some consistency there, and they're right now, and maybe they're doing what we talked about in in qualifying a little bit, they're running to a time. Here's the lap time that we want. As the track dries, that lap time will come out, but still it is the overall leader, the only one to get underneath that 2-minute mark so far. But again, we're starting to get into a little bit better drying condition. The sky is lighting up. I would be delighted to see just a little peak of sunshine at some point.
Maybe some double rainbows for the photographers.
I will take that. I will take that.
So Edwin, last year, overall winner, 749 laps. I would like your prediction for the overall win. How many laps?
What was your weather last year?
Beautiful, cold, fast.
All right, how many full courses? Yellows, do you remember?
Not a lot. Very
Not
clean.
A lot. And what did you say it was, 749?
749.
749. 728.
728. I'm going to, I think, say 685.
All right.
Depending on the weather. So we're locked in. You guys can play along at home and do your predictions. I forgot to set up a proper betting pool, of course, now that online betting is legal, basically anywhere in the States, thanks to our Supreme Court ruling. But, yeah, try to play along with your friends at home. Try the over-under for the overall winner of the 25 Hours of Thunderhill. We're in car now with the number 28. That's the Shift Up Now car. Looks like there's Sarah Montgomery behind the wheel, very experienced Mazda racer. She's doing a great job. Again, Shift Up Now, very cool movement that's been started to empower women in motorsports. Lynn Kehoe and my good friend Karen Salvaggio leading the charge there, and they have a very talented team of women that are trying to really come up in the world of motorsports. It's great to see the empowerment and the support that they're giving each other. So big shout out to Shift Up Now.
In the ESR class, again, a couple other cars now who have clicked off their personal best. The number 68 machine. And also, who's that? The number 11 Praga Cars machine, Felder Motorsports entry. They both just did their personal best of the race on their last lap. So it gives you an idea. Again, the track is getting a little drier and a little bit faster as we're now, what our leader has completed 21 laps.
Wow, it seems like more than that.
I know.
It really does.
Well, and when you're driving, not only does it seem like more while you and I are sitting here watching, imagine you're behind the wheel and you're going, you're probably going and said, all right, how much longer do I have in this stint? You're like, well, you've not even driven an hour yet. For the driver, it's got to be, you're kidding me. It seems like about 3 hours because of how challenging it's been. As the skies kind of lighten up a little bit, it'll lighten up their moods as well. But yes, it probably feels like they have been on track all day.
Well, and the thing is, we had talked to Ross Bentley earlier, and he was saying, "Hey, just relax. It's easy, and just take it easy, and take it like we're doing a Sunday drive in the rain. Just for fun and all of that. But boy, I know you can get the death grip on the wheel. You can absolutely tighten up. Your whole upper anatomy tightens up, and suddenly you're just not that flexible. Boy, look at the leaders coming down through some of the lap traffic right there. Woo! It is gnarly out there still. I mean, it's drying out a little bit, but look at all the spray and look at hunting for different lines. The number 48 car there went through that, and it's not really a blend line. So we clarified that so that you can run Thunderhill backwards, and that line is there so people don't try to take it a little bit too far out and end up skewering themselves on the pit wall there. So not a blend line. You can go in any time.
Good safety tip.
Right, something like that.
Yeah, as you do see some of the leaders catching some of the other cars. Now, the overall leader, he's opened that gap up. I want to say right now one's on the wait for him to come back through timing and scoring, but he's out there by himself, I think, by about 20 or 30 seconds. I'll wait for timing and scoring that loop to come back around. But everybody running there, I want to say third and fourth, those are a couple ESR cars that are running pretty close together. So when they come back by, that's that 68 and the 11 car. Those are the two cars we saw catching some of that lap traffic earlier. So you got a shot right there of the leader entering turn number 9. Those two cars running close together, though. That's the battle overall for third and fourth and for ESR in class as well. And that picture starts to get a little lighter and a little prettier as the cars come down the hill from turn number 9. At the bottom of the hill then, turn number 11. That's before they make that left-hander, and then they come kind of up the back straightaway, which is on the back side of the paddock. What's great about this facility, and there you see, there that To the right, drivers right there is the back side of the paddock. If you're in the paddock, you look one way, you can look as they come down that big hill and back straightaway. Then they're going to make that 180-degree turn and come back down the front straightaway. So the paddock, like I say, just tucked right into the middle of everything here at Thunderhill.
Looks like the stock car is back out there now. They must have figured out that ventilation solution. In the old days, it was taking that cheap hotel bar soap that had all the oil in it, rub it along the inside of the windshield, and then have a stick with a rag on the end of it to wipe off the excess moisture. And that's how we did it. So hopefully they worked out something a little more sophisticated. We did hear a little bit about that from the Shift Up Now car HQ, where they had left the factory ventilation system in there because that is pretty much unmatched in its ability to clear the windscreen. We saw the GTR has like a defrost grid like you can see on the back window of most cars, but it's on the front window.
There's that in-car shot. And again, drivers still having some work to do depending on where they are, where a little bit of water is, so still requiring a little extra input into the race car. And this is a great shot here as they start to go kind of up the hill. Oh, we lost it right there, but kind of start to climb back up the hill and make your way before you come back down 9. And there is a dramatic corner as well. That is you come over turn number 5. You saw there's a great shot right there. You know, there's a little bit of arrow for those prototype cars, and they lose a lot. The car gets really, really light at the top of that hill. I believe that was, nope, that wasn't our leader right there, but those cars get a little bit light. Earlier today, I made a poor decision, John, and I had Roman, our technical director, take me for a lap around Thunderhill, and it is shocking what you see from the driver's seat in turn 5 and turn number 9, because you see the sky, and it was a lovely sky. Yes, so that lets you know. But then again, also the race car wants to get very unsprung, and so now you've got once you see the ground, if you're not pointed in the direction you want to be pointed in, that's too late.
It's true. This track is very tricky to manage the first a couple times around, and for my first time here, I mowed the grass in between 2 and 3, and then I went off at 9, and then I went off at 14, and I was just basically a mess. So I turned the car over to my co-driver, and he drove all weekend and was super fast. So man's just got to know his limitations.
See one of the, I believe, BMWs coming down pit road. We saw him, if you saw in that shot earlier, if you see that line to the left of that screen there, that's where they're coming on to pit road. Will he take it into the paddock area? Nope, just coming into that pit stall. And so, and usually they'll start there. If it's something big they want to work on, they'll start there in the pit stall and go, you know what, this one's going to require us to roll behind the wall. Right. If it's something they can do rather quickly, then they'll take care of it on the pit lane. They go under the hood there and taking a look.
And there are specific rules about what you can and can't do. Right. Usually ES and ESR, pretty much whatever you want to do, fine. You want to weld a new front clip on the car in the pits, that's fine. But in the other classes, we do want you to go back paddock if you're doing a 4-tire change or something of that nature, so you don't gain any advantage. We did have a little bit of an arms race that started up with people putting air jacks onto E3 cars. We were thinking, whoa, that's a little much, so we limited folks to a 1 stop or 1 tire per stop change and things of that nature, just trying to keep the competition a little more accessible and affordable. Although affordable in racing, it's funny to try and put those in the same sentence.
Quite a relative term, but again, it depends on what you're trying to do. In a situation here, if it's an event where you're racing your car and it's about the car and it's about the drivers, then you don't want pit work. There's a hairy spot, 3 of them coming down the hill there in turn number 11. But again, going back, if it's a piece where what we're racing today are the drivers and the car, that's great. Let's take pit stop out of it. If it's the race is designed to test the team, then great. Let's have the pit stop be part of it. It just makes sense depending on what are we racing here? What's the goal of this event? And that's a great compromise there. So some of the teams, some of the classes where that's part of what we want to measure and test, good, let it be there. If it's a situation where it's something we don't want to measure and test, let's take that variable out of the success of it.
See some of our faster ESR cars now starting to work through traffic again, and you can really see that they are putting, look at the difference in the spray between the prototype that just came through and the GTR. Look at how high that prototype and then the Mustang, big difference in terms of how the spray is getting thrown and where it's going, kind of aerodynamics in action.
I love this shot because you can see all the way at the top of the screen. That's after they've come down the hill at turn 9. That's great. Then you can see just the tops of the cars. That's as they made that left-hander before they head up the back straightaway. But that gives you a big view of this racetrack all the way from what we say maybe the back side of the racetrack. And they make the left, which I tell you what, that's a decent run then. After you make that left before you get back into, is it turn 15, 14 and 15 before you get back to the front straightaway. That's a decent piece of straightaway, and I imagine as you get into it, pretty decent place to do some passing as well.
Oh, it is. It's great. It's great. But then you have to keep in mind that that is also where the track exit is.
Right.
So you don't want to go to try and pull some super bonsai down the inside maneuver, and then someone is moving over trying to get off the track, and you're right there. So you always have to, you get to know the other drivers and the other cars, and you know, maybe someone's a little more conscientious than someone else, and so you really try to work that into your decision making as you are out there. Great in-car shot. That's the Lizard Audi again. Whoa, on the back of the Mustang there, coming around, but ooh, that was a little bit close of a pass, but doing it very measured, very predictably. You can see the other cars are sticking to their racing line. There's one of the Honda Type Rs. The Audi is coming around the outside. Again, a zone you mentioned there, coming down the hill, using that velocity of more horsepower. Whoa, big, wow. He's moving. Moving.
Lap times there. Got that down to 2:07. That's their fastest lap so
flying.
Far in the Lizard.
Flying Lizards, flying.
There you go.
They're
Lead in class of GT Challenge and currently runs 6th overall. As have we hit? Oh, we're getting close to hitting the 1 hour mark. Wow. 24 hours, 2 minutes still to go in this one. So if you like your endurance racing to be 24 hours in length, good. You can start watching in 1 minute and 50 seconds because we've already been doing it for almost a full hour. John, let me ask you particularly about this Audi. So we look at the other cars, the ESRs. Where would this car have the advantage over one of those prototype pieces? Where's this car going to be a little bit quicker?
You know, I don't know if it is, because the advantage of having the Audi R8 at this point is that you're enclosed.
Right.
So you're not dealing with weather issues. I believe it's only the rear-wheel drive, so it doesn't have the quattro going on. So, you know, it may be faster, it may not. It has a lot of horsepower. But, again, I think the sports racer is going to have the edge just about anywhere. But when the conditions are like this, the sedan may have an advantage because the driver in the sports racer is dealing with getting soaked, pelted with all of that water. You know, maybe the wheel's a little slippery. We did see the one team with the heated wheel, but when the Alcantara there gets kind of snotty, you're not going to be able to have the same level of grip. You're just going to get tired because you're wet and cold, and man, whole different battle than the usual summer racing where you're having to wear a cool suit. Here you'd almost want an electric blanket strapped in.
Something else, hopefully we'll be able to watch, and we'll send a note down to Neil and Will. Something that's worth watching is when they go to do some of the driver changes. For some of the teams, it is an orchestrated maneuver in that driver change, and we'll see that as we get on into it. But once they start making those pit stops, that'll be interesting to watch. And now you see on that camera a little bit of rain coming back on that camera. And again, I promise we'll stop talking about it at some point. But again, that's going to be the big deal here is when it gets dry, then it gets wet, dry and wet. And the way we'll be able to tell again is watching those lap times. And if it's been a while since somebody has put down a quick lap, then we'll be able to tell. John, how much, and I know the answer is going to be, well, it depends. How much does burning off some fuel load make a difference here?
It's not like in sprint racing, where as the fuel load burns off, you know, you're going to a targeted minimum or something like that. It does help because the car lightens up and gets a little bit faster. But then you have to also calculate that with how well your car runs right when it's about to suck fumes. So a lot of these cars will have a proper racing cell, which will have baffles in it that will keep it running until the very last drop. So again, it's a strategy maneuver, and we have, you know, we saw earlier there was a team with the huge whiteboard in their trailer, and a lot of folks take this super seriously, where they have a team strategist that is watching so many different streams of data and they are trying to figure out how to optimize fuel stops, and we're also watching what the competition is doing. That's something that they are definitely involved with here.
And you see now it's darkened up a little bit as the cars crest over turn number 5, and you literally can see, you know, you can feel it in the race car, but you visually can see it there. You can see the car lighten up as it comes over the crest. And again, before it comes over the crest, you better be sure that you have got it pointed in the right direction. Now let me see. One car, I believe, had just come back out of the pit area. Car starting to make a few pit stops here. Yep, there was the 68 machine. This car still on track. Right by our vantage point here, again, that Fast Toys car back out. They just put another lap in as we look out the front straightaway. And again, every car is going to be a little bit different, John, as you even said, on when they're making those pit stops, depending on kind of just what race strategy is, but also what their race car is doing.
Well, and it could be something where you have a problem to fix. You know, a lot of these teams are so dialed in, they will know exactly how long. You know, as we get into the morning, you'll see people changing brake rotors, brake pads, things of that nature. But, you know, the challenge has always been with the sports racers, they're a little more high-strung. So they also are lighter built than the sedan. So a sedan can take a pretty good hit before something gets bent. But with these prototypes, they are built to be lightweight. So they may take a hit, and it may bend a suspension, break a suspension upright, something like that. So they're not quite as sturdy. So you may see them starting to change, you know, large components of the suspension. I remember we had one of the Porsche RSRs, I believe, lost a trailing arm or something had gone wrong, but they were so prepared, and I think it was a Blizzard team, that they had an entire subassembly ready to go. And they, you know, it cost them maybe 2 or 3 minutes, but they had that whole subassembly ready to go with quick releases on everything. It was awesome to watch. But, you know, a lot of the amateur teams are equally well prepared. You know, we always say don't bring a Miata or an E30 BMW to this race because it may end up as a parts car.
Looking through the field, we looked earlier, that number 15, the Nissan GTR, they had several laps ago. That must have been a pit stop for those guys because they had been running just outside the top 10 and made a pit stop. They've lost a couple spots now, running back there, 22nd overall. Again, that's the number 5 Valkyrie Autosport. That's the GTR. They have the 2 cars here. But again, several laps ago, and that may have just been a regular pit stop for them. We'll find out. They've got some work to do, and they've made some spots back up since they made that pit stop. And again, running 4 laps behind in overall, so we'll keep an eye on those.
And again, we are at the 2019 NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance. The broadcast is brought to you today by our good friends at Toyo Tires. NASA's national sponsors are Toyo Tires, Hawk Performance, Competition Motorsport. They are our official equipment supplier. And Track Day Tire. We're very thankful to have all of those sponsors supporting us all year long. The Air Force also supports the 25-hour race each year. Sometimes we have a flyover, which is super cool when the weather's good. But this year, not going to happen because we have had challenging weather all throughout, if you're just joining us. We are about 90 miles north of Sacramento, California, in Glenn County, just about 40, 50 miles from Chico, California. And we are getting some weather, but as you can see, there are some dry patches beginning to develop. Not as much spray coming off, so we may have the challenge coming up of when do you switch to dry tires? When is the right time? And hopefully both Neil and Will can go down and when those changes start happening, maybe discuss a little bit with some of the strategists and the crew chiefs on why did you guys figure that you wanted to go to dries now?
Let's take a look a little deeper, talking about that number 5 team, the Valkyrie Autosports team. And let's look at that ES class overall right now. Leading in class, they were the quickest in qualifying. That is the number 4. That's the 370 Nissan in that team. And then running in second, they've picked up a couple spots now That's the number 2. That's the Low Group Racing BMW. Running third in class now is the 86. That's the Clean Blast Chevrolet. And then the number 12 car, the Three Thieves Racing, their BMW M3. As we mentioned, then the other Valkyrie Autosport team, they looks like made a pit stop a few laps ago. They're running in 5th spot, but they picked up a few places overall since making that pit stop. And then the 06 car, that Chevrolet, that is ES, here with just over an hour, 23 hours, 53 minutes to go.
All right, well, so far, how many laps? We have 30 laps complete. So Edwin's guess is 728. I've got 685. My good friend Tom Pauly, my old racing partner, has 698. Tori Nicole, who is the lovely wife of our own Neil Daly, she's got 699. Play along, kids. Guess the overall laps. Last year we had perfect conditions, and it was 749 laps, or about 2,247 miles completed. Over 25 hours. That's like driving from here to Pittsburgh, eastbound and down.
That would get me almost home. I saw Neil and his wife and kids and the whole family at breakfast this morning. They all, they're always, whenever I've seen them, they're all at the racetrack together and all having a good time. So they were all up this morning having a little breakfast before Dad went to work. So good.
Dad's driving too.
Yes.
So Neil is also driving, so he's going to give you the real deal there. So he'll have the pit reporting for you, as well as views from behind the wheel after he does his first shift. And a shift is usually, you can double stint, where it may be, 2 hours, stop for gas, 2 hours again, or you can split it up into different things. But, last year we kind of had a stomach bug that tore through the paddock, so I know it took Randy Popes down. Either that or some other thing took me down after the race. So that's something that can happen. We have drivers that show up, and all of a sudden you got 4 drivers, and 2 of them go down getting sick. Boy, then you got a whole different strategy that you have to pursue.
Right now, conditions on the track about as good as we have seen them. A few spots we're seeing some sprinkling rain here and there, but overall, the best condition the track's been in, including our qualifying session last night. It seemed like both qualifying last night and then, when we're ready to go racing here today, that's when we've had those big showers come down. You see from that in-car shot, again, a pretty decent racetrack right now. Wipers, they're still on because it's still spitting out there. But again, right now, that heavy rain, not as big a factor as it was. Different parts of the track, obviously, depending on how the track drains or how much rain they got. We're still seeing some nice rooster tails in some area, but they're down the front straightaway, not quite as much. And there's a good battle. Those 2 cars going into turn 1. You see the outside pass made as they raced into turn number 1. Still pretty wet there in 1. You saw, that BMW had to chase it a little bit. That was coming off of turn number 3, gathers it back in, and good to go. So is it easy out there? Nope, it's not easy, but it is easier, which is a relative term. Ooh, a couple sprinkles there on that camera there at turns 4 and 5.
Yeah, we are watching the weather, and to the south and the west, it is starting to lighten a little bit, which is good news. And we are seeing that potentially there may be a break in the weather coming, and that could be very significant for us, because then we can almost work it back to dry conditions, because the drainage is working pretty well. Across the track, you can see it's pretty dialed in, but you can see that mud just looks ugly on the inside there. So you don't want to get on there and drag any of that back onto the track. You also don't want to get stuck out there, and it presents a problem. Edwin, you mentioned you were at the safety briefing this morning for the tow crews, because we don't want to get a tow truck stuck. So it's going to be someone schlepping quite a few 100 feet of cables out there to try and get a car if they get beached way out in the soupy stuff.
And here's a compromise. We talked about, if something goes wrong, you make a mistake or whatever, you have to be a little bit slower with your recovery. And what you would like to be able to do is use a little bit more of racetrack or a little bit more of off the racetrack to make that recovery. Well, as much rain as we've had, you don't necessarily have that opportunity. You need to try to keep it on the tarmac, and that's a little bit of a challenge too, because you'd like to say, okay, instead of trying to snap this thing back, let me use a little runoff here. And that is one place. Think about this place. There is plenty of runoff. Unfortunately, right now, most of the runoff is aquatic.
It's not where you want to be. not where you want to be. So we are seeing E3S now, the A-plus team, Young and the Restless. They are out in front of Lesher Motorsports with MHP behind the wheel. About a 23-second gap and another 10 seconds back to Stain Motorsports. So a good battle happening in E3S. It looks like the number 40 car, RA Motorsports 40, is in the pits. Something going on with them in E3S, but that's a great battle to watch. Lots of spec Miatas. I don't know if there's any spec E30s. I think it may be all Miatas, all prepared to what's called spec Miata rules. Spec meaning all prepared to the identical specification. In car now, this is with the GTR. Super cool look of the technology there. That big screen is a rear view camera. You can see a cell phone mounted there. That's not to promote to your followers on YouTube. We have a really cool app called Track Flag that you all can download at home, and you can see the track conditions. So that's there and running for the drivers to be able to have real-time information on that phone display, and it will light up with a yellow flag, and it'll tell you what area it's in and different things like that. It looks like it may have frozen up a little bit there, but that GTR is a real custom piece. The stock dashboard long gone. There's the Lizard R8 again, keeping pace with one of the prototypes. That's pretty impressive. And coming up with, I believe that is the Dragonfly car that they were coming up on.
As we were riding there with the GTR again, they made a pit stop, and then you see them kind of slowly working themselves back up through the field. But again, kind of early where they lapped 16. They came in and made a quick stop. And again, that could be by design, that could be a strategy piece, or it could be something, hey, you know what, we got an issue, let's take care of it right now before a small issue becomes a problem. But again, when you see somebody come in, when you see them even go behind the wall, that's just part of what they're doing and making for, making the changes now, or simply making the maintenance on the car. You just talked about, that mileage there. And you know what? Let's get a shot of turn 9 if we can, because something that Mr. Lindsay asked for in turn number 9 has shown its pretty face. John, look at our shot from turn number 9, just what you asked for. There's your rainbow.
There it is.
There's a little pot of gold right there behind that flagger
they're always trying to
station.
steal me, Lucky Charms. And we just heard that the overall leader had an off at turn 3, so that's a little bit of a challenge there. But boy, look at that rainbow. That is gorgeous.
Pretty stuff, pretty stuff. Off at 3. And you know what we'll do, John, I'm going to look here and kind of get his last lap time when they cut back around to reset. See what that cost them.
Yep.
They had, what was the gap last lap? 54 seconds, the gap between first and second. So let's just give a chance.
That may go away.
Yeah, let's see time and rescoring kind of reset. Gosh, that is a beautiful shot. You get all the way
really
all the way down to that deep, deep purple there. And again, that's looking up that hill at turn number 9. By the way, the 52 car that we talked about, the overall leader, they had been getting a little bit faster. Finally, with a lap down in the 157 bracket, that's the first 157 lap that we have seen, like I say, either in this race or in qualifying for yesterday. Again, I'll let those guys come back around. We'll let timing reset, find out how much that off cost the overall leader. Again, 54-second advantage over second. In fact, those top 4 cars in ESR all still on the lead lap together.
Okay, so we did get an update from the GTR team. It looks like Ross Bentley was out there and had some problems with a little bit of a mechanical issue with a boost hose blowing off. Roy Fulmer, the 4th, one of our Team Miata hot shoes, is in the car, and he is flat out flying in that Valkyrie. So lots of interesting stories happening. Again, we do try to promote those young drivers. Have a home for them here in NASA, and we can make anybody into a race car driver. So please do come out and join your local chapter. We are seeing a little bit of rain still coming in. It's not too cold here, about 61 degrees Fahrenheit. We do have a prediction for thunderstorms, which could get interesting in a hurry.
John, our leaders just came by, and that was very costly. We have a brand new overall leader, so that off very costly. In fact, the number 10 now, the Turn 3 Motorsports team, they were, as we said, 54 seconds behind. Well, guess what? They now lead overall, and we're waiting still to see that 52 car come back around. Again, we can see timing scoring from our vantage point. We can see a really nice chunk of this racetrack, but again, very costly. In fact, now dropping even further. And let's see, is that car may be on pit road. I can't.
Well, if they went off, they're going to have to dig some mud out of it. So turn 3 now. Out in front, that's a 2016 Radical SR3 RSX 1340. Peter Dempsey, I believe, is behind the wheel right now. He is the team owner.
John, take a look over my shoulder here. We see pit road. That looks like the 52 car. Yes, it is.
It's in.
So 52 car on pit road. Now, here's the thing. You have an off like that. You know you're going to have some pit stops anyway. You go ahead now and use this time to do what you were going to do on that first stop anyway, if you can. So, again, not detrimental, but, again, costly. And we'll watch. I'll let you know when they come back out and rejoin the field. But new overall leader, and that is car number 10, the Turn 3 Motorsports. That Radical now, they were third quickest in qualifying. They now lead as we're just an hour and a little over hour and 15 minutes into this event.
All right, so in an hour and 15 minutes, we're at 35 laps. So let's see if we do math. I'm not good at math. That's why I went into law. That comes out to 875. Well, no, hold on. Still, it comes out over 800 laps, which, I don't know. If we keep, well, then again, we have to discount because it's an hour 20.
There you go.
Oh, Lord. I got to do math.
Carry the one. Carry the one.
Carry the one. Okay. That looks more like it. So doing the math with, kind of some handy-dandy back-of-the-napkin math, it looks like we're on pace to run about 700 laps or so. So kind of splitting the difference. So we are predicting right now probably about 700 laps. But then again, who knows? Maybe it clears up, it gets nice. We end up hitting that same mark of 749 that we did last year. Only one full course yellow so far. Knock on wood. Drivers really doing a great job, not doing anything that would result in any form of jackassery. They really are keeping it clean out there. I'm really impressed by the open cockpit cars, but man, they are going to be popsicles later on when it cools down. Probably not too cold tonight because of the cloud cover. No, that's what a Mustang does. Cloud cover. Ooh, big bobble there. So we did have a big off with the JFC car.
Let me give you an update. Now that car,
they're
52,
back out.
Yep, they're back out.
They had to dig all the mud out.
Here you go. You can see right here on the left, you see that Lola coming, burgundy-colored car coming back
it's
out.
Filthy.
It is nasty, but everything they got done, you hope now they went ahead and did some of the routine stuff that they wanted to do on their first pit stop. There they are in turn number 1. Yep. They've got work to do, but remember now, they've already done their first stop. Everybody in front of them still has that first stop to make.
So they probably had to do some checking over, but hey, while you're here, let's throw some gas in it. Let's look at everything else. So that may have been a fortuitous off, then again, it may not have.
Well, it probably...
It's a long race.
Yeah, and it depends on what you were doing. If you were like one of the teams we saw last night that had the war board up, the dry erase war board. So now if that was your plan for now you're there and you're redoing your war board. And you said, okay, we came in, to an hour and 21 minutes into it. Originally, we weren't going to stop till 2 hours. All right, somebody, that's why it's a dry erase board.
Right.
Erase all that stuff. Now let's refigure all of our stops based on this change. And that's why you have that. If instead you had based your race more on performance, say we want to stop when we see this number or whatever, then maybe it doesn't make as big a change. But again, and there's that car coming through the corner, come down the hill there in turn number 9. You take your dry erase board And I imagine those guys have their own dry erase board as
Right.
well, and make those changes. Doesn't destroy the day, simply changes the day on when you're doing different things.
Well, and you hope you have the mental flexibility from your drivers to be able to adjust a little bit, you know, and not have leave me alone, I know what I'm doing. You can't have that. So I think that the crew chiefs here are going to be a vital link, but then you have some with the more, not socialist style, but more of the drivers all working together without a designated crew chief. But I've seen some amazing stuff over the years. There was a team that used to run here, the Achilles guys, that would always have the absolutely, you know, and here's another aspect of it, the food. So these guys would have these amazing Persian barbecues and all of this stuff, and I'd always knew to go there. But if you walk around the paddock, there are so many components to a 25-hour team. There's the mechanics. There's the drivers. There are the people that are, you know, taking care of hospitality and feeding the crew, making sure they're all alert and everything else. There's whoever got the rig to the track. There are so many different components that goes into a successful 25-hour team. If you listen to Peter Hopeland's Technic podcast, he goes over a lot of those challenges and a lot of the personalities that all have to come together in order to make the thing work.
Did you say a Persian barbecue?
Yes.
Because back in my stock car days, our barbecues usually just a tabby. Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Thank you. I'll be here all.
You notice I've patiently waited for that.
That was great.
Thank you.
That was really talented.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a relative
No, Persian
term.
is in Iran, you know.
Gotcha. Okay.
Old school with the beautiful saffron rice and things like that. Man, I always ate so well over there. I miss those guys. I also miss them because they're my friends. So once again, we are running for 25 hours. This is the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by our good friends at Hawk Performance. Bringing you the broadcast is Toyo Tires. Toyo also has a massive hospitality setup for all of the drivers that are running Toyos, and I think some of the other drivers occasionally may sneak in there, but they always treat everybody so well. Massive contingency programs for our drivers from Toyo. Certainly appreciate all their support. One of their directors, Mark Sanzenbacher, is here, supporting all the different teams and doing what he does, making sure that all of the Toyo drivers are well taken care of. Real big thanks to them for all they've done for us over the past 20-something years. NASA next year will celebrate its 30th birthday, believe it or not. Founded in 1991 as NASA. Before that, they were the NorCal Capri Club.
Look one more time at that E3S category that we talked about, and you have got first place now is the number 99 team. The gap to second, 37 seconds. Then just another 19 seconds back. So you still have the first four. I'm going to say now, once it resets, I believe the top 5 cars still all on that same lap together. Now they're spread out a little bit. There's a gap between each of them, but as we reset timing, all of those drivers still on the same lap. Does not look, we'll look and see if any of those folks, look back here, the Rush Racing team, if they look like they made a pit stop early on. In fact, they did. It looks like they may have pitted right after that full course yellow, ducked in for a quick pit stop there. That was what, lap 9 after a couple laps of full course. So they ducked in and did a pit stop early for their first stop of the day, and they've been pretty steady since then. And right in front of them, 35. They did the same thing too. So a couple of those guys, NES, ESR, they took advantage right, as I say, right at the end of that full course yellow. They jumped in, did an early pit stop, and they're working their way back forward. Again, that's the story right now. Not I said ESR, but say E3S, NE3S.
Well, and you can see a little bit of rain starting to come in. It's not cold enough. I mean, gosh, that almost, we have had snow here in the past, but I think that's just some heavier, it's just some heavier rain, another cell that's moving in.
You know, one time, I want you, as you look at some of these different shots, you'll be like, oh gosh, it looks a little bit different here and there. That's how it looks here. You've got some areas that are getting just a little bit of the lighter haze of sunshine, a little bit brighter than other areas that are dark. So as we go around the racetrack, it's, you look in one area, you think it's getting better. You look in another area, and it looks like it is getting worse.
Well, and we do have, so we have had these, I live up here in Northern California, Davis, California, and we do have some crazy conditions that have really started happening this winter, where we had a very dry November, and then all of a sudden it has just opened up, and we get these, what they call the atmospheric rivers, not necessarily the pineapple expresses that we get, but a lot of the storms coming out of the Gulf of Alaska. We get these big storms that come in, and when they go, they go. You can see out here at Thunderhill Raceway Park, we do have pretty good drainage everywhere, but that soil is very moist. So if you go off, that is going to end up packing into all the stuff. You saw that happen to the JFC team, where they were having to take off the schnoz of that car and take some of the mud out of it. So that's something that can happen even if you dig in too deep and you have a very aggressive splitter. It can do a splitterectomy, where that splitter will turn into smaller pieces of splitter.
That doesn't sound fun.
Split the splitter.
I was gonna say, that doesn't sound fun at all.
No. And JFC is back on track, guys. So I see the comments on the live stream. JFC is on track, and also they are doing the fastest lap. So if you look on Race Hero, fastest lap is 1:57.728. All right, folks. Well, we do have an interview coming up right now. So we're going to take a little bit of a break up here in the tower and turn it over to our capable pit reporters for some interviews. We'll be back up in a little bit. We're going to go to a quick commercial, and then we'll have some good stuff for you from the paddock. Thanks, folks. Stay with us.
Using the NASA Passport as a foundation, we've developed a new program where the HPDE levels build upon each other sequentially in terms of skill sets. These skill sets allow for a driver to remain comfortable as they advance from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, even though we were asking more and more of that person in terms of skill ability as they progress forward.
The NASA Great Lakes HPDE system is a perfect starting place for the complete beginner driver. We've developed a curriculum that systematically moves them through a process of learning that allows them to develop their skills all the way up to a very, very highly refined race level skills.
What better value could you have than being on the track with an instructor in your ear guiding you through that? HPD2, a third of the time you're on the track, you're going to have an instructor in the car with you, guiding you, making you a stronger, safer driver. 3 is more interactive learning. Group 4, high speed, preparing you to go wheel to wheel, TT. We're able to give you all of these skill sets through a very, very strong curriculum.
Been everywhere from HPD1 all the way through to a national championship, so it's been a great ride. The people consistently from top to bottom are awesome.
I started in 1 earlier this year, and I've moved up to 3 because I've kind of made it a priority in my life this year to get serious about the educational aspect.
It's not just go out and go turn 10 laps and bring it in. If you want to do that, probably don't come to NASA.
They want you to be able to drive side by side with other cars around you, have that situational awareness, progress your driving skills, not just being faster on the track with your car, or being fast in traffic with other cars around you, so you're safe and predictable on the track.
On a typical weekend in HPDE2, we may have 25 drivers, and we'll have 12 instructors for those drivers in HPDE2. We also have a pool of instructors on grid, so that if a student feels a need to have an instructor on an interim basis, they can just request someone come over.
And 2, we do reverse gridding drills and we do offline drills. Get them ready for unique passing situations where they may have to pass another car offline, or a car may come up and really be closing fast, and it may force that driver being passed offline. So we get them comfortable being uncomfortable.
the ultimate stress is on safety. We're taught and we're trained and we culminates in that mock race start. Great fun.
People are here to develop their skills like no other opportunity in the country. We wrap that in a fun environment with some absolutely astonishing leaders, some great customers, and we go to some of the coolest tracks in the U.S.
When I came to NASA Great Lakes, I raced at many different tracks with really great instruction, doing lots of different drills, and I progressed more in the past year and a half of my driving than I had all the previous years combined.
A lot of organizations are about lapping. NASA Great Lakes is about education, plain and simple. And at first it was a struggle. Let's be brutally honest. The change is always difficult to implement. And as we've gotten more involved in this, the attitude has changed from, I don't want to lap anymore. I can lap anywhere. I want to learn a skill set, and you're here to teach me the skill set. And we're the only group here that we know of that's doing that. And the proof is in the pudding. You talk to any of these students that are coming through right now, they'll tell you anywhere else that they lap, any other organizations they run with, they don't get this kind of skill set.
You share the track with high horsepower cars, the Corvettes, the Camaros, as well as the Miatas that carry awesome corner speeds. You're learning to drive with cars that are going to be faster on the straights, but slower potentially into the corner, and how to teach lining up so that you can get a good run against those cars with different attributes.
People learn how to be a good racer from the start. It's not an accident. There's a very, very good curriculum that's been built to make that happen. And from the beginning, they want to make you comfortable getting to that level.
3 is an awesome program with NASA Great Lakes. It's better than any other 3. They do a ton of spatial awareness drills, and you just get really comfortable pushing yourself and pushing other people around you. It's taken me about a year full of HPD3 events to get to 4, but I feel super comfortable, even with much faster, higher horsepower cars around me, and I'm excited to go to comp school here, and I think NASA Great Lakes has a great curriculum for that.
To be surrounded by a group of people that are going to push you and work with you and explain to you not only what to do on the track, but why. And to be with the same group of people that are of the same mindset. We're here to learn. We're here to learn to go faster. We can't all wake up and be an F1 driver, right? It doesn't work that way. There's a lot of practice and a lot of theory that goes into it.
We are not a lapping organization. We are a learning organization. Our curriculum is very advanced. Our bar is very high.
We have a classroom that is interactive with the students. We have strong curriculum with leaders that can guide all of our clients to better, faster, safer driving.
You have a specific path with dates on it and a great understanding and a dialogue with myself and other of our advanced instructors and leaders to get you to your destination quickly.
I'd like to personally invite you to come out to one of our events. We have an awesome program that you've heard about. We have an event about every month at some fabulous tracks around the region. Our coaches are phenomenal. You will learn more at one of our events than you have at any other event you've attended.
Live in 3, 2, 1, live.
All right, folks, hello and welcome to Studio 3A. We are in our podcast suite right now. I am John Lindsay. If you've heard my voice now, you can see the beauty that is me. I'm here with Brian Locke from the Valkyrie team we've been following. Brian, how's it going?
So far, so good. I think our 370Z is a lap or two up now in class. We had a small snag with our GTR, but we fixed it real quick, and I think we only lost a lap with that, so far, so good.
So what happened with the GTR?
Driver reported a loss of power. This year we've got telemetry on both cars. The remarkable thing is that the telemetry units were $500. So compared
That's
to the
cheap.
Compared to the $175,000 price tag of our cars, with a $500 unit, we were able to see via the telemetry that it was a boost leak, and so we knew right where to look when the car came in. Popped the hood. It was just a simple boost hose, put it back on, and right back on track.
And luckily the clamp stayed on.
Clamp stayed on, yeah. It was literally loosen the clamp, put it on, tighten it, and we were away.
So what is this $500 telemetry that you have?
Podium Connect, it's called.
Okay.
So it's great because it just plugs 2 wires into your CAN bus. Most of the modern race cars out here with some sort of dash have a CAN bus system that runs.
Okay.
So 2 wires, power and ground, and it transmits it to the cloud, and then we log in on our laptop.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So from this year to last year, what's different? I know you guys are perennial competitors here. With the 370 and with the GTR, what's different between last year and this year?
Well, it's been a dream of ours for a long time to run ES. It's been a dream of mine since the first race ever, the 25 Hours of Thunderhill in 2003. I was in a 87 CRX SI with 95 horsepower.
Solid.
And I remember getting passed by Glenn Yee Motorsport, I believe it was.
Right, with the GT3.
With the GT3s.
996 GT3,
Yep.
and that thing was quick.
Outside of turn 3 in the mud all night long, and back then I was like, one day we're gonna be here with some GT3 level cars, and so finally we made it happen this year. The 370Z got a much higher strung engine that we have been developing for 2 or 3 years with Jim Wolf Technology, our engine builder. We called up RJN Motorsport, which is Nissan's factory GT team in UK, and said we need a turnkey gearbox solution, a sequential gearbox solution. We had tried some other manufacturers without luck, and they said, well, we have our GT4 setup, and they just sold us the entire kit, so we just plugged it right into the car. Had a few snags, as you do, integrating parts like that into the car throughout the year, but we've been running it all year, and I kid you not, we literally fixed the last gremlin in it a week ago.
Wow.
So that one, the speed was there all year, but we were working on
And I remember last year you were having an issue with the 4-way flashers going at some point.
Yeah.
What was that all about?
So the GTR, the 370Z runs full standalone engine harness, wiring harness, everything. The GTR also runs a Motec M1 standalone ECU, but it's still using the factory wiring harness because it needs to talk to the factory transmission computer for the double clutch. So there's some goofy stuff with that. If we want to take control of a factory component like the flashers with our aftermarket stuff, we had to program some logic in, and what was happening is if the driver shut the car down with the pit speed limiter engaged, it would get reversed. So then the flashers were on when they were supposed to be off, and vice versa. So
you've defeated all that now.
We've defeated that now, and yeah, and the GTR is also completely different than it was last year. We from RJN, same team in the UK, we sourced some old GT3 bodywork from the Nismo GT3 GTR. It remarkably bolted on with 90% of the factory mounting holes, so that was great. So now the car is ridiculously wide. It barely fits in my trailer. Full flat bottom. Yeah, it's great. I mean, yeah. So that car, and then we put a bigger engine in it this year, obviously, to run an ES. That's about it with the GTR. But it was a big change. Tons more downforce. We had to throw the old setup out the window, start fresh there, and then all of our coolers we had to verify with more power, and we're running a slick tire this year, more grip, more throttle, make sure that everything can handle it, and so far so good.
And so we were talking a little bit earlier, Edwin and I were, for your team, where is the dividing line between dry and wet setup and dry and wet tires? What do you look for?
So, kind of consistent with how this all came together so last minute. 3 or 4 weeks ago, we weren't even sure either car would be here. So, kind of consistent with that theme, we have never run either of our inters or wets.
Oh, wow.
At all. So we are, we're not sure. We're just keeping a close eye on things. Typically what we found in Thursday test, with our inters versus like scrub slicks, we're able to collect some data there. Okay, if there's no spray at all coming off the car, the scrub slick is faster. It looks like the track is drying out there now, and we're on our full wets. So we're about to find out.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so how would you decide that as the crew chief?
We're going to look at lap times more, more or less. If the car keeps getting faster and faster and faster, and then all of a sudden falls off, those tires are probably getting greasy. We have a limited number of wets. It's supposed to be wet later tonight, so we don't want to blister them.
Okay. So what are some other contingencies you're planning for?
Oh man.
How hard are the cars on brakes? Do you have a brake change planned? When does that happen? Do you have metrics on all of that?
We do. So another last minute call. We've tried to run ES for the last 3 years. And every year we've made the decision, nope, we're not ready. We got to run E0 again. This year, even though we didn't have a few things tested, we said, we're going for it. We're done, choking down the GTR. We're done choking down the Z, time to run ES. So we're on brand new brake pads that we've never run for more than 6 hours. But again, having some good relationships with some GT3 teams. Okay. I asked, hey, what do you guys run at the 24-hour Nürburgring on your 3,000-pound GT3 car? Right. And got pointed toward endless brake pads. Okay, sure. A sintered compound that's extra beefy. We ran them for about 6 hours in testing, measuring pad thickness. Mm-hmm. The 370Z should run the entire race on the set.
On one set?
Yeah, we run a StopTech STR40 GT calipers on both cars. Okay. So they take an extra thick 28mm pad. Okay. And on the GTR, in these conditions, it may also go. If it dries out here quickly, the GTR will probably only need one pad change.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, a 3,600-pound car with the GTR.
Big car.
So,
big car.
Yeah.
Great. Well, anything else going on that we need to know about?
I mean, it's just really exciting to finally, we brought Nissan their first win in class in 2016 in our 350Z.
Awesome.
So it was really exciting this year to bring them their first entries into ES. We really hope to bring them their first overall podium.
Great. Well, good luck, Brian. We'll have you come up later, maybe. Check in with you guys. We love having the in-car and the GTR. That's really thrilling. So thanks to you, and good luck.
Thanks a lot.
All right, great. Folks, that was Brian Locke. He is the major domo of the Valkyrie Autosport team. Edwin, back to you for some on-track action.
All right. Thank you, John. Thank you, Brian. Gives you a little more excitement.
Behind all the steps it takes to get these cars on track. So, thank you for that. I saw one of our safety cars coming back into the pit area, so we should be good to go all the way around. This is the 25 Hours NASA racing here at Thunderhill Raceway Park, and we are now, 23 hours, 16 minutes still to go in this one. Just getting started. Let's tell you what's going on overall. The early leader was the number 52, the JFC Lola. They made an early pit stop after an off-track incident. They're back on track. They've worked their way back up to 5th overall, but it's car number 10, the Turn 3 Motorsports machine. They started back there in, I believe, 3rd spot overall. They now lead, and the lap times starting to come down. Everybody now getting closer to that 2-minute flat. So they lead overall, and then the One Motorsports machine, the Leger of car number 68, they run second, and they just cracked off a pretty quick lap just a few laps ago, getting down to 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes, 2 flat with an 8. And then third place, that's the K2R car number 64. They currently run 3rd overall. Those are your overall leaders. And let's walk you through some of the classes, and we'll do it top to bottom now to kind of give you a reset here as we go. The number 18 Honda Racing Machine, they now lead in that class. And then to E1, the leader is the number 67, the Bullet Performance Team. That's in E1. Go to E2 now. That's the number 86 car, TAPG Motorsports. They lead and have a lap on the field in that. And then in E3 Racing, the 07 car leading the way there. And they're over the number 6 car. So that again is E3 in the 07 in the Honda. Let's go to the E3S. That's been a good race from the start. The number 99 team, the Young and the Restless team, they lead in that class. And two of those cars, three of them now, still on the lead lap. That's over the number 40 car. They run second, and again, that's in the E3S. Let's go to ES. We just heard from Brian and the crew. That number 4, Valkyrie Autosports, that's the 370. They are leading right now. They've led from the start in that class, and they lead over the number 2, and that's the Low Group Racing Machine. Again, that is ES. And then let's go again, the ESR. Will for most of this be our overall leaders. As we said, it's the number 10 machine right now, the Turn 3 Motorsports that lead, and then GT Challenge, that is the Flying Lizard machine. They lead over the number 22, the Precision Driving Tech car, and that's how we run here in this event. And we now still have just 23 minutes and about 13 minutes to go as we get a look over.
Whoa, big spin right there. 64 is off. Wow, that was a big spin, but looks like he's able to keep it going. That was exactly what we were talking about. Came down, lost the rear end right when it lightened up. Boy, that was really lucky because it only just kissed the outside there. That is the K2R Motorsports car.
Yep, that's the car that
number 3 ESR car.
I was going to say, and running third overall, and they were just a few laps ago only the second car to get under that 2-minute mark, and they just now threw that one away. We'll see. Let's see, that was 5, so they've got a ways to go if they're going to come back onto pit road, because that's a whole lot of driving before you get, but didn't see the front end dig in as much.
Do they need to? Yep. That's the question. Do they need to come in? I mean, that was a pretty good spin, but really only the left rear ended up in the swampy stuff, so they may not come in. Then, you know, it's all going to be the driver. Do I feel a vibration? Do I feel something weird going on? And boy, it is starting to look nicer. It looks kind of evil off to the southeast. The southwest looks pretty good. That's been the direction, but you're starting to see some blue skies there. So we are going to hope that the wind keeps up so we don't have any trouble with zombie fog, the Thule fog that can come in here. So we are going to try to keep on top of that as much as we can control the weather, of course.
That last lap right there, the 68 car, who's running second overall, caught and see there, he just came through that group right there.
Right.
The 68 car is already out of your picture, but that car hit that group of traffic as they came off of 15. As they came past start finish, they literally were 4 wide. There's the 68 car just there, the bright green machine going out of your picture. Completed that pass just before they got into turn number 1. There's the car now coming through turns 4 and 5, but just they caught that traffic. It was a big group of traffic, but caught it at the right place. Caught it coming off of 15, used the front straightaway to make the pass and got it done before turn 1. But that was a pretty exciting moment, and that was for your driver who's running right now second overall and second in class for ESR. So again, that's where some of the drama will be, is where do you pick up the lap traffic? How desperate are you to pass them, or do you kind of be a little bit patient and wait for a spot that's a little easier?
You know, this early in the race, Edwin, there's no value really in pulling a crazy move where, you know, what we call a low percentage maneuver. Now look down the track right there. You're seeing the rooster tails are getting very small, almost non-existent. There we have one of the BMWs going inside. That was, I think, our CSR Performance Spec Racer. Interesting car that's been around for a long time. It's been stretched out for a little more wheelbase, all kinds of development that's gone in on that car for many, many years. So we are seeing the conditions starting to improve a bit. We're kind of in a little bit of a split in the front that was once a big blob. Now on the radar it's looking like it's a little bit scattered, so that hopefully will bode well for us. Just hit 1 o'clock Pacific time. Again, we're running until noon tomorrow. So
what? Nobody told me that. I got to work that long?
Oh, sorry, dude.
I need a lawyer to renegotiate my contract. Do you know a good one?
No. Only a marginal one. Anyway, folks, we are very thankful that we are having our event presented by Hawk Performance, Toyo Tires, bringing you the live broadcast. We also have our NASA national sponsors, Toyo Tires. We've got Track Day Tire as well, our tire supplier, Competition Motorsport, our official equipment supplier, and Hawk Performance, supporting all of the NASA racers out there, and even our HPDE drivers with some goodies, and there's plenty of benefits to being a NASA member. Go to our website and find out at nasaproracing.com. Many events for you around the country. Recently added a new chapter out in Hawaii on Oahu. So we are continuing to grow and continuing to try and get as many people into motorsports as we can.
John, we mentioned this at the championships a few months ago at Mid-Ohio, and it bears repeated again. We'll touch on it a few times throughout the broadcast. You know, we talk about those companies that will sponsor these broadcasts, help us out with these events. It takes you 2 seconds. If you could drop a quick email to their customer feedback line, it makes all the difference in the world. It helps to pay for these types of broadcasts, and it helps us pay for top-notch talent. Speaking of top-notch talent, we've got one of them down in the pit area right now. Will is down there, and Will, take it away, buddy.
I'm down here in the Dragonfly Motorsports pit space, back paddock, came in on the tow hook. Unfortunately, they had a simple off. As you can see, if you look here at my feet near my mud tread boots, this is just a little bit of the stuff that comes off the car when you have an off here in these conditions. It's been pouring all morning. It's rained a lot throughout the week, and it looks like they had a little front end and split. Who's taking the time while they fix that to go ahead and go through the rest of the car, clean the car up. Looks like they're using their resources really wisely here, not just repairing the damage, but also looking at some other things that making sure they're giving a once-over. Nothing goes untouched in a race like this, and it's really, really wise of them to be looking at other parts of the car, in addition to just the part of the splitter that was damaged when they came in. You can see, I feel like Al Roker out here in the elements, wind gusts, blue sky that way, black rain clouds that way, sideways rain coming randomly. It's really tough. You can see these guys got a pretty nice paddock space. They got a couple easy ups, some lighting, their toolbox, sort of out of the elements. And a little later today, we'll show you some other pit spaces and what these crews do to sort of stay comfortable, warm in these elements. But down here with Dragonfly Motorsports, had a little bit of an issue. I talked to one of their guys as the car was coming in. They're confident that they've got what they need, they can fix it up, and that they're going to get this car back out on course. So Dragonfly Motorsports in for some repairs out here in the elements. We'll get you some more stories soon. Back to you guys up in the booth.
Thank you so much, Will. And Will talked about what we had mentioned earlier is if you have, if you go off track, you need to make an early stop. Use it not only to fix what happened in that incident, but go ahead and do what you were going to do on that first stop anyway, and then it just gets you out of what might have been your planned sequence, but, a very easy way to catch back up. And there you see, starting to see some blue sky in this area, and that's nice to see, not only from just looks beautiful, but also, John, gives these drivers at least a little bit of a break, because there is a point in this race where you do want to get into it and you do want to start logging laps. You're not ready. You just want a comfortable pace and log some laps.
It's true. You want to be able to get into a groove, and the weather has thrown a number of curveballs at many of these teams. So, the only thing, the cloud cover will be nice because it'll keep it a little bit warmer. So if you can imagine, if you went out in one of the open cockpit cars, you get soaked, and then it goes down to 28 degrees, and suddenly you are literally an otter pop. So that will be nice for some of those teams to have a little bit warmer weather. We have seen it in the 20s here before. It's snowed here, sleeted here. Zombie fog, 60-mile-an-hour winds. You never can predict the weather up at Thunderhill Raceway Park. In December, I've given up.
Again, some folks were asking the progress for the JFC racing machine. They've now clawed their way back third overall, and they're now in a perfect spot. When those other teams go ahead and have to make their first pit stop of the event, they should be able to transition right back into where they were. Again, it'll just see how the pit stops fall. There's a good shot as one car comes out of the pit area, a field coming down into turn number one. They negotiate that nicely, and there's looking now back at turn number 3, and then as they roll into turn number 1, I want to show you that turn number 3. That spot Look how cloudy it is there and rainy. We've got other areas where the blue sky's coming out, but looking back, that's looking back towards the east. You still have that bank of clouds there, and Will referred to himself as Al Roker. And yes, he will be our unofficial Al Roker for the weekend. So thank you, Will. But again, depending on which way you look, it's either a beautiful day here in Northern California, or it looks like impending doom.
Well, I don't think doom.
No, it's more dramatic.
Maybe a little moisture, a little moist here and there. But no doom. We don't do the doom.
That's coming off turn number 11 after they've come down the hill. And then there you go, looking back towards that cloudy area. There's the car just came off of pit road.
And we've got a waving yellow, it looks like, in turn 3. Is somebody off? I don't know. I see that yellow in 3. Oh, yeah, we do have a car off in 5, so
there
3
you go.
is covering it. It's one of the prototypes. Looks to be stuck in pretty good. Sorry about the little bit of the moisture there on the lens. Some raindrops. So that car does appear to be stuck. We're going to have to send out the tow crews.
John, we'll notice something tonight that they talked about in the drivers' meeting last night, and it'll be very useful tonight. If a car gets in a position like that where they are stuck, they cannot move, or if they're going around the racetrack at anything less than half race speed, a flashing yellow light on that car. Is that something the driver then can flip on inside the car? Explain that.
Right, so this is a special warning system that was developed just for this race. So that car is spun in between 2 and 3 there on the track flag. You can see safety, red crosses out, standing yellow in turn 2, waving yellow in turn 3. That track flag will show you that. But that light on the top is something special that was developed for this race, and that turns on when you're supposed to flip that on when you are disabled in an impact area like that car is. And I believe they call it the JAWS. A fellow named Jacques-Andre came up with it. It's a Jacques-Andre warning system. So you can see that is working, and that car is, this is not particularly needed right now, but at night it gets real dark here. And
well, they even talked about it in the driver's meeting last night. Let's say it's a black car at night, black tarmac. For whatever reason, the car's sitting there, not moving. Maybe the lights are off on that thing. That car is invisible. So in just a moment, you're going to see one of our vehicles then coming into the scene, and they'll have a little work to do to get there. So there he is right there, headed to assist that car. Each corner will cover that vehicle as he makes his way to that spot.
It should be a super quick.
Yeah, it should be. Because the car's just barely off track there.
Right. And it's just stuck in there. It's what is it? Not great, not terrible.
That's it. Not buried to the center of the wheel, so they'll make quick work there. And again, that's
and hopefully you see the rear end may be a little bit high centered, which is why the car is stuck. So hopefully that didn't completely wreak havoc on that rear diffuser structure. So we'll see how quickly they are able to extract that car. We are yellow with a safety flag at 2 and 3. Safety crew out there working right now.
And John, talk one more time. You mentioned there again that app.
Track flag.
Team, they've got it on their phone, so now they can monitor it in the pit area. Just another way to communicate with the driver.
Yeah, I can see from our vantage point the safety crew is having a chat with the driver, trying to figure out where the best place to pull that car is. Looks like they have it figured out. They're getting ready to loop the cable on there, get that car pulled out of the mud. They will probably have to get into the pit lane in order to see what mud and stuff is packed in there and make sure that it didn't snap an axle or something evil like that. So they are hooked up. It is, to answer the question on the stream, this is a local yellow in 2 and 3, not full course. We're relying on our drivers to be smart. We are seeing, a little of that stuff that was off to the southeast is now coming alive, and we are getting some more precipitation. Looks like safety 2. Looks like tow 1 is on station.
And a third as well, so they may have a little bit more work to do over there than we initially
thought. So you can tell the pace cars from the safety cars in this instance, because the pace car will have the blue lights on it. We do have the safety car headed out now behind there. We have tow 1. I think safety one right now headed out there. Safety one is more of a rescue squad type, probably just going to cover tow one while they release that car, and hopefully they're able to get it started back up the hill. Yeah, safety one is behind tow one right now, just providing a little bit of cover, and they're back underway. That was a success. Very nicely done. Good job, tow crew. Good job, driver. Back on course. Looks like, oh, they're picking up a large piece of the car now and schlepping it over to the tow truck. So something big fell off that car, or something else, not sure. It looks like we are back underway. Probably going to clear those yellows pretty quick once the tow and safety truck are back underway. So a successful rescue.
John, it's a great example there of exactly, you know, how that area is covered, the flag's covering again, and then how you clean that area up and limit the impact it has. You've got a big, you know, 3 miles, almost 3 miles of racetrack around here. That's a great example of that local yellow. And as soon as we can, we're clear and we're ready to go back to racing full course once those guys make their way back in. So nice job and great. You know, that camera angle was great to be able to see exactly how they did that.
Exactly. Well, and they are really, you know, we have a super talented tow crew. They're able to solve all kinds of different issues. A lot of these cars are very tricky to tow because if something locks up, or some of the smaller prototype cars, it's actually easier just to lift them up in the air from the roll bar and dangle them and then get them where they need to go instead of doing a flat tow. But that was a really nice job, all between safety and also the driver keeping their heads about them and not burying the car and doing more damage when they went off. So still slick out, still good amount of slippiness and moisture on the track. But we are motoring right along. Let's see, what's the total lap count so far? 56 laps complete. E0 looks like the Honda Racing THRW2. That's Tom O'Gorman out there, noted driver and World Challenge. Lots of success from Tom. Great to see him out there. They are 6 laps up on their next competitor, the Impact Racing car. Bullet, they are in the lead of E1, 1 lap over the Fleer Vision car that we got to visit with earlier. And Funduro is just behind them, so pretty close E1 field. E2 a little bit more spread out. The Toyota Proving Ground team still out in front. E3S still super tight with, man, the top 6 are still on the same lap.
Yeah.
That's amazing. So that formula seems to be working pretty good. So again, fastest lap of the race so far turned in lap 29 by the JFC car, which has now worked up to 3rd from their earlier little bit of a misfortune from that off that they had. Best time so far, 1:57.728, turned at lap 29 by that JFC Racing car.
John, do you have it, and you know, when you're competing over the 25 hours, do guys decide, hey, one guy in your group particularly says, you know what, I really like the nighttime, I'll take some. Do different drivers, or some drivers who may never have driven in the nighttime before in competition? So you know, 2 ways to look at that. Well, here's a great time to try it, or all right, we're going to let this guy do it, he's done it a lot. And everybody's sort of different on that, but it is a different experience, and that how much you've done it and how comfortable, that's more than how much, how comfortable you are. If you're comfortable with it, it's a very different. If you're just learning it, you got to learn sometimes, but that's probably some discussions as well. I would want to figure out, you know, my thing is I definitely want to get out there and practice a little bit just so I have a good idea of how bright, how much can I see.
Not a lot.
Not a lot, you know, even, and you see, you know, all the work they do, headlights and everything, and we talked to one of the teams said, you know, they have worked off and on for a year to get it to where they can see, and even there, it's just covering a speck of what they can normally see, so.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and a lot of it is there's a lot of cars out there. You know, we started 45, we started as many as, say, 83 at one point, which is pretty busy. Yeah. But there's a lot of other cars with lighting out there, and so you're able to kind of follow around even if your own lights are not so great. But the problem is you can get target fixation. So if you start staring at tail lights, you're going to follow those tail lights wherever they go. And let's say the person in front of you manages to go off, you're going to follow those tail lights right into the weeds behind him.
It must be fine. He went there. I'll go there too.
Not so much.
Well, not only do we talk about the drivers having to stay fresh, although, as you said, some of them have done the whole stint all by themselves, but again, also these crews and everything, and they will, catch a little nap in between scheduled stops, but always ready to go because, as we've already seen early on, there'll be a couple of those stops that are unscheduled. Beautiful blue skies there as you see the cars go through turn 11 before they head back up the back straightaway on the backside of the paddock, and just beautiful there with the big clouds behind them, blue sky, and these rolling hills of Northern California, which make for just a almost ideal natural terrain course. It just sort of took what the ground gave them and said, let's put a racetrack here.
Well, and it's a very thoughtfully developed course. David Vodden over the years has been the steward and the king champion here of Thunderhill, and he really has thoughtfully developed this place over the years. In conjunction with the SCCA, the Sports Car Club of America, San Francisco region, they've done a great job with this track. It's changed so much. I can remember coming here when there wasn't this beautiful tower that we're working in today, and it's just been a really nice evolution. It really is a wonderful track to drive, super fun, super accessible from the Bay Area in Northern California. So really congratulations to them, and you can see that it's able to handle a world-class endurance race like this with no problem.
So we have seen some cars already pit, some of them probably planned, a couple of them, as we could tell, were not planned. And again, everybody on a different strategy, depending on their car, depending on what they put on their dry erase war board. And again, it all shuffles out to try to have that close finish at the end. Can it happen? Sometimes it does. Sometimes you're calling the race like this down to that final lap. But sometimes you win a race or more than likely lose a race, and that can happen at 3 or 4 in the morning. There'll be an overnight story that happens that you had to get caught up on. So, oh my gosh, we dozed off for a couple hours and we woke up. This car was out. Was it something that happened on track, or was it mechanical? So those wee hours of dawn are when a lot of that will happen. Don't know why, it just does.
And motors have a certain amount of life in them. So, the higher stress cars, that's a concern because you're asking it to put 25, when you factor in testing and everything else, probably 30 hours of flat-out motoring on that engine. And will it be able to survive? And often it's a bit of a chess game unless you have good data on what's going on with those cars. It can be a real crapshoot on whether the engine's going to make it through. And a lot of these teams will bring complete spare engine assemblies, transmissions, and everything ready to go. And they will have drilled on this, doing changes, massive component changes like this at home. So when it happens here, they're ready. I think I saw a Honda team once. They had a CRX. They changed the motor in under 45 minutes. Then the transmission blew, and they changed that in about 30. It was awesome to watch.
59 laps complete, and still a whole bunch more to go. We'll find out. We got some money bet on it. One car with a handful there, because it was one of the Hondas, maybe.
Came through turn 3 and got a little jiggy with it.
Right here, you see them there. That's coming up to 5. There they are, the car on the left. Yeah, and then be the second car. Oh, as it came out of 5.
Yep, was doing a little something there, so they may have broken something. I don't know.
That was one. That was
Look
the
at
Honda,
that.
one of the Lizards.
That's some drama right there. But did you see the Miata driver held their line? They completely held their line. They're being predictable. When that faster car comes blowing by them, that is so vitally important. See the lights flashing there. Hey, I'm here, by the way.
Just
and at night, that can be dramatic. It's like having a 747 land behind you. God, what's this? You're getting a suntan on the back of your neck.
So there you go. The leader just came by and put lap number 60 on the board for us. Again, we got some money we've bet, big money. Well, not really, on how many total laps we'll complete. Some of that will be based on weather. Some of that will be based on what happens here on the racetrack, how much green we have. But again, laps complete in this one, 60, and we've been at it for about 2 hours and 15 minutes.
So remember, folks, we are trying to guess the maximum amount of laps here. Last year was 749 laps. We have all kinds of different guesses here on what the overall total of laps will be. One of our cameramen, Nick, just guessed 679. Neil's lovely wife Tori is at 699. My good friend Tom Pauly, 698. Joe Jordan's at 642. I'm at 685, and Edwin Guest 728 laps. So make your best. Oh, did you see that? The 370 got way out of shape and then cranked off one of the pylons. The rear end stepped out enough, and I saw a pylon go flying.
So, if you were with us at the our pre-race when Will was going around with his laps in the Toyota, he talked about those pylons. We picked it up early in the broadcast. Again, are they super important? That's beautiful.
Was that the Z, or no? That was something else. I don't think that was the Z. It's a little hard to see as they go by so quickly. We'll try to get. That car is super loose in the rear all of a sudden. I don't know whether something's busted or something else is going on. That driver definitely had a little bit of a brown flag moment there. That was a little scary with big drifto when you're not supposed to have them. So I'm trying to figure out which car that was, but looks like they were having a moment.
Again, those talk about there before that happened. Again, those markers in the corner, not so important right now, but as you get into the night, they become hugely important because that's what you're aiming at. That's what you're driving to that point to make that turn. And unfortunately, by the time that you need them the most, that's when several of them have already been run over, knocked out of the way, and no longer there. Like you said earlier, maybe they're there this lap, and you come back to the exact same spot, and 30 cars have passed it, and somebody took it out. It's not where you thought it would be. There they are. That is turn number 15. Again, to give you a layout of this Thunderhill Raceway, that is the final turn that they make before they come back down the front straightaway. The long front straightaway, important launch off of there, and it puts you right here down the long front straightaway towards turn number 1. One car coming off of pit road. I believe that was the Lizard. I believe so. Okay. Coming off the pit road and rejoining the field. Now back in car.
There we go. Valkyrie. Coming up over 4 into 5. You can see it really loads the left side of the car there, but look at how smooth that steering input is. Of course, until it throws up on us.
Well, so smooth he wasn't moving it at all.
Data. So, folks, we always do try new stuff every year. We have more in-car cameras this year, more cameras around. We're using a cellular network for a lot of our camera feeds in a quest to improve every year. All of this the handiwork of our IT director, Roman Weisman. We are working to bring you more events next year. Again, you will be able to see at least the NASA Championships and the 25 Hours of Thunderhill. Hyperfest, another great event. If you are anywhere over on the East Coast, try to get to that one. It is a motorsports carnival. It's great fun. Wonderful event that goes on at Virginia International Raceway every year in May. I believe it's the 18th, somewhere like that.
I'll tell you what, Chris Cabeto's done such a good job of taking that event each year, growing it. And again, it is a festival. Yes, the on-track stuff is amazing, but all the stuff that happens off track and all. I mean, you and I were there this year, I should say, and it was the downhill kids Power Wheels race. Well, that was great, except it wasn't for kids.
It was adults.
It was adults. It was dad stealing the Power Wheels from the kids and doing that. So it's a blast. So it is, yes, the motorsports are serious. There's some great racing, but it's also an entire festival event. And I was talking with some folks here this week. That's one thing that you see in motorsports now is creating some of these ancillary events that build in to the motorsports. Yeah, that was getting real busy right there.
That one camera view in turns 4 and 5. So it looks like some of the snot that was over on the side of Interstate 5. We actually have a rainbow developing over turns 4 and 5 right now, but looks like some of that stuff that was off to the southeast is now pushing in.
It's just like a little vortex of weather just spinning over our spot here.
Don't say spinning. That makes me nervous. Then we have to
rotating?
Then we have to go down in the basement.
Rotating.
Right. Not even rotating. I don't like that either.
Moving in a circular pattern.
Okay, that's fine.
There's a look on the front straightaway as they come down. Again, the 62 laps completed in the early stages of a 25-hour event, the longest endurance race on anybody's calendar. And again, relatively clean, and that's great considering how, unforgiving the track conditions were when we first went racing, but fairly clean. We've had a one-off here and there. A couple guys have beached it, and we've had to send a few folks to go and pick them up. But you see in that shot, remember just a minute ago, that shot, that's coming off of the hill at turn 5. That was looking clear. And now you see it darkening up a little bit there, which is not a place you want it to be wet when you crest the top of the hill.
No, because you really get unloaded up over the top, and then when you grind down on that left side, if you miss, you are in the mud.
Yeah, and there's no opportunity to correct that, because you're already where you shouldn't be before you realize you should not be there.
You've committed.
Yes.
Then you just have to send it. There we go. Sarah Montgomery, I think, in the number 28 HQ shift up now. Let's see, is that for position?
John, activity on pit road has picked up a little bit, and this is where we get into what we would call sort of that routine
window.
Yeah, that routine window. Over maybe the last 5 or 6 laps, people coming in, most of them quick, doing what they need to do, and back out. But again, just a little bit busier.
About 2.5 hours in, you know, that's probably where you're getting to the end of the gas. Depending on your car, depending on the fill. When you started, the ES cars, they're burning a lot of gas, but they can also put a lot more gas in to begin. They don't have that stock fuel amount limitation, so they're going to be able to go fairly long time. I imagine the E3 cars can go quite a while, but it's all going to be a matter of driver fatigue and possibly anything going on with tires or any other wear issues like that.
So that current leader, you talk about that, you know, here we are into that 2.5 hour, and look at the top positions. The number 10 car, overall leader. We've not seen them come to pit road yet. Go back through here, make sure. I take that back. They did. They pitted early, like a couple folks did, after that full course yellow. So your overall leader did pit early, but they should be coming back in here before too long. Let's look. The car running second place, the 68 car. They just came in, oh gosh, about 15 laps ago. They currently run second. And then third place, as we know, that's the JFC number 52. They pitted as well. Let's look at the rest of the top 5, the ESR class and leaders overall. Fourth place, the 48, they took a quick pit stop there at the end of that full course yellow early, but that means they are going to be coming back here pretty soon. And then let's look at the number 11 car. Now they're running, they're in 5th spot. They've made 2 stops here today already. Check that. They've actually made 3 stops. They stopped early with everybody else after that full course yellow, and then made a couple more stops. The most recent one coming about 8 laps ago. Again, that's just looking at timing and scoring. When you see that big spike in a lap time and they come right back out and run another quick lap, you know that was the pit. So it looks like, again, the number 11, that car has already done 3 stops, but still running in 5th spot overall. So just a look at who has been to pit road and who hasn't. But just about now, most of the field have made at least 1 stop.
And that's going to start to play into strategy later on. You know, we've had races won and lost in the last 5 laps, where somebody will lose a wheel bearing. We've had crazy stuff with shifters snapping in half. And the neat thing is that everybody in the paddock tends to pitch in when someone has a problem. You see people with welders going and all kinds of really, you know, good camaraderie here in the paddock, and that's really nice to see. This is not what you can do on your own.
No, and that's where you get, like say, you get in the middle of the night and you look, and you know, people from 3 different teams are all working on the same car. That's kind of a nice event. Wanted to check, and I'll look through our timing and scoring here. The Dragonfly team that had been, there they are. Let's take a look, because I don't know if they have returned to the track. I believe they have. Oh, we've got 1 off down there, and should make it back out onto the course.
Yeah, we briefly, folks, you couldn't see it on your camera angle there, but we did have a brief off in between 2 and 3 again. was the Team Technic BMW that was off for just a mo and came right back on.
And so earlier we had, again, that Dragonfly team back in the paddock area. They have come back out, but they've got a lot of ground to make up there. But again, Will was down there with them when they were doing some work. They look like they have returned to the racetrack.
It is a really interesting mix of cars. You know, you see a fairly stock-looking BMW 330, and then you'll see a prototype right there. So it is an interesting mix of cars that, you know, despite all those differences, they really do seem to play well together.
Well, and I think NASA's done an exceptional job, and you know, and it's always, you're always kind of chasing a perfect formula, but in classing the cars and everything, again, it is a moving target as different, you know, different technologies change, but overall, class pretty well to make for some fair competition. That's beautiful. That's one of my favorite shots right there, because you can see kind of 3 different areas of the racetrack as they come down that hill, back straightaway, and then this is at turn number 1 after they've come down the front straightaway. So nice job. Roman and the guys did a great job of picking some of the ideal spots to set up there this weekend.
Well, you can see the rooster tails, at least on the sedans, are starting to go away. So it is drying out a bit. We do have a little bit of weather still hovering around there, but we may be through the worst of it. Of course, that's probably not a wise prediction. But looking at the radar, if we're looking at it near Willows, California, if you have your favorite weather app, you can see that we are probably about 10 miles to the west of Interstate 5 on Highway 162. And it looks like we're kind of getting a little bit of scattered junk for the rest of the afternoon, but we may be through most of the rough stuff. That's the hope. Looks like hourly predictions, at least on the weather app I'm using. I use WeatherBug for those of you that want to check it out. It's pretty solid. Looks like we are pretty much rain-free for a lot of the rest of the event. But again, what we're going to be really concerned about is that the wind goes away, and then all of that moisture that's built up in the soil, when the sun comes up and starts heating up, then that starts to evaporate and create some pretty thick tule fog, which can get trapped here because we are in a small kind of a bowl of a valley, and it has nowhere to go if there's no wind. So I hope that wind keeps up. No rain, maybe some rain. Looks like the teams are all very well prepared for what Mother Nature has thrown at them.
And the wind has calmed down a little bit, not what it was earlier, but still will be a challenge as we go on. Let's see one of the ESR cars here just coming off of pit road. There's the Fast Toys machine. And let's see, where's the other? Might have been the Fast Toys car that I saw coming off of pit road a moment ago. Still waiting to see overall leader and the number 10 when they will need to come back down onto pit road. That should get us cycled back through everybody here.
So it looks like E3S, we still have 4 cars on the same lap. Stain Motorsports out in front, A Plus Young and the Restless, Lesher and RA Motorsports 40 all on the same lap.
That could stay like that for the next 20 hours plus. That's one of those races we might call to the finish line, John, as they're still running close together.
Very true. It looks like the Valkyrie cars are running 2 and 3 in ES right now. So they are climbing up the order. And again, folks, you can follow along all the timing and scoring at racehero.io. And see exactly what we're seeing here in the tower. That was, it was kind of an interesting shot. We saw a little something rolling off one of the cars there, maybe a little bit of dirt or something. You can see it's still a little loose there coming into turn 1. Some drivers more courageous than others.
We're going to keep an eye on pit road because, again, that current overall leader, the Turn 3 Motorsports, that Radical, did an early stop, but has gone a long stint now without coming down pit road. So let's kind of keep an eye for them, see how that might reset the running order here. Of course, that that bodes well for them overall. In other words, if there's other things you're pitting for regularly other than fuel, obviously that is, what is the other maintenance that they're doing. So that bodes well for throughout the whole weekend. Is if they're getting those long stints now, then that means, hopefully that continues. They're managing brakes, they're managing tires, they're getting nice fuel. So we will keep an eye on pit road and look for your overall leader here in just a little bit. 2 hours, 26 minutes into this event. There are the cars heading up the back straightaway. And again, we've got one eye on the racetrack, one eye on pit road. That would, again, be kind of the last car to cycle through on, again, you can't necessarily say scheduled pit stops, but maybe predicted pit stops, if you will. So we'll let you know how that goes. And that, again, is the Turn 3 Motorsports, that Radical. Started third, currently runs first overall. .68 laps completed. If you're just joining us, it's beautiful right now compared to what it was when this event went green. Right at 2.5 hours, probably the best race conditions that we have had, including the final practice last night and qualifying last night. So by far the best conditions. As John mentioned a minute ago, the track spray, none of that anymore. You have almost a dry track. You heard him talk in an interview earlier with some of the guys with the Valkyrie team, again, making decisions on tires. When do you swap over and make that change based on the condition of the racetrack? And again, it's going to play into whatever your strategy is on your pit timing. And again, what feedback you're getting from the driver, and that most important part we talk about is what are the lap times looking at? And if you're dialed in to run to a time each time, you wait until you see that fall off. Now again, the number 10 car, in fact, they just now go, your overall leader. Again, we talked about some of the fuel burning off. They just went their fastest lap of the race, a 1:58.459. They just clocked that. Overall leader just put in their fastest lap of the race. As fuel burns off, car gets a little bit lighter, but we're going to keep an eye on pit road because they are due to make a stop here shortly. We'll watch timing and scoring, and got a nice spot here where they've got the broadcast booth set up. A good shot of pit road. Then you get pretty clear view all the way over till they come out of turn number 5, and then look back over our shoulder. We get that beautiful, kind of an iconic view of the cars diving down out of turn number 9. We'll be with you into the dark here this evening, and then we'll be able to leave that live timing and scoring for you, and then we'll come up with hourly updates as we go through the night, and then join you as the sun rises, take you all the way to the finish of this 25-hour event at Thunderhill Raceway Park. So we had a flurry of pit road activity there a little bit earlier. That's the shot at the top of turn number 5. And you see there, you see the cars get light. As the sun gets kind of peaks underneath of them, you literally can see the light underneath the car. You see the car come up and then set back down as they kind of crest that hill. Pit road right now has gotten a little bit quieter. couple classes as we go through all the way up. By the way, down just another quick lap of the race set, and that was by the number 52, the JFC racing car. They just lower that time now, 1:56.051, fastest the racetrack has been since we went to qualifying last night. But again, 1:56.051. They're sitting in second spot overall, and they have the fast time of the event. NES, it is the number 2, the Low Group Racing. They lead NES, and the Flying Lizard Motorsports Audi. They lead right now in GT Challenge. And then it is the number 18, the Honda Racing Team. They lead in class. Remember, they started way back in the pack. They've made their way up 12th overall and lead in class. And then in E2, it is the TAPG Motorsports car number 86. They lead in class. They run 15th overall. Things quiet on pit road. We talked about a section of the race when they can get spread out a little bit, and again, they can log some laps here, then that's an opportunity because it's a long way to go. You get some easy running. This is probably the first time that any of the drivers have been able to really relax because the racetrack is in pretty decent shape. Field is spread out some. You're still going to catch some lap traffic always right at the spot where you don't want to catch them. Leader logs another lap here, now staying right around the 2-minute mark there for the leader. Again, you see there's still a little blue sky up there, so they'll appreciate it. If you're going to get the horrible rain that we got earlier, a lot better to get it in the middle of the day than try to deal with the rain and the darkness that we'll see a little bit later this evening. Again, that's what, say, kind of the back side of the racetrack. They crest over turn number 9 and then crawl all the way downhill till they come through turn 11 and then back up the back straightaway. There's turn 11. They've come down the hill, still dropping, and there's the Flying Lizard Audi. Makes that left-hand turn. They crawl back up, a little bit of a rise as they come up the back straightaway. You see some sun reflecting on the lens. There's the Audi right there going in. Then next thing is the right-hander at turn number 15. Try to give you a good feeling, the layout of this racetrack. There they are. There's 15. There they are. That's the final turn before they set up for the front straightaway. So it's a pretty good trip around this racetrack from coming down the hill, turn number 9, all the way through turn 15. And there is that Audi leading into that left-hander of turn number 1. Nice job, camera crew, following that car around, but it gives you a great view of this layout. Lots of elevation here, lots of long straightaways with a lot of really good flow to this racetrack. But the track now is, like I say, got a nice dry line to it, and the drivers can now get in there, log some laps, figure out now reset strategy if they need to. Almost all the drivers have been down pit road. In fact, everybody's been down pit road. Some of them, as I mentioned, pitted early. When we had that full course, they came back out and they pitted right after that full course caution. Again, the exception being our lead car, and they have put in a ton of laps here since that early yellow. If you're joining us now, you'll find out that we've got a couple pit reporters working their way through the pit area. Will and Neil are both down there as they have some stories. They'll bring them to you. One of our in-car cars is coming down pit road. Looks again totally routine as they work on that car. But especially as we get into tonight, the Will and Neil joked before the race that they're the guys that nobody wants to see because that means they've had some sort of an issue, and those guys are down in the paddock area in their pit stop trying to find out what's wrong with the car. So far, and this is, this bodes well, so far they've not had to be real busy. Let me look at the bottom, go all the way to the bottom of our running order here. We've got the Dragonfly Motorsports car, and I need to see, they may now be off track right now. They may, looks like they may have rejoined, but they may be off track. So we may see if we can send Will or Neil back down there and see what the scoop is on the 25 car. I'll see if I see them back on track, but not sure if they rejoined the field after Will was talking to them down on pit road, but we'll take a look. So yeah, don't see them. There are a couple other cars out as well. Really here, first couple hours attrition, pretty light. First 2 hours and 37 minutes. And again, some of those cars may simply be in the paddock working on those machines, and they'll send them back out there in a little bit. Back to the top of the order, and it's still the number 10 car leading the way, but we'll look for them again on pit road in a little bit. And the skies continue to lighten, and let's go back up to the top again. They just turned their fastest lap of the day about 5 laps ago with a lap of 158.459. So track conditions are coming up. They burned off some fuel, and again, as long, that's the other thing they look at, as long as those times are still comparable, they're still racing to that time, then stretch that first period out as long as you can. So it's kind of a look at all of our classes overall, and what you can't see from those camera shots, the wind is still a factor here. Still really breezy. I see the Fast Toys ESR car really slow coming up the hill towards turn number 5. That'll be one we'll need to keep an eye on. Makes it over the hill, but yeah, moving fast enough, should be able to make it back around. They've been in and out and on pit road a few times. Remember early on, they were just, the start of the race for them was they had a little pond inside of the race car. We talked to them pre-race, John, and they were sitting there with plastic and everything over the cockpit of the race car.
So they were a little bit of a slow mover there. Not sure, and folks, we do have to apologize. We have lost a couple of cameras just to weather issues, and our pit reporter cameras are down right now because we got a little bit overwhelmed with the data requirements there. So we'll do our best to get those back up. Maybe work in a few interviews. If we can't go to them, we'll have them come to us. Once again, we are at 1:48 or so Pacific time. Scheduled to end at noon tomorrow. So you are seeing that back straight camera there. And the spray is almost totally gone now, so the conditions are improving quite a bit. Dry line is very clearly developed from our perch up here in the beautiful Thunderhill Tower on the 3rd floor in Studio 3. We are seeing a very nice dry line developing. So does this become a time when folks will go away from the wet setup and maybe get onto their dry tires? We are kind of in a little bit of a split of that front that was coming towards us. So you can see there one of the prototypes, is that the, maybe there was the, one of the closed top prototypes is now in for a pit stop. We are in a nice little clear area for a bit. We hope that continues. We're seeing tornado warnings in Shasta and Tehama counties, which are just to the north of us, so thankfully none of that has filtered down here into beautiful Glenn County, California. And conditions continue to improve. So that was number 52 coming in for a stop. That is the JFC Racing car. They went off earlier, but they've also reset fast lap, now down on lap 67. Recently, they reset fast lap of the race to 156.051. So they're going faster as conditions improve. As we heard earlier from Brian Locke, when it looks like the car is continuing to go fast or be consistent, you're probably good on tires and setup. When it starts to slow down, that's when you start to think about making changes. Do have a tow truck on track. Not seeing an incident currently. Maybe they are just transporting and circulating around out there. Often we have to move assets in different places. Track flag does show that we have a Red Cross flag. It's a white flag with a red cross on it. It means a safety vehicle is on course. Solid white flag can either mean a slow mover or the last lap of a sprint race usually. So you can see the conditions are starting to improve substantially. Looks like JFC is in for a little bit of an extended stop. They do have the rear cover off of the car right now. We can see down the pit lane there. A number of other cars are coming in for stops, maybe scheduled. And boy, that's a tough job down there working in the hot pit and the paddock all weekend. I've worked hot pit before, and nothing but mad respect to the crew that is down there, because they are working hard, and those are tough conditions. They're out there with all of these cars whizzing by, and they are really on their feet for most of the race. So that is a very tough job for our volunteers here. It looks like the Fun Toys car is coming back out. Had a little bit of a stop there. So they are back on course now after a stop. Got some in-car back for you. That is the Valkyrie car. A little pixelated. Kind of more 8-bit or 16-bit. In case you can get an idea, they are flying. Really moving. Notice that the corrections, you can tell it's dry because there's not the big corrections on the wheel. That car looks pretty dialed in. I mean, they are just completely smooth and moving right along. That's the Shift Up Now HQ car. They're getting ready to pass a number 28 BMW. Nice clean pass. Good job being predictable. Oh, and you have a little bit of the perspective there, because there's the in car from the 28. Looks like Sarah Montgomery still behind the wheel. Outstanding young driver in that shift up now movement. She had a couple of great finishes in the Pro MX-5 series. Looking for more great stuff. Whoa, Sarah got a little loose. But what a good job catching it. The car really never deviated from the line despite the big wheel movement. So that was a very, very nice job of driving by Sarah Montgomery right there. Back in the Valkyrie car. Working up through 8 into turn 9. Very tricky turn. As you can see, no perspective, and you just kind of have to trust where you're supposed to be. But really all you can see is the front end of the hood and a little bit of sky. There's a look down the front straight. See, the countdown clock is at 22 hours, 16 minutes. So quite a bit left to go there. Nice shot through turn 1. Now look, there's no spray anymore. Nice dry line starting to work in there. So that is definitely good news for the racers. Now that the challenge of the weather may be postponed, at least for a little bit, it's time to start marking down laps. Honda's out there. That was one of the shot of the Team Honda Research West cars. Both of those cars running today in E0. Tom O'Gorman behind the wheel of the number 18 car. Currently 8 laps up to second place in E0, the Impact Racing car. And the number 17 Honda has moved up to third place overall, or not overall, in E0. Also on the same lap as Impact. So maybe the Honda number 17, we're watching for 17 and 30, will will be closing up to take that second position, and then we'll have both of the Hondas running 1-2 in E0. Very impressive performance there. E3S is starting to stratify a little bit. Stain Motorsports still out front. Young and the Restless 42 seconds behind. Lesher Motorsports still right there, but 1 lap behind. RA Motorsports 40 on the same lap as Lesher, and then 1 lap back to RA Motorsports 35. So ES, we do have low group racing out in front. 2 laps back to the Valkyrie 370 and 1 lap back to the Valkyrie GTR. Then 4 laps back to the Clean Blast David's Racing Products. I think that was a stock car we visited with earlier, perhaps. But everybody's starting to get into a little bit of a groove now. Looks like we had a different driver in the number 28 car. It's cool they have that little screen there where we can see a little bit more information about what they're doing. So once again, we are at the 2019 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance, and the broadcast is brought to you all day and all night by our good friends at Toyo Tires. NASA also wants to thank their national sponsors. Our national sponsors are Toyo Tires, Hawk Performance, Competition Motorsport, our official equipment supplier. NASA members can get great deals there all year long, and also Track Day Tire, our official tire supplier and dealer. Once again, we did have that 2020 GR Supra as our pace car for the beginning laps. Very special car on loan from Toyota. Many thanks to Toyota for trusting us with that car that has to be down in Daytona, working the Xfinity race pretty quick. Great program we've put together with Toyota. Very generous, where each Toyota Supra buyer gets a free NASA membership and also a complimentary track day with NASA. You can see how that works at supratrackdrive.com.
John, you mentioned it. I said logging some laps. You said getting some laps in the books, which is what we're doing now. It doesn't sound like it makes sense, but a driver can, at this point, kind of get lulled into a rhythm, get, I don't want to say bored. Bored's not the right word. No. But they get in, kind of lulled into a rhythm, and that's where sometimes things can kind of sneak up on them, especially, again, if they catch a car where they hadn't planned on catching a race car or something like that. And that's where, you know, when you said a couple guys have come out and done, you know, the 25 on their own, that just boggles my mind, because how do you keep your mind sharp? How do you keep, you know, focused on what you're doing for that long? And again, you know, they'll radio some of the guys and say, hey, guys, just give me some laps right now. You know, I'm looking for laps 210, whatever, you know, that magic number is, 230. Give me some 2-minute, 25-second laps, and we're good. But again, yeah, it just, you got to keep your head into it every lap, and especially, again, because of the darkness coming later, your chance to respond to things narrows down just a little bit. But been a good one so far, again, because, you know, we've seen cars on and off pit road, but we've seen cars stay competitive, and the bulk of this field still in the running for a win per class here this afternoon. Let's see, one of our cars, let's see, who's that, just on pit road.
So this will probably be some of the fastest race time we will have.
Yeah.
Depending on what happens overnight. When it gets totally dark, so it'll be pretty dark here by about 5 o'clock Pacific time. We'll be in darkness till, I would guess, probably about 6:30, 7 o'clock will be when it starts to get light again. So if everything's good, we may see fast times now. We may see fast times probably 8, 9 o'clock in the morning as well. Look at this coming down the front straight. Big moves there to try and get around lap traffic.
John, you're right on the mark, because in the last 10 or 15 laps, we've had, let's see, 1, 2, 3, you know, our top 4 cars in the last 15 laps have all set their personal fast lap of the race. So your top 4 cars, all 4 set their fast mark of the day. And again, you mentioned a second ago, the fastest lap of the event has come all the way down now to 156.051, and all of that done here over the last couple of laps. Leader just went by, put another lap on the board.
Coming up on 3 hours completed almost. So we will end at noon. So we are at 2 o'clock. So by race time, I guess we would call that 3 hours, 80 laps complete.
Oh, do the math.
I'm working on it, man. So... Ooh. Fortunately, my calculations come up with the number of the beast.
Uh-oh.
666.
Well, just round up. 667. 667.
Something like that, true. That is a very, very loaded number. So, but again, coming in consistently with some of our predictions. So I think we'll be high 600s. But then again, if the conditions get stinky again, you never know.
Oh yeah, that once you kind of set a pace, it probably won't go too much higher than your pace, but it sure could go a lot lower, depending again what happens when we get into the overnight bewitching hour. John, you talked about you know, some of the ESR cars. They've got a little bit more freedom to you know, do more with the race car on pit road. A lot of the other guys rolling back in the paddock again, just so guys weren't rolling out you know, written professional pit crews for the weekend and that type of thing. Oh, there's somebody chased it into turn number 1. Could not see. Gathered it back in, but just went out of my view looking out our window here. Hung the back end out, but no harm, no foul, and away they went. A little drifting into turn number 1.
Well, you know, Thunderhill does have an active drifting program, so...
Auditioning cool for the next event.
Thunder Drift is what they used to call it. It was up in the skid pad area. Again, multiple uses here. We are on the 3-mile east course, a traditional course. They do have a 2-mile west course, and you can loop them together and make a 5-mile course. But we are on the traditional 3-mile course that we've run since the beginning of the 25 hours. This is the 17th running. I can't believe it. I still remember the first running. I still remember the last running of the 25-hour.
John, when you guys first said, hey, I got an idea, let's do a 25-hour race, how many people said, well, that's dumb?
It wasn't my idea.
I bet, but I bet some people thought, what? You know, here it is now all these years later, and it's one of the marquee events on the calendar.
Well, it was awesome because, you know, Jerry stood up in front of the award banquet and said, next year we're going for 25 hours. And literally, I dropped my cocktail. And I just walked out and kind of screamed at the night for a while, going, what is he thinking? But to Jerry's credit, he pulled it off with super big help from David Vodden, and they made it all work.
And it's something that, you know, unique for NASA, unique here for Thunderhill to kind of hang their hat on and say, you know, what do you do special? Well, here's what we do special.
Well, it's amazing. All the moving pieces that go in. The safety crew, you know, big ups to Don Barnwell, who has headed up that crew for many years. Robert Kinley, who is our master of all things communications and safety. So those are two key guys. There's a lot of other people. Hans Densa down in tech. He makes it work. Has my old job of being the chief scrutineer. So what Hans will be doing is looking at all these cars to make sure they are in compliance at the end of the race. Oh, we got a spin. Looks like that may have been a number 64. Look at that. Heads up driving. Let's get it out of the way. That is a bad spot to spin.
I was going to say hard to...
I hope there wasn't that was a K2R Motorsports car. I don't think there was a tap involved, but we didn't catch it on camera, I don't believe. But that is a really rotten place to be stranded. You can see drivers kind of working with the steering lock that they have to try and get out. They're not going to come into the pits. They're going to continue. So we don't know. We'll take a look with the spectacles here as they come around and see if there's any damage on the back of that car, whether they just spun on their own or whether they had a little bit of help. And I think we have seen that car around a couple times, so they may be fighting some kind of snap oversteer issue or something else that's going on. They may have something that's busted in the rear end, or maybe the setup is just not right, and that car has a little bit of a snap oversteer issue.
I'll tell you, as they came by our vantage point, I can say this: it's not quite as clean as that car was when we saw it on the grid earlier.
Not to say anything of the condition of the seat.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, maybe, you know, and folks, I'm sorry, our pit cams are still down. We're working on a kind of hacked workaround there. I think we've gone to Wally World back in town to get some burner phones and try and get around that, because we are running over the cellular network for those cameras. We'll try to get those back in. If not, we'll just start bringing people up here to Studio 3.
John, interesting as you do, you know, you were kind of doing your math there a minute ago, too.
Oh, I hate math.
To figure out, you know, hey, how many laps do you think we'll do? Well, we can start kind of figuring out how many times our leader's going to need to pit. They have now run 72 laps without coming to pit road.
Really?
They pitted on lap 10, and, you know, unless I'm missing something on time and score, and they came in on lap 10, we're here on lap number 82. They have not been back to pit road. That's 70. Hey, they just went past start finish. Make it 73 laps without coming to pit road. Again, they were one of the cars that pitted right after that full course yellow. That was lap number 10. They just completed lap number 83. At some point, you talked about how those cars with a bigger fuel load on that, but at some point, they've got to come down pit road. They're going to need fuel.
Yep, and it looks like in E0, a whole bunch of cars just pitted. Looks like the Dragonfly car may be out because they're quite a few laps down. But the result of impact number 30 pitting, we now have the two Hondas in E0, those Civic Type Rs, which, as we heard earlier, have more sauce in them now. They are up in 1 and 2 in E0. What a nice recovery for those two cars. So again, 83 laps completed, going towards a contemplated maximum in the high 600 range. There are no prizes, just pride if you win it. I've missed it by 3 laps before.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Rice thing where the Price is Rice. We just had some really lovely chicken and rice soup, and it's on my mind. Of course, that's our own Molly McCarthy up here, who's been feeding us like kings. But anyway, the Price is Right, where you underbid them by 1 lap or something like that, and then you bracket the person. So I've lost before, but I've been pretty close in the past.
The 48 car running second right now, the One Motorsports Radical, they too have gone not quite as many laps. They've gone about 71 laps now without stopping. So those front two both matching long stints here.
Looks like E1 is pretty close too, with Fleer Vision out in front, 1 lap back to Bullet Performance. Looks like Vic Pizzino is behind the wheel. Longtime BMW racer. And Funduro, they're out there too. Just 2 laps behind, and the Eldorado Motorsports CRX is also right there, and P5 MF Racing, E1, all very close together within about 3 or 4 laps of each other. The Toyota Arizona Proving Grounds, TAPG, they're still out in front of E2, a lap up on Moorwood. Tommy Lowe behind the wheel right now. Longtime friend and NASA guy, Tommy, he's jumping between 2 different cars this weekend. Slipstream is 2 laps back from them. And the Samson Racing Communication vehicle, they are 1 lap back. And Technic is right behind SRC. So good race happening in E2 as well. E3S still very tight with everybody within 1 or 2 laps of each other in the top 5. Shoot, even ES is pretty tight. ESR is starting to spread out a little bit, as you know, and this is the thing, is it the tortoise or the hare that wins? Because the ESR cars are blindingly fast, but they are fragile. So what would be maybe losing a splitter or, you know, a little thumpity thump, you know, look at the ride height on the Mustang that's coming down towards us, and then compare that to the ride height of the prototype that's right there, the little Radical. You can see there's a lot more room to run over stuff in the Mustang. course, that leads to a very obvious cars and coffee joke, but, you know. But anyway, you can get off here. It's pretty lumpy. When it's super moist like this, you can really rip a lot of stuff off the car in a hurry. So still the best overall time of 1:56.051. A little slower than we would expect if it was absolutely perfect conditions, but I think I'm seeing dry track just about everywhere, and the wind
we may get
out
there.
of the southwest is acting as a little bit of a jet dryer for us. So starting to see greatly improved track conditions. We have some fairly gnarly cells off to the southwest. And again, we're hoping that mountain range up near Elk Creek will get those away from us. Keep going out Highway 162, it gets rugged in a hurry, it gets very hilly. Just to the west of us here, and there's apparently some great hunting out there and all kinds of fun stuff. Beautiful country if you just take the road down a little bit past the track.
Keep going back to check the E3S class that you were talking about earlier, and you still have the top 4 cars all within a lap of each other, so that group has stayed close. Yeah, John, you mentioned once you get off the interstate and head west, as soon as we pulled off the interstate, I was like, well, gosh, I'm surprised this looks flatter than I thought it would be, and then it wasn't. But you know, about 2 miles west, and all of a sudden, you know, a gentle roll becomes a little bit more rolling hills, then becomes what you see, you know, on your camera with these natural terrain hills that they've used expertly to craft this race course.
Well, a little bit of precipitation coming in there. It's interesting because with the sun and the raindrops, we're getting rainbows all over the track. Somewhere there's a leprechaun that's not happy that we're revealing where all of his lucky charms are. And it really is stunning scenery up here. If you are local in Northern California, Bay Area, Chico, if you are in Sacramento, come see us. Pretty good show going on. It gets really dramatic when it gets dark. If you look online, you can see a lot of photos with glowing brake rotors and all kinds of cool stuff happening. So it is really a fun race to watch. Thunderhill Grill has all sorts of hot and tasty food ready for you. Don't end up eating at the track, which I do recommend you eat here. There's a good amount of restaurants there in the town of Willows. Casa Ramos Mexican, then you've got the Black Bear Diner, and also Nancy's Airport Cafe, which has a fantastic selection of pies.
Thank you for the travel log. Well done,
Well,
sir.
look, you know, Edwin, part of what I do is I write a column called The Gearhead Tourist, and I have been to, as part of, you know, your job and my job, things that we do, we travel around the tracks. And you get tired of eating at the same Cracker Barrel every time. So you get out and you kind of explore a little bit. So
I saw the airport, was it Airport Cafe?
Yeah.
I had caught my eyes. We were coming off the interstate. I said, you know what? That's probably a pretty good little diner. Yeah.
Super good. So it really is drying out. You can see from that shot there, we need to go out and maybe hit the camera with a baby wipe. But we have the, I think that is GTR right there with that super swoopy bodywork. It's much wider than it used to be.
You know, and as that line gets dry, then it takes a few laps also of getting on there and kind of building your confidence as you get it. Okay, that is drier than I thought. Okay, I can stick there, and that's what we'll see, and we'll look to see if those laps start to inch their way down a little bit more. But now it is just a beautiful afternoon here at Thunderhill, and you know, you can look off in the distance there and see some of the blue skies, and then here on the back straightaway you see still a little bit of cloudiness, but even there that line's starting to get dry. Yeah, John, there's that look at turn 15 where that one car went off a little bit earlier. That is a tough spot to rejoin because the cars are right up on you.
You're blind.
Yeah, and you're having trouble seeing. You got to rely on the workers there again to kind of give you a all clear before you can get back there. That's a tough spot to go off.
Well, and there are spotters around, so we do, you know, along the back straight, and then there's a pretty sizable hill that you can go up in between turn 9 and kind of turn 9 in the back straight. You can walk up there. There's some bridges and footpath, and there's a lot of spotters that hang out up there at night. Looks like we do have a car off. That was in 2 and 3, but they rejoined just peachy. One of our Miatas.
There we're back behind the wheel.
Oh, yeah. Whoa, R8 got super loose. So that's pretty impressive. That was some definite wheeling right there. So maybe some of that looseness might have been that yellow Miata that came back on. That was off in 2 and 3, may have dragged a little bit of mud or something back on, and that may be what they hit right there. But again, here's the challenge: work in traffic. Where do you pick your spots? So, and then the thing locks up on us.
You know, that's the thing you talked about. You were telling me this yesterday. They're in turn 5. Yeah, you've got to crest that hill in the exact right spot. So you sure cannot pass right there, because that's, you know, you've got to. I don't care if you're, you know, passing a dump truck. At that point, if you get it there, you simply do have to wait until you come back down that hill, let the car reset, and then pass before you get, you know, down to that's, you know, 6, 7, 8 combination. Okay, that's, like I say, front straightaway. You see that really defined dry line. You see where the cars jog to driver's right, your left, as you look on the screen there. That line is really coming in strong. Oh, the GT Challenge guys are all happy now. They can use some horsepower. They can finally, instead of tiptoeing around now, they can use all that horsepower. The weight of the car is not as big a penalty as it was earlier in the day. So those are some happy racers.
They are thrilled they can finally use that power to get around. So big change there. Earlier when they were having to tiptoe, and man, they are moving. So look at the front straight. I don't see any rooster. Well, a little bit of moisture there.
If you get just off that dry line there, you get just a little bit.
Kind of the inside line that you'd use to pass somebody. It's still a little bit damp there.
John, I saw you peeking a minute ago at your little weather blog. What do what do we look like? I know
we look good.
We look real good.
Great. Hey, come on.
How's the weather? And I know, like you said before, this is such a weird area to predict because of where you are in this little bowl. But you know, even back to the west is starting to look pretty decent.
So we are in a break between two big cells. There's one kind of off to the west of us that's more up towards the Reading area, and there's another big blob over towards Chico and Oroville and Paradise, that area. But we are in a nice clear spot right now, and it looks as if the way everything is moving, we may be out of the woods. And the thing that the Thingadera that I'm using is saying that we are pretty much clear after about 4 p.m. So that's a radical change from what we were expecting yesterday. Safety cars out. Oh, we got 2 cars together. Unfortunately, maybe we can get you a shot at, well, we don't have camera coverage right where this is, so we'll talk you through it. We have a Miata and a stock car that got together. There was another car.
It was the Fast Toys car involved as well.
So the Fast Toys car was also involved. It looks like a stock car and a Miata. What I'm looking at right now, both drivers are okay, but we have a waving yellow in turn 2. The Miata is dug in up to its hubs. Stock car doesn't seem like it's able to move. It's a 06 stock car. Looks like the 63 Miata that got together. So that's the 06, the Glorious Bastards. Nice name there. Then that's a 63 Rush Racing. Okay. So Rush Racing and the stock car together in between 2 and 3. Drivers are fine, but they are dug in pretty good. The stock car may have some kind of mechanical thing that's keeping it from moving. Looks like safety 2 is on site. Safety 1, tow 1 coming around right now to cover. Safety 2 is in a cover position.
Again, that Rush Racing, those are the guys I mentioned yesterday. They made the tow cross country from Sparks, Maryland to come and race here this weekend. But can't see, you know, here, what we see, of course, that car's sitting backwards, not a lot of damage. Right. So it's, you know, it's one of those things that get them back in. Yeah, it looks relatively in good shape, but you can't see the left rear on that number 63 Miata. So I have to wait till
what I can see, it'll buff out, but you never know. So we do have a pretty effective cover out there. Looks like safety 2 may be moving into position for a flat toe on the stock car. The Miata might be a lift, might not be, not sure, but we do have local yellows out. Looks like we may go full course, not sure. Right now we do have a number of our digital indicators lit up. Hey, let's all go together to track flag. We've got a standing yellow in 2 and a waving in 3. That makes sense. Safety crew right now hooking up to the stock car, the number 06, the Glorious Bastards.
And John, I did not see what happened there, so I can't even speculate.
We had our nose deep in the statistics, and we looked up and all hell broke loose.
Well, we had just talked about the stock car starting to get a dry line and able to now sort of use some of that horsepower, but can't even speculate on what got those two cars together. And again, I don't know if the car was involved or not, but the Fast Toys car kind of pulled away from the scene slowly. So, that could be a situation where they all kind of got in together as they were coming, through that corner. You had 3 cars of, different speeds. So we'll find out.
Stock car is out. Looks like the reason he could not get underway was that the rear tires are covered in mud right now. They're getting to work on the Miata. Looks like the Miata is just going to be a quick, kind of a little bit of, just popping right out of the mud.
That'll work. The stock car begins to roll away, so we're going to let them clean up here. Probably a good time for us to take a break. Our first kind of on-track collision together. So we've been pretty lean, mean, and green so far in this one. This is the 25 hours at Thunderhill. We'll take a break. We'll be back in just a little bit, and we are live from Thunderhill Raceway Park.
braking drill is a super important drill that we have in our HPD1 system. One of the most important versions of it is we have them try to decrease their deceleration in small increments so that they go into the corner just a little bit faster. So we explicitly ask the drivers, can you give me 1 or 2 miles per hour more going into this corner? We find a good corner for them to try to optimize their braking for that particular corner, and we begin to systematically work on it. Oftentimes this involves them braking a little bit later. The students then learn that the apex is going to either be no problem, no drama, we made it easily, or we're going to be off just a little bit. Car just won't make it. So we start to teach the students that they should be paying attention to the outcome at the apex, to understand whether or not they slowed down and they had their car at the proper target speed for that corner.
Three wide and up the middle, running the gauntlet. Our goal is to have cars 3 wide, 2 rows with the center car running up the middle and taking the lead. Running up the middle and taking the lead. When done properly, it looks just simply like 2 swirls going around the track with 25, 30 cars. It's great fun, really hard to do in the corners, a lot easier on the straights, but that's why we do the drill. Situational awareness is our goal for these drills. If a driver is fast, it's nothing without situational awareness. We run drills on Saturday leading up to the Sunday drills of Monster Pass and 3 wide up the middle, run the gauntlet, to give everyone an opportunity in a controlled environment so that they can experience how close cars can be on track, how fast they can go while doing it.
And welcome back to Thunderhill. It is the 25 hours, and we've stepped into the studio here for just a little bit, and he just stepped out of the race car. Ryan Eversley in the JFC Racing number 52. A double stint. So first of all, how do you look so fresh and clean after a double stint? The rest of us look like we're all haggard from all weekend long.
I just stayed up drinking all night.
Perfect.
So I just look the same as I went to bed.
I like that. That's a perfect plan. You and I joked as soon as you walked in the studio here, I said, okay, they gave you the first 2.5 hours that were just horrible out there. Now it's pretty and clean.
Yeah, it's not surprising that Miles Jackson, who owns the car and the team, is out here now and driving the car, and the weather's perfect. It's beautiful. They're probably putting some hot sticker tires on.
Right.
Yeah, you can see out the windshield, a whole new world.
He's not trying to reach up and rub the fog off the windshield.
I was the side mirror the whole time.
That's part of the game. You guys are blistering fast out there. Let's just talk about that to begin with. In the rain, you guys, and even last night, did you qualify the car?
No, Tom got to do the qualifying honors.
Did a great job in the car qualifying, and you guys have been fast. So let's talk about, first of all, how's the car on the racetrack?
You know, the car is actually pretty good. We only had one problem where the front brakes are locking up and then not releasing, which is kind of a problem if you want to slow down controllably. And when it's raining, it's obviously worse, you know, because the grip level is so low. So we had 2 times when I was in that stint where the front tire is locked and I'm completely off the brake pedal altogether, not touching anything, and they're still locked.
Yeah.
And at that point, you're kind of a passenger. So fortunately, I didn't hit anything, but that's something we got to look at. And then the car was really good. It was getting a lot of water inside because of the rain. I mean, the rain was so bad at one point. I told those guys, I'm like, I know we're leading and we look like heroes, but this thing can go in the wall at any moment from anything.
Right.
We might want to throw a yellow for a bit. Unfortunately, that yellow came out and it really dried off the track when we got the weather to pass. So.
And where was, I know you guys, you mentioned that quick one-off. Where was that off you guys?
Going into 14. Twice, both times into 14, where it's like literally, I went off the road at 6 miles an hour. Talk about feeling like an idiot.
Supposed to do this at a lot quicker pace.
Yeah.
Since then, you guys have made a couple repeat stops onto pit road. Is that still trying to sort out that brake issue?
No, actually, when I got out of the car, I guess we had a fuel pump. They got too hot for some reason. I'm not sure why, because as soon as I got out, I went and changed and came up here to hang out with you guys. But Tom Dyer's been texting me since I got here that sounds like we have some sort of fuel pump issue. But this team literally has a complete spare back end for another. You know, we could change the whole engine, gearbox, everything. So I'm sure we have the parts, and we got the best crew that I've worked with at this race ever. So that's a lot of fun.
So from here, where you guys are sitting now, you know, you're still right in the thick of things and everything. John and I talked during the broadcast earlier a time or two about there's a point of the race where you log some laps.
Yeah.
It's sunny. It's nice right now. Are we into logging laps time?
Yeah, because the weather being so inconsistent and we don't really know what we're going to get when the rain comes and goes throughout the night, now's the time just to make laps, just to keep turning. It doesn't matter if you're in the top 10 or not. Just keep going and keep going, because when the night comes, that's when everything's going to hit the fan, and that's when you're going to have to really have your sharpest people in the car that are really on top of it. And so right now, Miles, who I think would be our least experienced driver, because this isn't what he does for a living. You know, this is his hobby. And then he brings guys like myself and Todd and Tom Dyer in for this specific reason, and that's when we'll probably have to go do the hard work, you know, when it's raining and dark, and hopefully Miles gets nice, you know, shut eye and a shower, and then when it's nice again, we'll put him back.
Come back in. He gets to do the final piece. It's good. It's good to be the king sometimes.
That's right.
You get in that section also though of logging laps, and you get into a rhythm. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden you go into a corner and maybe one of the markers that was there the last lap isn't there this time.
Yeah.
You can't get, it's 25 hours, but you still can't get into that. It can never be routine, can it?
And the big thing with this week, how this race has been going, it's been raining pretty heavily. So all the grass is no longer grass, it's mud. So one guy drops a wheel and brings that mud back on, the next time you come through there, we're talking big, huge chunks of mud, and you can't see it when it gets dark. You know, so there's a lot going on, but that's what makes endurance racing so challenging and what makes it fun.
One of the pieces that is just a cornerstone of endurance racing is, again, the disparity in vehicles. That closing ratio, I know the math is the same, but why does that closing ratio seem to happen so much quicker once it gets dark?
It's because your sight, you know, your viewpoints are limited and everything, and plus, if you think about it, if you put the fastest guy in each car out there at the same time, might not be so bad, but the talent levels differ so much through some of these cars. And with these lower classes, they're a little bit more affordable, easier to get into, so you have some of your less experienced drivers in there sometimes. And so you notice some people are a lot slower in their cars at night than some of their teammates can be. And that's, again, one of the things I love about this type of racing is that you start to feel like a bond for the stint that you're out there. You're like, okay, this guy was really sharp last time. He used a blinker. I know he's got me. He sees me, the whole thing.
Nice.
And then there'll be like a car that literally is erratic and you have no idea, and you see that thing from a mile away, and you're like, okay, when we get there, you know, it's fielder's choice. Who knows which way it's going? But that's, again, part of the sport.
Well, and then there's that situation where you go, oh, I'm coming up on, you know, car ABC. He's been great. What you don't realize is they swapped drivers.
Right, exactly.
You're like, that's not the guy I thought it was.
Yeah, exactly. That happened in the first stint. I ran a little bit longer than, I can't remember which one it was. I think it was one of the stock cars. But the first guy was like the most aggressive dude ever. Like, I'm sure he's guaranteed Penske's out here watching, and really liked giving the Penske or the prototype a hard time. And then the next person that got in that car could have been nicer, point bys, letting me go. I was like, oh, hey, you stay in. You stay in the car when I'm in the car.
Let's match up our stakes for the rest of the weekend. Talk about this facility.
Yeah.
It is just beautiful. The flow of the racetrack, from sitting up here in the booth and watching, it's one thing. What is it from the driver's eye?
It's a great track to come to, especially for this, because when you have this level of speed differentials and you have this talent differentials between some of the top pros and some of the newer drivers in the field, there's not a lot to hit here. That's a good thing. You know, if you have a little off, it's not the end of the world. And when you're endurance racing, in bad weather, which we always seem to get here during this time of year for the race, which it makes it a good race, it's good to have runoff. It's good to have options in case you have a little bit of a problem, like we did earlier. That, let alone the flowing nature of the course, it's fast. You know, we're going 155 into turn 1 in the rain. You know, so this place is great. And I have to say, the people here are super friendly. You know, the staff, the grill here is awesome. I've eaten every lunch here this week, and it's been killer. And the people are super nice. When you go to registration to come here, it's fantastic. And so if you're traveling all over the country like I do to go to racetracks, you remember the places where they treat you like home, because that's important, right?
Yeah, I was talking to the the gentleman here who's the event manager. He's the one that puts it all together. And I was just saying, it's like from the time I've come in the gate, I said, your staff here is unbelievable. One last thing before we let you go. You talked about the pro racers, the disparity in drivers, to get an idea of where the level of this particular event has come to. When you're not racing with us here, what else are you doing through the year? Because it really brings the talent level. You know, and we saw Randy Pope down there. We saw Russ Bentley. I mean, you know, what are you doing when you're not here? Give us an idea.
So Tom Dyer and I, my teammate that I brought in to JFC this year because they needed a fourth driver, he and I were teammates in the Factory Acura NSX program in World Challenge for 2017. And since 2014, I've been a factory Honda driver. So I raced in IMSA and World Challenge. I got to go to China this year for a time attack event and an NSX GT car. So all sorts of neat stuff like that. So I would say my job is being a top level road racer in North America. And there are guys in some of the other cars like Michael Miller and Colin Colin Brown, Neil Barrico, those kids we're all the same age. I'm a kid too.
Right.
They're all current P3 drivers in the IMSA series. Colin Brown is going to be in the Daytona 24-hour. He's raced at Le Mans. John Falb is an ELMS LMP3 champion. He's in a Radical. Kenton Cook won the Daytona 24-hour. He's in one of the Radicals. So there's like a lot of really top-level guys here. And what I like about this race is that you can literally be doing your first NASA Pro event in Enduro, like a Spec Miata or something. You might be racing directly against Randy Popst, who's multi-champion and all that stuff. And that's really cool.
And it shows you how important you take what NASA does and you take these entry levels. And a lot of guys will come from a karting background. Some guys will come, a young guy will come to their first HPDE, and here they are doing this, and down the road they're a pro driver, and they'll talk about, I got my start, I was racing against Ryan Eversley in the 25. Yeah, exactly. But that's really, because it is that feeding ladder that goes all the way up. That first, HPDE or track day event that you go to, you don't know where that may lead.
I actually look forward to this race every year, and I hope that I get to come drive something as cool as our Lola. But if someone asked me to drive a little Honda Civic, I would in a second. And what I was saying to a guy on the grid earlier, because pro racing has become very regulated, and they're taking a lot of fun out of it. And there's another guy that's not here this weekend, but he runs Flying Lizard Motorsports. His name's Thomas Blom. He's won every endurance race in the world. Super genius. He and I talk all the time at pro events about how we can't wait to get to freezing cold, rainy Thunderhill at the end of the year, because there's the rules are set ahead of time. There's no complaining about performance. There's no track limits and all this other stuff that you hear about, all this crybaby stuff in pro racing that we have. And you come here to the NASA Pro 25-hour, and it's awesome. We're all sitting on the grid. We're like, look at that Radical. It qualified 7/10 off of this P2 car that was a factory Mazda chassis at one point. How neat is that?
Yeah, John and I talked to me with the rules and the way they've classed the groups and all. It is exceptional. I'm glad you're having fun. All right, where do we talk to you next on the podium? Are you guys on top step?
This race, traditionally, ESR cars almost always break and have issues, and we're already having issues.
You better fix the braking issue first.
I think we have a really good chance at winning the class. I wouldn't be surprised if one of the smaller cars wins overall, because they just run and run and run. But I think we had the fastest lap when I got out of the car, which is always what you want. You want to be the fastest guy and you want to lead. We did both of those things. So now I just got to get in there for the long runs and make the thing keep going.
Man, have a great rest of the weekend. Thank you for coming. Thanks for helping NASA and Thunderhill make this event kind of that cornerstone piece to the year. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. I look forward to coming here every year.
We'll see you next year.
You will.
Let's go back to the announcer's booth, and John Lindsay has
All right, thank you, Edwin and Ryan Eversley. Again, it's really cool to see the pro drivers like Ryan. He named a lot of other top flight drivers to come and join us, and we are very honored to hear that opinion of the 25-hour. We do try to keep the rules pretty static so they're predictable, and it really is a fun race and a big family atmosphere here. So very cool to hear that all those guys are looking forward to joining us every year here. It is something that kind of gets into your blood. It's a unique event. Come out and check it out as a spectator, and who knows, maybe you get a hyperdrive in our local NorCal chapter or one of the 15 NASA chapters. I think we're up to 16 now with Hawaii. So we are definitely looking forward to seeing more drivers on track. Looks like we have another car off. There's a BMW E30. I don't think we can pick it up on our cameras, so I will just kind of narrate it live for you. There's an E30 that's out in the reeds there off of turn 3. Can't get a number just yet, but they are way out there. So actually at first I couldn't even see that there was a car out there. Let's look at track flag. We're back to that good old 2-3 waving standing combo, unfortunately. So we are going to have to send someone to go get the E30 BMW that's out there in the weeds. So that is actually significant. I just had a report from a buddy that is the, it's either, I know different people pronounce it differently, it's either Steen or Stain, Motorsport, E30. Or pronounce it Stain, like the great Danny Stain. Spec Miata champion, good guy. Very fun to follow on social media. So that is significant because if we look at our class position, they were P2 in E3, and now they are out in the reeds there. They buried that car way out there. I mean, it's far enough out that only the top part of the car is visible, so that was pretty far off. We did not get to see what led to that car being off. The shot right now, that car is beached just over that hill that you can see. That's 5 down into 6, 7. 5 coming down. Boy, look at how nice and dry the pavement is. Beautiful shot there. Blue skies, but we do have some significant stuff off to the east of us, but not necessarily moving in this direction. So we do have tow 1 and safety 2 dispatched to go get that car out of the weeds. And that's significant because that was our E3S second position. And that puts the number 99, Young and the Restless, A+. Puts them into the first slot, and RA Motorsports is going to move up, both the 40 and the 35 car. Lesher Motorsports is not far behind, so in 3 laps, if they can put another 3 on the tote board there, they will move up as well. So big development in E3S with Stain Motorsports off. That is the number 91 car. Now dropping down the order, RA Motorsport 40 just went past them, or just went past the stripe, so that's a big development. As you can see, conditions are improving. Most cars still running lights just so they can be seen. Pretty remarkable change in the weather from what we thought we were going to be facing. Wind is still pumping pretty good. We are seeing differences in the weather conditions. It looks like we may be clear for quite a while now, which really radically changes the potential outcome of the race. Boy, that was a little fast there. Going by the safety crew, you saw that there, but then again, often looks a little faster than it might. So if you can see in this sector, they're back to green, so you can resume passing. The only places where passing is prohibited is the zones where the yellow, and a zone is defined from one corner station to the next corner station. So no passing in between 2 and 3, and from 3 to the site of the incident where they are working to get that car pulled out of the weeds. And they're being very careful not to put any of the tow trucks with any of their drive wheels off of the racing surface because it still is kind of spongy out there. So once again, folks, we are at the 2019 NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance. Broadcast is brought to you today, tomorrow, and Friday as well by our good friends at Toyo Tires. Nice big Toyo Tires windshield banner on that Valkyrie Autosports Nissan GTR. Looking for the first win in ES, perhaps, for the Nissan brand.
I leave you alone for a few minutes, and you bury one up to the window. What'd you do, John?
Oh, seriously, so leaving my kids alone for a minute. Lauren and James, love you a lot.
Man, what a great piece there to kind of give us an idea of that level of the professionalism there. Did they get him out?
We are looking back, and I think that is looking back at this incident. So you can see they are trying to work out how to get that car. It's way off. You can't even see. So the car that they're trying to pull in is off to the left there, out of the camera view. So it is way off in the weeds.
It's almost back to Interstate 5.
True. Darn near parked it in the parking lot of the Black Bear Diner.
Did you like that? Will, I was using, geography references to show how I'm a native of the area. You were catching that. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that is going to be difficult, though, because, they said, you talked earlier, they said in the safety meeting, guys, if you got one way off, under no circumstances do you go get it. Yeah, don't, because now we've got, like a giant rubber tire loader to go pick up the truck that got stuck trying to pick up the truck that was stuck, that was getting the car that was stuck.
And we learned these lessons the hard way.
Oh, yeah.
Ask us how we learned.
We were sitting, Ryan just mentioned VIR. We were there one year. This really has nothing to do with racing, but it happened at a racetrack. It had rained all week like it was here. And they've got that section where everybody used to want to camp there before the bridge and the climbing S's. And people drive by were like, don't drive past this spot because you literally are going to slide down the hill. And the guy says, oh, I got it. He was in a van, and he slid down the hill, hit the chain link fence. Another guy came by. He said, oh, I'll do it. Slid down the hill, hit the chain link fence. There finally were 3 cars. They left them there for the weekend, and at the end went and got a tractor to get them out. And we're like, you didn't learn from the first 2. Hey, there's good news. I can at least see the car now.
Right, so they have yanked it back. I think they're using the winch on the back of the tow truck, or maybe on the front even, to get that car back in. Boy, look how far off that is the Stain Motorsports car. They went way off. So they're just very carefully winching it back, trying not to break anything. But that, I mean, that's quite a ride. So probably what happened is missed the turn a little bit, and then that grass is just slicker than frozen goat snot. And as soon as you get on that, you accelerate. So they are way out there. Hopefully they aren't broken, but they'll be able to get it back underway. And to answer a question on the live stream, Ryan Wilson, yes, the NASA NPO1 program, the prototype series that we developed with Elon, is still a thing and will be coming back for next season and beyond. So we are still doing those super cool prototypes. They're kind of a lower cost car, fully built, coming in around the, $70,000 range, which sounds like a lot until you realize what you're getting. Full prototype chassis with a Mazda 2-liter engine. Cars absolutely fly, so those are going to come back.
Well, I'll have to check out, he was talking about his Dinner with Racers podcast that he's hosting now. So as soon as I get a break,
that is such a good show.
I will have to. Have you checked it out? I will definitely do that Dinner with Racers. His podcast that he's doing. It sounds like something I would enjoy. So yes, closer and closer. Now you see, the one flag station picking them up has them covered there, and then they get to that next station right at the top, the hill there, turn number 5, and that station is clear. So it's just that section right there.
Looks like he has traction now. That's good news.
Yeah, once they get to there, that shot you see there, once they get to there, they're good to go. Yeah, that's cool.
You can see a little bit, there may be a little bit of sealant there, maybe a little bit of moisture left, but that's looking pretty dry to me. I mean, it's looking like, the nice thing about the rain coming is it basically washes all the junk off the track, all the dirt, all the oil that's been dropped, all the rubber boogers. All those get washed away, and the track surface is pretty pristine at this point.
They just about have hit back where he'll be able to go, assuming, there's no other damage. That's something Ryan he brought up a second ago on this course, and it is, part of what part of the country you're in, and these open rolling hills, just the open space and the runoff that you have, which makes it ideal for this type of event, where you've got this mixture of all these classes and different drivers. Right. And again, you lose some of that with the rain because your margin for error is a lot less. But when it dries out and everything, it does let you have a little boo-boo. It's not a big, disastrous mistake.
You contrast this with somewhere like Watkins Glen, where right off the track surface is the arm cut, and it will shred your car. So something like this, I mean, places I've been to with a ton of runoff, Utah Motorsports Campus, formerly Miller Motorsports Park, that's where we're for the championships next year, a ton of runoff. You really have to really mess up to hit something there, but it has happened. Here there's a ton of runoff, Buttonwillow Raceway, where I kind of grew up racing. Pretty good amount of runoff there, but Thunderhill really is exemplary in that you have to, it's possible to hit something, but you really have to work it.
You got to try hard. But and again, every place you go to has its uniqueness, its own nuance, and what you love here. There's there are those parts of when folks go up to the Glen in New York. There's parts that you don't find anywhere else, and they absolutely love that place and that experience. So each one, every time you go someplace new, you go, I remember what I really loved about this place, or you don't go back. We really have, can I say, except for that one piece you said going across 5, I can say maybe for the first time that we have a fully dry racetrack. Don't you think?
It is. I mean, it's shockingly beautiful.
That means it'll start raining buckets in about 2 minutes because it's finally dry.
So we do have some fairly nasty stuff up to the northeast of us. I have been monitoring reports out of Shasta and Tehama counties where they are experiencing some pretty severe thunderstorms. So looks like some kind of blessing has been heaped upon us. We are
the racing gods, they have shined. Exactly. That car, in case you're wondering, is still there. They've got him just about back to the race surface. But again, and what's nice by now, all the drivers have been through there a couple times. They know what's going on. They can give the workers the respect they need.
It seems like there's a couple of folks are getting a little racy through there, which I'm not a big fan of. But hopefully they will slow it down, and you have to respect. I understand that after that incident, the track is green again, but we do have to make sure that everybody is respecting those boundaries, let's say.
Yeah, don't say, oh, we went through there a couple times, we feel pretty comfortable with it. Well, the next time you come by, they may have pulled the car further onto the track or something like that. So just because you've seen it a couple times doesn't mean it's going to be the same as when you come back. So.
Oh, definitely.
Everywhere else, so we'll let you know here. They should
right,
get
folks,
it rolling in just a little bit.
So we are going to take another very small break, and then we will be. Excuse me.
That's what I was going to say. That exact thing.
We will be back with another in-studio interview coming at you in just a moment. So stick with us while we get prepared for that in Studio 3A. And we will continue to provide more color and more stories here from the 2019 NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance. We'll be right back with another in-studio interview.
Using the NASA Passport as a foundation, we've developed a new program where the HPDE levels build upon each other sequentially in terms of skill sets. These skill sets allow for a driver to remain comfortable as they advance from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, even though we were asking more and more of that person in terms of skill ability as they progress forward.
The NASA Great Lakes HPDE system is a perfect starting place for the complete beginner driver. We've developed a curriculum that systematically moves them through a process of learning that allows them to develop their skills all the way up to a very, very highly refined race level skills.
What better value could you have than being on the track with an instructor in your ear guiding you through that? HPD2, a third of the time you're on the track, you're going to have an instructor in the car with you, guiding you, making you a stronger, safer driver. 3 is more interactive learning. Group 4, high speed, preparing you to go wheel to wheel, TT. We're able to give you all of these skill sets through a very, very strong curriculum.
Been everywhere from HPD1 all the way through to a national championship, so it's been a great ride. The people consistently from top to bottom are awesome.
I started in 1 earlier this year, and I've moved up to 3 because I've kind of made it a priority in my life this year to get serious about the educational aspect.
It's not just go out and go turn 10 laps and bring it in. If you want to do that, probably don't come to NASA.
They want you to be able to drive side by side with other cars around you, have that situational awareness, progress your driving skills, not just being faster on the track with your car, or being fast in traffic with other cars around you, so you're safe and predictable on the track.
On a typical weekend in HPDE2, we may have 25 drivers and we'll have 12 instructors for those drivers in HPDE2. We also have a pool of instructors on grid, so that if a student feels a need to have an instructor on an interim basis, they can just request someone come over, jump in the car with them, and ride with them for that session.
And 2, we do reverse gridding drills and we do offline drills. Get them ready for unique passing situations where they may have to pass another car offline, or a car may come up and really be closing fast, and it may force that driver being passed offline. So we get them comfortable being uncomfortable.
The ultimate stress is on safety. We're taught and we're trained and we exercise to do everything in a safe environment. If anything's going to violate anybody's safety, put anyone at risk, we don't do it. We step back, we reassess, and find a safer way to do it, or we don't do it.
HPD3 is the group where you stop going as fast as you want and learn to go as fast as you can. We give them the opportunity to do flying starts, standing starts, everything that they've done all weekend culminates in that mock race start. Great fun.
People are here to develop their skills like no other opportunity in the country. We wrap that in a fun environment with some absolutely astonishing leaders, some great customers, and we go to some of the coolest tracks in the U.S.
When I came to NASA Great Lakes, I raced at many different tracks with really great instruction, doing lots of different drills, and I progressed more in the past year and a half of my driving than I had all the previous years combined.
A lot of organizations are about lapping. NASA Great Lakes is about education, plain and simple. And at first it was a struggle. Let's be brutally honest. The change is always difficult to implement. And as we've gotten more involved in this, the attitude has changed from, I don't want to lap anymore. I can lap anywhere. I want to learn a skill set, and you're here to teach me the skill set. And we're the only group here that we know of that's doing that. And the proof is in the pudding. You talk to any of these students that are coming through right now, they'll tell you anywhere else that they lap, any other organizations they run with, they don't get this kind of skill set.
You share the track with high horsepower cars, the Corvettes, the Camaros, as well as the Miatas that carry awesome corner speeds. You're learning to drive with cars that are going to be faster on the straights but slower potentially into the corner, and how to teach lining up so that you can get a good run against those cars with different attributes.
People learn how to be a good racer from the start. It's not an accident. There's a very, very good curriculum that's been built to make that happen. And from the beginning, they want to make you comfortable getting to that level.
3 is an awesome program with NASA Great Lakes. It's better than any other 3. They do a ton of spatial awareness drills, and you just get really comfortable pushing yourself and pushing other people around you. It's taken me about a year full of HPD3 events to get to 4, but I feel super comfortable, even with much faster, higher horsepower cars around me, and we're excited to go to comp school here, and I think NASA Great Lakes has a great curriculum for that.
To be surrounded by a group of people that are going to push you and work with you and explain to you not only what to do on the track, but why. And to be with the same group of people that are of the same mindset. We're here to learn. We're here to learn to go faster. We can't all wake up and be an F1 driver, right? It doesn't work that way. There's a lot of practice and a lot of theory that goes into it.
We are not a lapping organization. We are a learning organization. Our curriculum is very advanced. Our bar is very high.
We have a classroom that is interactive with the students. We have strong curriculum with leaders that can guide all of our clients to better, faster, safer driving.
You have a specific path with dates on it and a great understanding and a dialogue with myself and other of our advanced instructors and leaders to get you to your destination quickly.
I'd like to personally invite you to come out to one of our events. We have an awesome program that you've heard about. We have an event about every month at some fabulous tracks around the region. Our coaches are phenomenal. You will learn more at one of our events than you have at any other event you've attended.
Right there, baby.
And good afternoon, everyone. We are here at the 2019-25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance. I have two of my favorite people here. I've got Karen Salvaggio and Lynn Kehoe. They are from the Shift Up Now movement. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Oh, you bet. Wow.
Either one.
Yeah, well, anyway, it's really good to see you, John.
Absolutely.
I haven't seen you since last year's 25. And
yeah, we got to stop doing that.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. Well, we're back.
Yep.
And, you know, last year's run was quite an event for us. We had 2 teams, but this year we came back with 1. But Shift Up Now is actually a collective of women racers, and our entire mission is to inspire courage and confidence in girls and women through motorsports. As we all know, and I know you've been around tracks a long, long time, when you can go out there and do this kind of stuff, it just really feeds the soul, it feeds the spirit.
It's very empowering.
Yeah, that's who we are.
So which car are you guys in?
So we're in the BMW 128i, and we're partnered with HQ Autosport. Rob Henretta and Paul
She'll never get it.
Troce. Yeah, there's a lot of letters in that name.
So in Italian, you have to speak with your hand.
Paul Q.
Paul Q, right.
Beautiful,
right.
beautiful. Cute, like James Bond, right?
They've got a great team, and they put together a great car for us to drive, and we've got a co-ed team this year.
Oh.
And a lot of that is really the culmination of, or the execution of the mission of Shift Up Now, which originally we started with all women, and you know, that's not how the world should work, right? We should all be doing this together and rise the tide, and so we have a co-ed team now.
Right.
So tell me, the initial effort was with a kind of older car that you had planned?
Yeah, so thanks for bringing that up, John.
Here, let me pick at that scab a little bit.
It's just historic. It was historic.
Right, historic.
Yes, it still is historic, and it's still sitting at Jacob Mosler's shop, but it was a Concealer from the 80s, and it was...
And we remember those from all the ads in Car and Driver.
Exactly.
Very cool car.
Very cool car, and it would have been a very cool car here at the 25 if either one of our 2 engines would have made it here.
Details.
But exactly. But you know, like everything, it gives you a good story.
Yep.
It inspired us to actually have 2 teams instead of the one we would have had last year, and we learned a lot from it. I actually learned about many car parts that I never even knew existed, so it was a great education for me. I used words that I never knew I would use, like
racing does that to you.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Right.
It's amazing. Right. But so our run last year was really good and really successful for us, and we took second place to HQ, so we're not stupid. This year we partnered with them.
With the winners.
So exactly.
So what has changed? Catch me up on what has gone up with Shift Up Now from December 2018 to December 2019.
Oh, wow. Well, following the race last year, of course we went back in the foxhole and we made that happen. Yeah, right. And then about like December 25th, we were back hard on the ground saying Merry Christmas. But actually, I only met Lynn, like strong case knew her from last summer through, so summer of 2018. Right. So we were kind of sorting things out, what was going to happen with Shift Up Now, where was it going? But what we knew had to happen was it had to turn into an organization of some kind, because we had a lot of women who wanted to become part of Shift Up Now and people who wanted to sponsor Shift Up Now. But we didn't really have an infrastructure of any kind. It's like who's in and who's out and why and what are we doing? So we started forming an organization, and I am really, really lucky to have a partner that she's the business side of it and I'm the race side of it. And so it really is like yin and yang. Yeah. She handles, her wheelhouse is like, that's hers. And mine's over here. But what we decided was we needed to have what we call ambassadors. And these are women that are not upstarts in the sport, but they've already made a name for themselves. They might have already won championships, maybe at a regional level, or they already have lifted themselves into the motorsports world.
Right.
Maybe exhausted all the resources they can locally, but now they're ready for the booster rocket. And so we're pretty much the booster rocket for folks that have already lifted themselves. Maybe, running NASA events, they're running SCCA, they're running stuff.
Right. And we've got some that are running open wheel. We've got a woman, Kelsey Rowlings, who's a drift racer,
Great.
And
every form. So now we have to work on rally, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I know some people.
Perfect.
Rally and NHRA, those are the two. That's the two that we don't represent.
So who are some of the ambassadors that we would be familiar with?
Go ahead.
Well, so kind of starting from the pro level, we have two pro advisors, and that's Pippa Mann and Shay Holbrook.
Okay,
and
sure.
They're both still with us from last year.
And Shay came up through our teen program in the Miatas, and I can remember, this is years ago, having to talk to her and her dad where she passed under yellow at Summit Point. And there were so many incidents that I was an assistant race director when I wasn't supposed to be.
Right.
And she was the kid that took it the best. So that boded well. I think that was a good sign for her future pro career, and she's done great stuff.
She's done great stuff. She was in the W Series last year, and I don't know if people listening know this, but she announced a couple weeks ago that she is going to be a mom. She's pregnant. So, yeah, which is why she's not here racing with us.
Makes sense.
So, otherwise she would have been here with us
John
as well.
And John, remember way back in 2008, we had Team Diva Speed.
Yes.
She was on that team.
And that was with the Acura, right?
Yes, the Integra R, and Ron Carroll was fielding it.
With Ron Carroll, wow.
His single
Old
one-man show.
Yeah.
I mean, who can field an entire car for the whole race by himself?
Ron Carroll.
Ron Carroll.
Yeah. If anyone can do it, it's
today. He's here.
Right, and I think he's crew chiefing for, I think, Sean Sampson's car. I'm not sure, but
he is.
Okay,
yeah,
good. I get so much information, I get confused.
I just saw him down there. He's there. He's an amazing guy. But anyway, Shay was on that team with us. So it was Donna and Shay and myself, and then Glory Fernandez had come up from Puerto Rico.
Right.
Yeah, that was a great. But that was the year of the fog.
Oh, don't say that.
Yeah.
So what Karen is talking about is one year we had zombie fog, where similar conditions to this, where all of a sudden it clears up and we're thinking, oh, this is great. And then just this demon fog rises up, and we were shut down for probably 6-7 hours.
Oh, everything was longer than that.
Yeah, it was a long time. I went out in a safety car to try and see if we could possibly get started again. No. We actually got lost. I had to get out of the car with a flashlight and lead the driver back.
It was really bad.
Wow. It was terrible.
And I got in the car when we restarted, but it was still.
And which car were you running?
I had my Cobra here.
Okay.
I was running two cars. I was doing double stints in the Integra R and the Cobra. So I was going back, and we were pitted next to each other. So I'd run a stint here. That was the year Randy Popst actually got in my Cobra and did a stint.
Right.
He said it was the wickedest.
Because his car broke.
Yeah, his cars. They had two, and theirs broke that year.
They broke, and then he jumped in. Yeah,
but he's good friends with Ron, and that whole.
Small world.
Yeah, so they're like, hey, get in. So yeah, he went out and drove a stint in my little Cobra. So it was fun. That was good times. Good times.
Good times. Very good times. Sure. So tell us about the next project here that you all are working on. Something pretty special.
So we're pretty proud of this, and when we started getting organized for the Drive to the 25 last year, Karen said, you need to journal this. And I'm like, all right, whatever. So I started journaling it. And when we finished the 25, she said, okay, we're going to write a book now. And I went, what?
You're going to do what?
We're going to do what? Like,
similar to my reaction when Jerry announced the 25. You're going to do what?
Right. Well, and similar to when I said to Karen, we're going to, run female teams at the 25 Hours of Thunderhill. And she's like, you don't even know what you're doing. How are you going to do that? And I'm like, well, you're going to help me. So then when she says, well, we're going to write a book, I'm like, how are we going to do that? She's like, I'm going to help you. And so.
Not a problem.
So exactly. So we've been working pretty much for this entire year.
Nice.
And we, went through a number of different titles for the book, and we finally came back to what we started with, which is Drive to the 25.
Drive to the 25.
It's exactly what we did. We talk about the Consigliere and the loss of the Consigliere. We talk about Shay Holbrook, who was pegged for the W Series, and so she did a triple stint on Saturday morning, and then got in her rental car, drove to SFO, took a shower in the airport, flew to London, put on her fancy dress, and went to the party for the W Series.
Wow.
And Pippa and Sarah Montgomery and Amy Dilks, who were the drivers of Sarah's MX-5, finished off the 25 hours.
Yeah,
and
awesome.
So we talk about that, and we talk about the ups and downs that we had, and
the challenges with the Consigliere. But the other thing that I think is really going to be wonderful for people to enjoy about this book, because it's really what this is all about. This is grassroots racing at its very, very best.
Right.
And I look out here right now, John, and I look at the cars that are here, and they're not grassroots teams. There's some really
serious cars.
Amazing cars. I mean, I've never seen so many, like IMSA level, unbelievable, crazy
compared to the
good
old boxes
stuff
we used to
when
race.
we were but the deal is that all of us are here thanks to the amazing support of incredible crew members. Most of the people out there are not paid. Most of them are here.
Right.
They're volunteering.
Vacation time.
They're just
Right.
and this is a passion for them.
Yes.
And I think even a lot of the people that are here with the IMSA level cars, it's passion for them too. And it's so we have like every person that was on our crew, every person, whether they were doing the catering or whatever, we interviewed all of them, and all of their views and their ideas and their thoughts are in the book.
That's cool.
Because it's really a testimonial to them that we got through that crazy event.
Right.
I mean, it was nuts.
Well, it always is. I mean, you get to the end of one of these, and it's just like, wow, I just climbed up Mount Everest. Because you are completely torn up physically, mentally. Usually I did an event years ago called the Open Track Challenge, where we went for a week to different tracks around the West, and similar to this, your brain is jello on Monday.
Right.
Like making toast is hard. So to put off two teams and all of that's got to be a great story. Now, where can people find that when it's ready?
Well, we're going to be publishing through Amazon.
Oh, awesome.
And then what's happening is we have a page, it will be available within the next 48 hours where people can go pre-order the book.
Awesome.
It won't be available till early, probably January, February.
Okay.
By the time we actually get to print, but we're really close right now. But we want to make sure that all the details are proper, and so we're like in final edit right now. And the reason it's not done is because the actual epilogue of the book, I'm writing the epilogue, and it's this race.
Live.
So it's in action right now. So it's going to close the loop of our entire year long from last year's to now.
Perfect. So what should we look for in 2020 from Shift Up Now?
That's a good question. We're talking to a couple different teams to have some series that we're going to run with different teams and different co-ed teams, highly likely. We've been very fortunate that we did a race at Barber a couple weeks ago, and Shell stepped up and sponsored us.
Nice.
And so we actually, if you go on our social media, Shift Up Now on Instagram particularly, we did a shelfie contest, and we got some really, really great shelfies from people. So that was lots and lots of fun, and we'll continue to do things like that.
Perfect.
We're talking to a number of different kind of big deal sponsors, and it's a real testament to us that I think we're doing something right.
Big time.
Yeah, it's not easy, as everybody in this sport knows. Everybody wants a sponsor, and everybody pretty much needs multiple sponsors, and there have been some wonderful, wonderful groups that have stepped up and through the course of the year and helped to support us, and we appreciate that very much, and hoping for bigger and better next year.
Well, and one of the other things that we are announcing, we can even announce it right now, is we now have a
new announcement.
We have a junior ambassador program that we're just launching.
Super cool.
Because to be an ambassador with us, you really have to be 16-ish or a little higher.
Okay.
And obviously if you're less than that, you need to have parent and all that.
Right.
But we've had so much contact from young girls, young women, 5, 6, 8, 10 years old, or their parents saying, how can we be part of Shift Up Now? They're just they're digging what's happening. And this really is a moment in motorsports right now. There's a lot of synergy around women in motorsports.
Yep.
And again, the reason that and I think you guys know, we've done the all women's team, we've done it, but the real world and what we're hoping to show with what we're doing with HQ, and they have an amazing crew down there.
Yeah,
I've known them for a long, long time. Really great people. But the best of motorsports is when we all work together. The best of the best, great drivers, great team, great crew. And it's not about being men and women. It's accepting the fact that we're all gearheads, and we all want to do this right. And we can be car guys too.
Sure. Car folks.
We're car guys.
Car guys.
It's okay. I mean, we're car girls. We went to dinner last night. We had the greatest time. We're all talking. They're like, you guys are just like us. We're like, yeah, we're just like you.
Gee.
Yeah. And we swear and we drink and we do.
Right. And
we do that too.
Of course.
They're like, you guys have whiskey? We're like, yeah.
I know so much less about cars than I do about drinking. So it's,
Sorry,
there'll
be no drinking. driving?
No. That's after the event.
That's after the event.
When we're all in our
Only when the
Ubers being
track is
safely.
full.
Right. So PSA right there, kids.
Anyway, thank you for letting us share about the book and about the ambassador program. And we've had
I'm a big fan of what you're doing. I have a 15-year-old daughter, and I'm a big fan of everything you guys are doing. It is so cool. You know, I started in an era where it was, it was primarily all male. But now we're starting to see a real difference coming in, and also kind of sweeping away some of that culture that, it's pretty toxic. So it's good to see that environment. NASA, we've always been a family show where it's never, don't bring your kids, don't bring anyone, bring everybody. Typically NorCal region, SoCal region will have babysitting available. So it should be all-inclusive, and that's what we've been doing. So to see this message rising is very inspirational for me.
Right. Well, you guys, for us, NASA, and NASA's been a long time home for me.
Oh, yeah.
And I know for Lynn, too.
Well, NASA's where I got my start. I mean, my very first track day was NASA Northeast with
Joe.
the Casellas.
With the Casellas.
Absolutely. And then, I moved to Florida, so now it's the Pantases.
Right.
And I've probably run 4 or 5 different NASA regions, and every one is it's a great organization.
Thank
the
you.
events are very well organized, and people ask a lot, and especially because we started Shift Up Now, with the message of confidence and courage, and people have said, well, do the guys treat you badly at the track? And I will say my experience, and I've only been doing this for 4 years now, but I have not ever had an experience where I would say some guy was a jerk. I mean, people are jerks, like that happens, but it's not because they're men or women, right? It's because they're jerks. And as
gender
women,
neutral.
exactly, it's very gender neutral. But as as gender goes in motorsports, the men have been supportive, helpful, encouraging, and so I think I think it is a misconception.
Well, and the piggyback to that is that, and this is my 35th year in motorsports.
Sure, wow.
And what I really...
I'm just behind you.
She started when she was 2. So.
When I was 2. But what I have learned and what I truly believe, and I share this everywhere I go, you cannot argue with competence. You cannot argue with performance.
Absolutely.
It's a shut up and drive the car kind of thing.
Right.
Like, you can talk about it and you go whatever. But if you drive well, if you are a clean racer, if you are really dedicated and you learn your craft, no one can argue with that.
No.
I mean, they just can't. The car is gender neutral as well.
Car doesn't care.
Car don't care.
Car don't care.
I do also just want to kind of give a shout out to the drivers that we're driving with from Shift Up Now. So we've got Sarah Montgomery, who did the first stint, and then we have Michelle Abate, and we have Lonnie Unser. All Shift Up Now ambassadors. You asked earlier about.
And on the HQ side, it's Pete Ingalls and Travis Welton, and they have been amazing. They've been amazing teammates.
The 5 of them make a great team. They did driver change practice, and it's just
and Rob and
so
Paul
smooth.
and Abel and Chad and the whole group. I mean, it's an amazing. There's a great synergy going on down there. Pit spot 31.
If you're here,
we're over there.
Exactly.
I mean, it's good stuff. It really is. We're really excited about everything that's happening down there.
Right. And anybody that's listening, bring your daughters over, and we're happy to talk to them, and bring your wives, your girlfriends, whatever, and let's get all these women behind the wheel.
I have an aspiring young mechanic. She changed the front shocks on my dually in under an hour.
Wow.
So that's pretty good. And all I did was point and say, okay, that bolt, that bolt, that bolt, and she did it. So, slowly but surely, I work with my local high school. We're trying to get more girls involved in the high school auto shop program.
That's awesome.
Just that same.
Well, I had an IMSA level team, and I won't drop any names or anything. We're talking like very high end, asking me, do you know any women mechanics? We would love to start incorporating them on our team.
Awesome.
So we're watching the world unfold and open and just, but it has to do with competence.
Yeah, 100%.
When we were going through the Indy car garage last year, because Pippa went to Indy and we went with her, and it was an amazing experience. And the team right there, like team principal said, we don't have any problem having a woman on the team, but they have to be able to perform at the same level as anybody else.
And look at the, Jessica Mace, who came up. NASA person in the beginning. She's, very successful engineer and was one of the leads, I think, on the Ford GT program. So
indeed.
Pretty awesome.
Pretty awesome stuff.
Yep.
But again, it's back to being competent.
Yep.
Right.
Okay, well, folks, we've heard about the Shift Up Now movement with Lynn Kehoe and Karen Salvaggio. Again, check them out at Shift Up Now. Look at their social media feeds. Lots of exciting stuff happening. If you're here at the track, come down to Pit Space 31, and they can drop a little education on you. Again, it's been a pleasure to have both of you here. Thank you for coming up for an interview. Edwin, back to you in Studio 3 from Studio 3A.
Thank you so much, John. And great message about some opportunities for great growth in this sport. So thank you for taking some time, all three of you, to sit down and talk with us. A lot going on. You saw sort of our picture-in-picture during the interview, and we still have one car that is sitting there, driver's left. Where is he? Right off of, there you go. So they're going around to pick that car up. At the same time, we also had a car over on the backstretch. I believe it was the number 1 ESR machine, but it got righted and came back around, and now you see safety going out there to pick that vehicle up. Here's the other thing that's happened. We knew it would be. The racetrack is getting fast. Since we came back from that full course yellow, the Turn 3 Motorsports machine, they've set a lap of 149.411. The number 48 Radical, a lap of 148. And then the quick lap of the day now belongs to that number 64, the K2R Motorsports. They went out. This was right before we went full course yellow. They ran a lap of 147.648. So the track is dry. The track is fast. So an opportunity now to, if you have that lead, you can't lay back, because you know everybody else is going to be gaining ground on you. So again, not a chance for anybody with a bit of a cushion to sit on it right now, because the track is fast, and it's an opportunity for some of the cars behind them to make up some ground if they need to. Everything else looks good on the course again, except for that spot there in turn number 3. 118 laps completed. 4 hours and 12 minutes into a 25-lap marathon. Overall leader, as we said, car number 10. That's the Turn 3 Motorsports machine. That Radical now leads the way. 3-lap advantage over the second place. That's the 48 car. Let's walk you quickly now through all of our classes, starting with the E0, the 18 Honda. That racing team, Honda's now run 1 and 2, and pretty good cushion back there. Back now a 10-lap advantage there. Let's go to E1, and leading the way right now the 67 car. That is the Bullet Performance machine. Again, that is in E1. Bullet Performance, the BMW, leads the way over the Fleer Vision Racing by 2 laps. So the BMW leading the way in E1. Going to E2 now. The car number 86, the TAPG Motorsports, that Toyota, with a 4-lap advantage, second place right now. The SlipstreamRacing.com Mazda, car number 20. They sit second now in E2. E3, that is the 07 car. The Tazio Otis Racing Honda, they lead over the number 6. That's the Brown-Hayer team in their Mazda Miata. One group that's been competitive, and they stay pretty competitive right now, and that is in the E3S Series, the number 99, Young and the Restless Mazda Miata. They've got a 1-lap advantage over the number 40 machine, but there are still, 3 cars within 1 lap of the lead, and that is in E3S. Go to ES now, and leading the way is that Low Group Racing. Remember that Valkyrie Autosport team, they led a good portion of this event, but now that lead belongs to car number 2, the Low Group Racing BMW, and then it's the number 4. They were the quick qualifier. That's the Nissan 370 Valkyrie Autosport. They are now second, and their teammate in the number 5 GTR, they are third. Now, those 2 team cars are still on the same lap, but they chase the the class leader by 3 laps. ESR and overall is car number 10. They are leading, have put 119 laps in the books. Car number 10, the Turn 3 Motorsport Radical. They lead over the car number 48. That's the other Radical, the One Motorsports machine. And then the 68 car, the House One Motorsports, I believe that's the Leger. They're in 4th, but that car's only 5 laps behind. In fact, all the way back, the top 5 in ESR, all within 8 laps of each other. The overall fast lap of the day, that belongs to car number 64, the K2R Motorsports machine. And just before, as I said, just before we had that full course caution, they put down a lap of 147.647. And finally, in GT Challenge, the Flying Lizard Motorsports Audi, they had led a good portion of this, but that has changed now. Put the 37 car to the point, the Frausen Racing BMW, they now lead, but all 3 of those GT Challenge cars, they are within a lap of each other. So there is, looking through each class, as we now have done 4 hours, 16 minutes, and that comes out to how many laps? 113 laps here. So that's how we stand. Beautiful. The track is as fast as it has been since yesterday afternoon. Once we got to final practice and qualifying, that's when we got some rain. It got wet, but right now it is perfect. And again, what you can't do, if you're the leader now, you can't sit back and rest because, again, the racetrack is fast. Cars can make up some ground on you. So we still have safety moving around the corner. They just came through 15. That one car they had to go and pick up, but good news is as they come through 15, that means they'll be making their way. In fact, you see them, I see them now coming on to pit road, so that should open us up all the way around the racetrack. There you see in the upper left-hand corner, your picture, there's that car coming in.
Is that's a GTR, no?
I believe so, that one, and that took forever because that happened all the way back over here in turn 3 and had to do a very slow flat toe to get them all the way back into the pit area. But now, yeah, now we're lean, mean, and green. And again, we're very, very fast right now and absolutely has turned into a beautiful afternoon. If you looked at the forecast a few days ago, it was, again, it's gonna rain on us in a little bit, but they keep saying, oh, maybe it will, maybe it won't. It's 100% chance, it's 0% chance. I'll take what we have right now. John Lindsay's popped back up here in the booth with us. John, great interview because it talks to an area of, we always talk about wanting to grow the sport, grow the sport, grow the sport. There's a great example of growing the sport where you don't have to change a thing. It's still the same cars. It's just encouraging more drivers to come and be a part of it.
Well, and it's nice. It's a totally inclusive movement, and at NASA we've done that for years where, I hate to say it, when I first got started in motorsports, it was kind of a little bit of a secret handshake where you had to know a guy who knows a guy in order to get things done, and we tried to really take that and put it in the dustbin of history where everybody's welcome and everybody should be able to come and enjoy motorsports with us in any capacity, as an official, as someone working the safety crew, even if you're a driver supporting his crew, even if you're just the person running the barbecue pit for the weekend, we really want to welcome everybody and be as inclusive and accepting as we can. So we've really made that a mission. It's cool to see Karen and Lynn working on the same thing and really at a higher level. And I really look forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do with the Shift Up Now movement in 2020 and far beyond.
John, some of the pictures that you're seeing right now as we get back inside the race car are some of the absolutely just picturesque, lovely pictures as you'll ever see at a racetrack. Again, the sun now getting, look at that as we look up to turn number 9. The sun's starting to get a little low on the horizon. Those beautiful colors, the brown of fall. You've got the beautiful blue sky finally. Absolutely stunning. And that could be, in fact, that might be my Christmas card. I'll just put a little tree up there on the hill and send it, but absolutely beautiful. Again, that's looking to turn number 9, one of the 2 completely blind crests that you hit here as you work this east course at Thunderhill.
Well, Edwin, I think we're in good shape. So I'm looking at the radar. For those of you can't see at home, but right now I'm looking at it. We may be in the clear here as far as that atmospheric river seems to have just dodged us a little bit and hit it off to the north and the east. So we may be looking, I think I may have to revise my estimates. Of course, that's not allowed. Once you lock it in, it's just like Vegas. You can't change the bet. You can't move it on to number 28 when you were on number 26.
And let's go to turn 9 entrance area. Well, we just lost it. Had 2 cars go off there going into turn 9.
Oh, there they are. Turn 9 downhill, if we can see that.
Yep, there they continued on. Yep, they continued
One
on.
slow mover.
I know the director hates that, but I thought we might be able to catch them there. But just 2 cars went off, drivers right. They were able to continue, and luckily not so far off. You know, you don't have a lot of wiggle room to get off there. They were able to get off, keep moving, and return to the track there. And as they come on down the hill, and they'll get through 11, and we'll be in good shape.
You can see there with that elevation drop, if you really get it wrong, it's a Dukes of Hazzard moment.
Oh, yeah.
Where all you hear as you go up over that hill. And we had years and years ago, I don't know if it may have not even been the 25, it may have been the 12.
Well, I thought
we had a car roll down that.
Yeah, I thought everybody continued. I did see a couple vehicles.
Well,
rolling
let's
on.
go to track flag and
Look
see
at
what's
there.
going on. What can they tell us? Track flag just says safety on course. So they may be transiting around to look at a squishy spot on the asphalt or do something over there. They may also just be transitioning around. We will, of course, change out workers at set breaks. Our corner marshals need a little bit of rest, so we typically will bring them in, and we have different shifts and squadrons of corner marshals that go out, so we'll go pick them up and sometimes run a little bit of refreshment to them, things like that. We use the safety trucks for that purpose. So we can't see where they're headed or anything that's off from our vantage up here in Studio 3. So hopefully everything's good. We're watching the cameras there. Looks like they're coming around 5 right now. Maybe there is somebody off at 9 that we can't see, Edwin. Because you remember all those cars got together?
Yeah,
there may be somebody at 9.
Yeah, it could be from our camera angle there. That's, they went out and got out of our camera angle, and we can't see them. So we'll find out in a minute. We'll see where those guys stop and figure that out. John, this is a moment too also now for the for the crews down in the paddock area along pit road there and everything. It's kind of nice, still a little breezy, but kind of take a breath, relax, because you've got a long night ahead of you.
Right.
Those guys, you talk about rotating out some corner works, everything. They don't rotate out the crews for the night. You guys are on call. They're ready to go whenever they're needed.
They are grinding the whole night.
Yeah, so they will nap when they can, and hopefully they hope that their nap does not have to be interrupted. There we go, back in car.
That is the number 28, the HQ car. Also being shared with the Shift Up Now crew.
One thing to think
Running
about.
Nice, consistent laps.
Yeah, one thing to think about, John, is you go out there and you say, okay, well, how do you stay motivated when, you're like, we're 8 laps behind the team in front of us? Well, you have to remember, there was something that got them 8 laps ahead of you. Right. That just as easily could happen where those roles are reversed. You got to be in a position where you're ready to take advantage of it. You got to stay motivated on the point, continue to run your race, because whatever change happened to your race that gave them that advantage, it's going to flip around and come back. You've got to be ready to seize the moment when it does.
Carpe diem.
Yeah, remember we watched early today how wet that shot was right there, and you can just see, and you can see it there too once they get through turn 3, how much faster they're just running through the corner. You visually can see it, and your fastest cars now are all running in the low 150s to the high 140s.
Yeah, we are getting quicker, so we are seeing the lap times drop. We don't know what happened to that number 52 that was out in front for so long. There was mention of some sort of fueling problem, so we'll try to dispatch Neil and Will down there to find out what's going on with them. But they have fallen way off. They're 40 laps behind P1 right now. So major problem there.
Yeah, they initially said you had some brake issues, fixed that, and then came right back and had some fueling
just reset
issues.
fast lap. So One Motorsports, Radical Sports, they just reset fast lap to a 1 minute 47.326 on lap 122. Very impressive.
It is, because as you get into this now, yes, you're refueling, you're changing some tires, but you're still also, are starting to have some wear and tear. Think about it. 4 hours and 4 hours and 25 minutes. That's you've run most places a full race and then some, and here you still have over 20 hours to get you to the finish. So, the track's in great shape right now, but as they click off these fast laps here, this might be the best time, and again, we might see low times of the race here in the next hour or so.
So also a little bit of news, I think, from up in the E0 class, or no, E1 or E2. E2. So Morewood Creative, you notice that they are way down the order now, and apparently they had contact with an in-class car, which is not too cool, and it bent up the tie rods on the front end. The tie rods, of course, are the little rods that control the steering of the car. So with those bent, you can't get a lot done. So they're replacing those right now. They were having a strong run. They're 15 laps down from the Toyota Arizona Proving Grounds team.
John, let me ask you a question. We see on the screen, see the green BMW that just came on. There's another car sitting there. They sat there for a while. Is that a little spot where you have to stop and wait for certain reasons?
That's the penalty box.
That's what I thought.
So someone's been naughty, and you can get held there for a while or not too long. Usually it's a minute-based penalty, so it'll be 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever it is. But you have to roll out. You can't just say, oh, well, we'll serve it, during our pit stop.
Right.
You have to roll out and sit there in the penalty box and sing I'm a Little Teapot for a minute.
Well, it looks like someone else is singing there as well. And I saw them roll. I saw the car sitting there, and then we went to another shot, and I kind of forgot about it. We came back to it, still sitting there. I said, oh, yeah, somebody is probably having a conversation that they don't really want to be having. There's your overall leader, I believe, right there going out of the shot. That's that Radical, the number 10 Turn 3 Motorsports.
I think that's the Fast Toys car. And remember when we had the two cars that were stuck, and then they spun, and apparently, maybe there was something going on there where they spun close to the safety truck that was there or something like that. We don't know, but that's all speculation. But to be held that long, they've done something fairly naughty.
Oh, look at that. Pop up over.
Whoa, you saw a little air there.
Yeah. Well, I was watching. The angle is so perfect there. You can see, you can see the sky underneath the car, and if you can see all sky without anything touching, imagine what the driver feels.
So when we run this course backwards, which we sometimes do at the NASA regional races, that is the launch pad. That's the fluke clutch. Because you come up over that from this direction, it's a guaranteed four-wheel launch. Pretty insane.
Yeah, I would say.
Kind of nitro circus.
I would say. 100 and, where are we, 126?
220, 221, whatever it takes. Whoa, we have a car off there. That is coming into 9. Fairly high-speed section. Looks like we have more cars off. Boy, okay, so we had, the one at 9 has continued. We have another one off in that twilight zone between 2 and 3. One of the cars spun around. We'll try to take a look. You guys can't see it so much on your feed, but it is one of the, looks like it's one of the Radicals. That could be significant. I can't get a number from where I am. It's one of the Radicals now off in the muck. So they have run amok. There it is. You can see it on that shot. See off to the right there?
There you go, yep.
That is one of our Radicals that's off. It may be, we have a couple of Radicals that are up in the lead there, close to it.
The leader just, I think the leader just went by.
Okay, so that's turn 3. So they're fine.
Yep. Could it be, that could be the number 48? Sitting there with their back to us. That may be John, I think, but I can't.
Well, we'll see who starts falling down the order real quick, and that'll give us an idea. Because on your racehero.io feed, if it turns red, that means that they are no longer circulating for whatever reason it is. It could be that they're just in the pits, but it could be something else. But it looks like that car doesn't look to be mechanically disabled. I think it is just stuck in the mud.
Yeah, and that one's far enough off track where...
That's in an impact zone.
Yep.
So,
well, and it's in a sloppy zone.
Right.
As well. I'm just looking at time and scoring there, see if anybody starts to drop. It'll take a
Fortunately, it's not in the leach field for the septic system. That's one place you don't want to go off.
Nice. Nice.
If possible.
Okay. Not the 48, because I just saw them trigger timing and scoring. Watch for anybody to start going down the order. And of course, that's frustrating too when you're sitting there and once you're stuck, you just got to wait until they come by and get you. There's nothing you can do.
Where they're going to dispatch from? If they may go down the front straight, we're not sure, but we're waiting for that tow crew to stand up.
Here we go. It's the number one car, Norma's last chance.
Oh, that's no good. So it is the number 1 car that is now off.
Yep.
And beached. That is the ESR entry, Norma's last chance. It's a 2012 Norma M20 FC. That's Phil Fogg Jr., Steve Fogg, TJ Acker, and John Black are the drivers. Phil and Steve are brothers. Phil actually just got back from doing the Baja 1000, so maybe he, you know,
I'm supposed to be on that part of the track.
Wait a minute. So that's the car that's beached right now. We are waiting for safety to dispatch to go pull them out of the muck. There they come. Here comes the cavalry down the front straight. And tow 1, our old faithful workhorse there, getting the job done again.
And been pretty solid. I mean, that car was overall, where were they? You know, 10 laps out of the top spot, so still in a solid position for the craziness of night. And again, get it back in there. You know, they want to get there as quick as they can and be set up. There you see safety vehicle coming through turn number 1.
Yep.
And that's one thing. And it's not a negative or anything. It's just a fact of life. When you have a big open space like this, you don't have a lot of those walls, which means there's not a lot of places around the track to hide safety vehicles. Right. Overall, it's a good thing because if there's a place to hide them, it means that's a place where you could run into them. So it does take, you know, you have to dispatch and let them come around. Simply, again, that's a trade-off. We've got some open space. It may take a moment or two to get back around there. Most drivers would say, oh, you know what? I'll take that trade-off.
No problem.
Yep.
So it looks like tow 1 and safety 1 are on scene, with safety 1 blocking for tow 1. Crew is out on the ground with that beached car. They'll try to pull them out of the mud, unstick them. Oh, looks like we had a little moment there. Sometimes we are fighting with the feed a little bit. We are out here in the rural area of Glenn County. Sometimes we have issues with our feed. So this race has gotten so big that there's a cell tower that's dedicated up on the hill here just for our use, and we still overload it. And one year it was very cold, and with all the RVs in the paddock, it blew the transformer that's on the way down into town, so they had to upgrade all the lines out here.
Well, and you know, the other thing is with all the technology, cameras and all that stuff, with the wind and rain we've been dealing with, and, you know, overall everything has performed fantastic. Yeah, it really has. So overall, that's a great thing. And there you see in the upper right-hand corner of that picture, the car they're trying to go and grab. They'll get it hooked up.
And all the while trying not to get tow 1 stuck.
Right. And I will say, overall, the crews have been very efficient here today. Right. Anything they've had to do, even the car we had, you know, just a little bit past this, was really, really well done, because that car was way, way off of the racetrack, and they did a very nice job. Like I said, winched up close enough where then they can flat tow that car back around. So doing an excellent, excellent job. Again, keeping the track clear, giving us as much green racing as we can have here in this 25-hour event.
Well, and the things these crews are able to handle, I mean, we've had crazy incidents over the years. One year we had a Factory 5, one of the Cobra race cars with a 44-gallon fuel cell.
Ugh.
One of the tank straps broke.
Right.
And the driver continued down the front straight, and it wore through the metal until it got to the bladder, and it lit up coming down the front straight. And that was my friend Scott McKay. And Scott managed to bail out right in turn 1, but he was smart because he got it off the pavement and into the dirt over there and then bailed out.
Yep.
If he would have left it on the pavement, the fire was so intense it would have melted the pavement. because there were 40 gallons of race gas in there to get rid of. But the crew handled it, and they saved most of the car, I think.
John, just, taking the weather out of the conditions and everything, that fast lap of the day, the 147.325, your history here, was that getting down to kind of a lap you expected for the weekend?
Yeah, that's getting there.
Okay.
I mean, that's pretty fast here, and so we're narrowing in. I think everybody's starting to turn the wick up a little bit, but again, it's an endurance race. So in a sprint race, you might see people really flying. And no, there was not a fire in any of the current race cars. We were talking about a fire that happened years ago. We did have a question on the feed. Sorry, guys, I don't mean to get you all fired up. Hey, now. So they are trying to pull that car out. Let's just confirm it is it is the number 1. It is that Norma chassis. I believe it's a French chassis. Not sure what motor they're running in that one. And congratulations to one of our viewers here, Michael. His wife just gave birth to the 3rd child and first girl during a race. Welcome to the world, Mary.
They weren't at the race.
No.
Oh, okay, all right. Just checking.
Although I've seen things.
Just checking.
We've had all kinds of momentous events happen.
Is it a little girl?
A little girl named Mary.
Oh,
congratulations.
All right. Middle name should be Willow.
Willow.
Middle name should be Mary Willow.
So interestingly enough, my daughter was born the day after a race, and I had instructions for the chief of control, my good friend Gene Anderson. If my wife called him when I was on track racing, I was supposed to get the black flag so I could hustle home and be there when my daughter was born.
Aw.
And she was a good kid and waited until the next morning to show up, so I still owe her for that.
Well, and it's always cute. Sometimes people will name their kids kind of based on how the kid came into the world and everything.
Right.
So, in fact, speaking of that, I want to say hi to my son, Jack Daniels, at home.
Oh, hey now.
You are not paying extra for the comedy.
No, that we just bring that free of charge.
Yeah,
but wait, there's more.
Yeah, as it should be.
Dad jokes, they're all over the place. Okay, looks like they may be back underway. I don't know. They still look like they're kind of in the soup, so they may have to pull them forward now.
Well, in the tough part, the car's sitting backwards to the track,
which has no ground clearance.
Yeah.
There's a ditch there, so how do you get it out of the ditch without snapping the front end off of it? And they're being super careful. But that care comes at a little bit of a time penalty.
It does, and it's also, again, losing some track time here in a 25-hour event is very, very different than, in a sprint race. Also, again, they've done a very nice job. We've had, I think, only two full course yellows today. I think only 2. They've done a great job of being able to localize an incident and maximize the race time. So, working very, very hard. Good crew here. Oh, they're gonna try to spin it around. Oh, don't turn it over.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, kids. Blaspheme. The car started to go up on its lid, and I thought it was going to flip. Madre de Dios. Qué lástima.
You simply mention it because it is the month of his birthday.
It is.
Yes. Just a birthday notice.
Birthday notice, absolutely. So that was a little close. I think what happened is they thought it was going to slide, and it dug in, but the problem is you can't really see it too well, but there's a big old ditch right there. And that car has basically no ground clearance, so they're trying to get it out of there without doing any damage, and that's the challenge right now. So it looks like they got the front end rotated, and now they're going to try to go around the other way or some such thing.
And then, John, this is the one, we mentioned this earlier, the drivers have been through there a couple times. They're used to it. They still need to be sure that they're obeying those flags, giving those workers the respect that they need through there. And then, once they get, where's the next station? The top of 5? Yeah. Once they get up there to the top of 5, they can go back, they can go back racing. But just give these guys the respect and the safety they need, and the car's just about.
Looks like it's about out. Don't get high centered. Come on, baby. All right, success. It's pointed the wrong way on the track, but at least it's out of the mud. Maybe they can try and jump start it in reverse.
Well, and luckily, where they pulled it back on, any mud that came up onto the track, that's way outside of the driver's line there, but they still now need to get this vehicle turned around. And again, you can see it on that shot, upper right-hand corner
I saw
of your
a big
screen.
puff of smoke come out of one of the stock cars that's there running.
I did too. I caught it right out of the corner of my eye.
Was that brake lockup? Maybe God realized it's a little too hot going by the truck? Or?
If so, that's not good.
Oh, it could be, you know, maybe he just downshifted and it's a dog box and it just locked the rears. Not a good strategy right next to the tow truck. So it's a little challenging. They may have to go full course because it looks like the driver's having trouble getting it turned around. There may be something busted in the steering.
Small cloud has kind of come over, so now we've got part of the course with a little bit of shade on it, and then on the back side of the course up there at turn number 9, just a beautiful sunny day over there. Yeah, couldn't ask for anything better, and like I said, based on what we thought we'd be dealing with, got to be very delighted with how the afternoon has played out. And then, John, you know, the time of the year, here we are a little bit before 4 o'clock, so we're going to blink, it's going to get dark real quick.
Getting dark. Looks like we have gone full course now because they are not able to get that around. So if you're playing along at home, remember every time we go full course yellow, every 5 laps, you do need to take a shot.
I did not draw that card when we started playing.
Oh, yeah. No,
okay,
that's a requirement. And every time I say moist and every time Neil says awesome. So there you go.
Everybody take a nap.
That could be pretty brutal, folks. We won't do that to you. Have a nice holiday party, maybe some mulled wine.
So our Turn 3 Motorsports Radical, car number 10, still leads the way here. This will be our third for full course of the day. And John, historically at this point in the day, is that about, I mean, to me that seems like maybe a little bit of a low number based on what the weather was this morning. Would you have guessed that, you know, however many hours we're into this thing now, that we'd only be at our third based on how nasty it was this morning?
Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, I think we really dodged quite a significant event with the weather just kind of going right around us, and it's gorgeous. I mean, this kind of reminds me of last year, but a little warmer. And last year was, I mean, it was the nicest condition that we'd ever seen. Well, yep, safety car is out. So I think what they have to do is they have to put some work into getting that car turned around because it's doesn't have a big turning radius lock to lock, so they're going to back it up. So it's basically going to be like some sort of valet parking there. But the problem is, and Jerry had mentioned this in the driver's meeting, when you get to full course yellow, it doesn't mean back off the throttle. It means keep going until you're up with the rest of the field, because we want you to be able to be in contact so we can create that gap that we need to be able to get a car like this turned around, and we just don't have that gap yet. So come on, drivers, if you have anyone that you are crewing for, tell them to catch up.
See a little bit of shade there at the turn 5 hill. So again, the car number 10 leading the way, as we said, 2016 Radical SR3, that team out of Chicago, Illinois. And one of the drivers this weekend is also team owner Peter Dempsey. Eric Wagner will take a stint in that car. Antoine Como, Neil Alberico as well. They'll be sharing the duties this weekend, and so far they couldn't ask for a better start to the weekend. Eric with his start there in the Midwest, driving at the Autobahn Country Club in Joliet, Illinois.
Beautiful facility there.
Absolutely.
Kind of the start of the country club movement that VIR started.
Yeah, and has become, you know, the rage across the country. Co-driver Antoine Como, he too there out of that Autobahn Country Club area. Of course, Peter Dempsey, as we said, founder and team owner of Team 3 Motorsports. A little background on Peter, the team owner. Again, we're talking about our race leader. Grew up in Ireland, and his father had a Formula Ford team back in the day. And then at age 17, Peter did his own Formula Ford racing. So quite a historic background. Oh, that's good. That's good to see. He's owned that team since 2018. And then, of course, Neil Alberico, we talked earlier about different ways to get involved. He came to this sport, little 10-year-old kid going karting. So those are the drivers and a little history on the team. That is your overall leader. And once they got that car turned back around, able to fire up and take off. They just didn't have enough room really there to spin them around. That was all.
So it's not designed like a sedan or something where there's a ton of turning radius.
Right.
Because the steering is super tight and not a lot of turns lock to lock. So they just need a little help to get turned around. And the safety crew did handle that one with aplomb.
Well done.
All right, so safety car leading them around probably one more lap and then back to green. Might do a little surface check there in between 2 and 3, or more accurately 3 and 4, to see how much junk is on the track. Looks like they did a pretty good job cleaning it off, but that's somewhere where you might be under a little bit of a challenging part of the traction circle, and you don't want to hit that and go flying off.
Just sitting here reading some of the teams, and remind all the teams, whenever they give you a chance to send us info, because here's a neat snippet that Peter Dempsey mentioned the background Formula Ford, but also Peter comes to us with a trophy from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. What was that in? Well, at the time it was the Star Mazda Championship, now known as the Indy Pro 2000. So that's a nice piece. I don't care what you did it in. That's a nice piece to have sitting on the mantle.
It's pretty cool. All right, coming up on 4 o'clock, which would be 5 hours in. Probably going to get to 136 laps completed.
Fastest laps for those front two, just a 149.1 and a 147.3. And again, that's as the track has dried out this afternoon, and probably here maybe in the next hour or so. If anybody's going to go a little bit quicker, those fastest laps may happen here in the next hour or so before we get into nighttime races. All right, where's your calculations for total laps now?
So the maths tell me that it's 680 if we continue at this pace. 680.
All right, what was yours? You're getting close.
I'm 685.
All right.
Oh, but Nick is 679. Mr. Price is Right, trying to bracket me, huh?
There you go.
Well, we'll see how that works out, sir. Do we want to play it like Price is Right, where it's the closest number or the closest number that doesn't go over?
Listen, it was your contest. I'll let you.
I love the Price is Right, by the way. Watch that a lot.
Absolutely. Should be. Let's see if we get back. Yes, we are. There is green flag from the tower, so nicely done. Pretty tidy cleanup there, and we're green flag racing once again.
Geez, and 3 or 4 wide. That's brave.
Yes, they were.
Oh, and someone's in the dirt. Look at that. Golly. I think that was the 44 there. So pretty,
that was
pretty
adventurous. I was going to say that was quite a lot of action on the restart there, so everybody continues along.
Merrily we roll along. Okay, folks, well, we do have another in-studio interview coming up, so we'll take a quick break while we get ready for that, and then we'll be back super quick with an in-studio interview for you, another special treat. We will try to also get our pit and paddock reporters back working soon. So we'll take a real fast break, and we'll be back with an interview for you. Thanks for joining us at the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance, and the broadcast today brought to you by Toyo Tires.
We've always run with NASA because that's where my dad had started. Three wide and up the middle, running the gauntlet. Our goal is to have cars three wide, two rows with the center car running up the middle and taking the lead. Running up the middle and taking the lead. When done properly, it looks just simply like two swirls going around the track with 25, 30 cars. It's great fun, really hard to do in the corners, a lot easier on the straights, but that's why we do the drill. Situational awareness is our goal for these drills. If a driver is fast, it's nothing without situational awareness. We run drills on Saturday leading up to the Sunday drills of Monster Pass, three wide up the middle, run the gauntlet, to give everyone an opportunity in a controlled environment so that they can experience how close cars can be on track, how fast they can go while doing it.
A point-by drill is done first thing Saturday, the entire objective for this drill is really to just teach new drivers, brand new drivers, how to get their arm out the window really fast as soon as they track out. So we have them go through every single corner, and as soon as they track out, arm out the window. If they're lollygagging around and they're kind of like waiting until they get down, their instructor's in their ear saying, arm out the window, arm out the window. And this is really just to give the new drivers the physical act of, oh, I'm supposed to get my arm out that quickly. It's a great little drill. It really helps make point buys and passes in HPD 1 real smooth and real efficient. The Apex drill is an excellent drill that we use to try to train drivers into understanding the cost and rewards of different types of approaches through a corner. It's a 2-lap drill. It's pretty straightforward. First 2 laps, every single corner on the track, they take an early apex. We try to keep the speed down, try to keep it at about 3/4 of the pace, 70–80% of their normal pace. But then they come around for the second lap. In the second lap, they do every single corner super late apex. So the idea is that they get this back-to-back comparison for every single corner on the track. What does an early apex look like? What does a late apex look like? Most of the time, it cures them of all these early apexing woes. So it's really starting to drill in at a very, very early stage for them to be paying attention to what is the outcome of driving through a corner with this type of apex versus that type of apex.
3, 2, 1, live.
We are back here in studio, and this has been great this weekend. With the 25, it gives us an opportunity to sit down with different drivers and kind of get an idea of what's happening behind the scenes and everything. Tom O'Gorman, been in the number 18 Honda Racing. First of all, welcome to the studio.
Thanks for having me.
We were just talking about, finally we have some beautiful weather here. It's been a crazy weekend, but you talked some of the rain at the beginning. You thought this might be to our advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're driving, we have a pair of 2017 Honda Civic Type Rs. We've brought them actually 3 years in a row now, and it's been a big development project for Team Honda Research West, which are a group of employees from Honda who use their volunteer time and resources from Honda to race these cars. So it's a really cool program, and given that we are among the only front-wheel drive cars in the field, and the way we have the cars modified, the equipment we're using, everything really came together with the wet.
Right.
The amount of wet we had, given the tires we have available and all those things. So things are going great in THR 10 right now.
You guys have run yourself up into the top 10.
Yeah.
Had to start deep in the field. And so made up some ground, and a lot of that was, I noticed early on within the first couple laps, you guys were picking them off left and right, but that's when it was at its wettest.
Right. Yeah, we qualified 10th overall yesterday in the rain. We were really happy with how that went. Unfortunately, we had to start at the back for an infraction with tech, but we were back up into right around where we qualified within 2 or 3 laps. So that wasn't really a problem. What's unique about this race is the spread of speed, and that becomes even more exaggerated with the weather. So like I said, with the front-wheel drive nature of these cars and the way we have them set up, we're using kind of an intermediate tire. The RA1 is the R-Rain tire, so we were a little caught off guard with how much it burned down when it dried out, so we had to change to our dries pretty quickly. But with that kind of semi-wet that we've had most of the weekend, the cars are really happy.
John and I were talking, and every team and every car, it's a little different. What was it? What was the deciding factor when you said, okay, it's time now to switch over from that rain tire? Were you looking at times? Was it just drivers feel in the seat? What made the decision for you?
Yeah, it was feel in the seat. I did the first 3 hours or so, which was 2 tanks of gas for us. Right as I was finishing up the stint, they gave me the notification I would pit 2 laps from now, and there was a dry line. The sheen was kind of going off the track. The next guy getting in has pro racing experience. It's Kevin Bohm driving right now. Won some national championships in club racing as well, so he knows what's going on. I was hesitant to just send him on dries, but he let us know he was ready for dries pretty quickly too.
Yeah, I'm coming in, I'm sending you out. By the way, it's a different tire than I've been on. Have good luck and
just
have
go
some
figure
fun.
It out. You'll figure it out.
Well, there's so many. You come to a race like this, and you talked about the guys using it for technology and to learn and everything. When you come here for a race like this, for that particular team, what is the goal for that weekend? Are you here and say, you know, we're not leaving here happy unless we're on the podium, or we're here to advance our knowledge of what we're doing with this car by learning this?
Sure. It kind of is, it walks the line between competition and development, because, as I said, we're racing, the year we brought these cars, 2017, the Civic Type R was brand new. So we actually raced them unmodified except for track tires, track brake pads, and safety equipment. And we just wanted to showcase, if you go buy this car, you prep it for a track day, here's what the performance is. And we finished top 20. We finished, I think, 8th in class in E1 that year, maybe. So we were thrilled with, you bring a stock car to a track, 25 hours, no mechanical issues, and they just went around. 2018, we built them up for E0, more or less what we could achieve that year for the best of class. Right. We finished 4th in class, top 10 that year, last year. And this year we kind of fine-tuned things. We took another 100 pounds out of the car. We got a little more power, a little more ergonomics. But because all of the people who are on this team are Honda employees, a lot of them engineers, but some accountants, some development people, they are learning stuff about these cars on the track every time we come out and race them that they can then take back to their office job and apply to every single iteration of Honda that comes down the road.
Isn't that what this racing thing is supposed to be about? How did we get away from that?
Race on Sunday, buy on Monday, sell on Monday kind of thing.
That's supposed to be. And so it's so great to bring it back to that level. And I'm sure those guys go back, and when they're representing that brand that they've been at the track with that weekend, they got to be excited about it.
Well, and this kind of race is perfect because we have about 40 people here. So yeah, there's only 10 of us driving, but there's 30 more people who are doing tires and equipment and food and hospitality and all this stuff, and everybody's just as critical as the next person. So it's big community.
That's fun. Like I say, top 10 right now. Where do you end up when
we went live? We were 10th overall. We are currently the second production-based car on the track, which we're thrilled about, and they're running strong.
Earlier this year, I got to go out to Mid-Ohio Racecourse. We had the NASA Championships. That particular course, that's home for you.
Mecca. Yeah, so I grew up hanging on the fence watching cars since I was in diapers at Mid-Ohio. That's what got me into racing, and I was lucky enough to be introduced to autocross in my teens. After winning some autocross national championships, bought a road race car, fell down that slippery slope, met my friends at Honda, and I've been able to go through the ranks and now race professionally with Honda. So I couldn't be there without Honda, but I also I can't get enough of this stuff.
Yeah. You have bit the lure. How many more when you get back into the race car tonight?
When they tell me. Yeah, they're.
If you need to leave, let me know.
No. We have 5 drivers in the 18, 6 drivers in the 17. Okay. So we're kind of managing what weather we expect based on what people are comfortable with, and what not only weather but night. So we'll probably get a lot of the guys through in the day in the dry while we can.
Here we are. It's December. What do you have on the 2020 schedule for you?
I can softly say that I believe I am confirmed for next season in IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge TCR again with the same team and same co-driver as I had last year. So that's an awesome deal, and I'll be at every track I can get to all year.
I was about to say, on the weekends you're not doing that. What is it that the part you really still love to come back and do when you're not doing that piece? What says, man, I see this event, I want to go to it?
I go to every event I can, and when anybody ever asks me, how do I do what you do? I tell them, go to every single event you can, whether you can drive or not, meet people, network, be there to say yes when the opportunities come, and that can go a long way. So I did, I think, 40 track events this year over 40 weekends almost, both professionally and just for fun.
Right. It's the thing. Well, it's the more you do, the more people you meet, the more you can say I love something, but when you do that many days a year, you're wearing it on your sleeve. Tom, thank you so much for stomping in. You guys, like I said, top 10, keep pushing. There's a couple different things you're shooting for in class, overall, in the production-based cars, and it's been a great story so far. Thanks for popping in and chatting with us.
Thanks for having us.
Come on up and see us later. If
we
you
will.
If you got some time, you want to hang out with us, come on. We'd love to.
It's nice and warm in here. I like that offer.
There's no wind. It's great. So that's why Neil and Will have been going up and down the paddock, and then they hide out in here every now and then. Tom O'Gorman with that Honda, the number 18 Honda Racing Team. Thank you so much. Appreciate you joining us here. Let's go back into the booth, see what's happening on track with John Lindsay.
Well,
John,
it was a great interview with our friend Tom O'Gorman there. We'll be rooting for him in the Honda, the number 18 car there. So not a whole lot different going on track right now. Did see a couple cars moving a little bit slow. I was following our ES leader. That's that E36 that actually Edwin and Neil had a chat with them earlier. That kind of hot rod E36. Looks like we're in car with HQ shift up now, right now. Now the only thing that's starting to happen is we are getting towards sunset. So the sun is starting to go down in the west, and it's getting a little bit blinding in certain areas. So not what we expected. We expected to be under cloud cover at this point. So instead we are not under a cloud cover, and we are starting to have issues maybe with a little bit of glare coming off the track that can really mess you up as you're headed in there. So there was a question there about what is the overall type of car that is leading, and that is a Radical. It's the Turn 3 Motorsport entry. It's a 2016 Radical SR3 RSX 1340. So we do try to have as much information available. If you go to some of the media kits and such, you can see that. But if you do have a good question, or a question you can't find easily, please hit it up to us, because we have all kinds of panels open and all sorts of interesting information. And question on the live feed, we do not have any Superlight SLCs running this weekend. Primarily most of the ESR cars are either, we have the Lola, and then we have a number of Radicals. A couple different chassis there. So right now we're at 4:16 Pacific. Sunset will probably be just around 5 o'clock or so. Again, this is the 2019 NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance, the live broadcast brought to you by our good friends from Toyo Tires. Of course, NASA's national sponsors are Toyo Tires, Hawk Performance, Competition Motorsport, our official equipment supplier, and Track Day Tire. So we are marking down laps. Looks like Race Hero Feed is telling us 145 laps complete. We did the math. It's going to be in the high 600 total count. Winner last year drove 749 laps, which works out to about 2,247 miles, which would be like hopping in your car and driving from here to Pittsburgh in 25 hours. So, folks, we'll have another interview coming up. Sorry, I stuttered a little bit there. We'll have another interview coming up for you, and this will be a very special one with an old friend of ours and the gentleman who makes this whole place happen. So hold on for just a minute. We will prepare for our next interview up here in Studio 3A. So stay tuned, and we will have a live interview coming up for you here in just a minute.
We've always run with NASA because that's where my dad had started the business. But I'm a graduate of the HPDE program, stuck in time trials for a split second, but I knew right away that I wanted to go racing. You know, I was hungry for that quick progression, and so we went through the HPDE ranks, got immediately into racing. But the level of instruction and the atmosphere that NASA provides is the main driving factor as to why we stayed with NASA.
2, 1, live. Hey, welcome back. I'm Neil Daly, and I have David Vauden with us. David is the CEO, is that right?
That
of
is
Thunderhill
my
Raceway.
title. Yeah.
You're a busy guy.
Yes, sir. We try to stay busy, keep the place running.
Awesome. I've heard a really fun story about how this race started, and I wanted to share that a little bit more and ask you about it too. When we decided to do, well, when Jerry decided to do the 25-hour Thunderhill, I don't think he had talked to anybody else about it. Is that right?
Well, that's what he's telling everybody. I don't remember that. But I'm sure it's true. Jerry's an independent thinker, especially late at night.
Yeah. So when it came to running, before that, did you run any other races around the clock or at night?
That was the very, well, the original event here for NASA was a 12-hour, and by definition in December it went into the evening.
Yeah.
But this was the first around-the-clock race held at Thunderhill Park, and it is the only around-the-clock race held at Thunderhill Park. And it took a little bit of massaging and selling and inspiring to get the local community to buy into it, and we were successful in doing that, and that's why we're here. And for the longest time we had to get permission from the neighbors each year, which was kind of scary, but that changed fairly quickly in the evolution of this event. And so now we have the longest endurance auto race in America, and it is like Burning Man in Bonnaroo. Nobody knows about it except those that should. That would be you.
So you're saying each year you would have to ask special permission
in
for
the early
event?
going, yes, sir.
So there's a chance they could say no.
There was that.
And there goes our event.
Don't remind me. But you know, we changed that clearly by explaining to the folks that we can't have that liability, and so they understood it, and we had demonstrated a clear performance, a good track record. And so, yeah, we abandoned that requirement. We do send our neighbors a letter every year, the ones within a certain distance. There's about 6 or 8 of them. We offered it to let them go away, spend the night somewhere else, and dinner, somewhere else, and then come back Sunday and send us the bill. I've only had like 3 bills in 10 years. So I have a feeling they're in the grandstand watching.
I mean, I would be.
So one of the issues that people don't realize is the ambient noise here is that we can hear this event 7 miles away. Now, it isn't loud. It doesn't register on a meter, but if you like it, it's music to your ears. If you don't like it, the fact that you can hear it becomes an irritant. And again, we're fortunate, the city of Willows and the county of Glen, the folks know we're here. They like us mostly, and they welcome what this event does for the community. I line you up people who own businesses on the streets right nearby us on Humboldt, near the freeway, who would love us to death because of the impact. But in the end, it's a total community engagement, and we're just happy that we're here. We're going to continue to be here. I see no trouble at all.
Well, that's great that you have such a positive relationship with your neighbors. Not a lot of racetracks have that, and I think that's definitely part of your success and the success with this event. And it would be really neat if they were in the grandstands watching it.
Well, we gave out a number of free tickets to them to come if they choose to attend, and a part of that is that we're active in the community, in the Rotary Club, in the High School Interact Club through Rotary, through the Chamber, through various other interactions with the citizens of Willows and the County of Glen and beyond, so that they see Thunderhill not as this track outside of town, but as these people who are part of their town and who engage in their community in positive ways. So, I hope that, when you know who's involved and you know them personally, then it changes a little bit of the math when things go wrong, and things do go wrong periodically.
Yep. I see you're wearing a champion t-shirt. So you've run the 25 hours with Thunderhill
Up until recently, I ran them all. Yeah, we ran with Taz Harvey in EO class and got on the podium one year. We ran in a class that was a Butte College Honda S2000. We won the class, but it was a little bit of a helper. We were the only car in the class. And then we've run a number of Miatas. I've been in the car when the clutch went out in turn 1. I've come in when the tire was all wires and no wood, rubber, and running with Mark Hoover of Hoover Speed, Jason Hoover, and others. So it's a great race. I love endurance racing, and the fact that we're willing to get in at night when not everybody wants to be in at night. But I say, look, I've driven this track so many times I could do it with my eyes closed. Never mind the dark.
And especially this race where I feel like we have all this built-up speed from the morning where we were all, pacing ourselves, having to drive in the rain, and now it's drying up. I feel like everybody's going to have something to prove this evening.
Wow. Well, I would prefer they do it tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
like
that would be the
story
smart thing.
says. You wait to see where you are at dawn, and then you decide, although it might be too late if you're 10 laps down, huh?
I mean, not at this point, man. Throughout the night, anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Anything.
We have won and lost. Now, that's a good point. Every time we've dropped out of the race, we were leading our class. I think that's mostly true. Actually, I think it is. So,
wow.
Yeah, we were good competitors, good teams, good effort. So, and this is a nice track. It's a good flow to it, and nothing to hit, almost nothing to hit. The issue, of course, is the runoff area with all the rain. Adds a new dimension, we'll call it.
A lot of mud out there.
Yes, sir. If you leave it out there, it's not a problem. Have we been going off a lot today? I haven't noticed.
I don't know. I want to say maybe half the cars have mud on them, but some people have been experiencing the full width of the track.
Well, the design of this course was Art Siri and Stephen Crawford, and it's built on the topography to some extent. And among the fun things we have is turn 3, which every time somebody comes here from another area that has track experience, and we have the gal from Spa, the CEO of Spa from Francorchamps here, and that off-camera turn 3, which is like off-camera you turn in and it like falls away from you, that always throws them for a curve. Yeah. And I see that's where they're falling off a lot.
That's where a lot of those tracks are.
Well, if the turn falls away, you might as well fall off with it, I guess. So. Yep. And then, of course, turn 5 is our attempt to match the corkscrew from Laguna Seca. That's kind of the turn where you go up to the top, and if you don't know the turn and you're riding with somebody, they always yelp or scream because they don't know where it goes.
It took me a couple laps to not scream today.
Go slow. Go slow until you know where it is. But it's called brake, shift, turn, go. You can do it with your eyes closed. Better that way.
And most of the cars actually will pick up a wheel or get air going over that.
Yes, they do.
That hill.
Absolutely do.
Every lap for 25 hours.
It's fun. I mean, and you know that the middle's the right line. If you're too far outside, you're going to run out of racetrack. And if you're too far inside, there's this little divot there.
There's some big bumps there.
Well, it's a seam. It's a union of the two tracks. It is not the place to be.
Oh, yeah, because it has that little bypass that goes up and around.
It'll bump you up pretty good.
Yes, it will.
But it's been a good event with Jerry Koonsman. We go back a long way, and he's a creative soul. And Ali Arsham, Ali worked for me back in the late 80s, early 90s in an office I was running. And so we have these deep roots. And when they come up with these ideas, and he used to say it this way, I come up with these ideas and I tell them to David, and David just says, let's do it. That was one version of the early development of the event, and that is true, because why not? Got to try stuff different. I mean, this event, this race at 25 Hours of Thunderhill puts this track on a map. We are a recreational venue, 26 years old, always a work in progress, growing and adding and building and developing new revenue streams. But
saw some nice new garages out there.
Well, you know, we just keep adding.
Yeah.
You know, I'm out of land right now, but I still have some land within to build on, so we'll see. And so, hey, just keep changing things up and making sure that we're what we need to be tomorrow and 5 years down the road. And yesterday was great.
Great. Well, this event for me has always been the, the dream event. And I've only raced it for a couple years, but before then it was always like, oh my gosh, the 25 hour, if I could get there. It's certainly worth the tow for us up here. We're coming from San Diego. Wow. And it's such a joy to be here, and thank you for making this possible.
Well, we appreciate everybody that's coming out. We'd like to see, huge entries, especially with this movie Ford versus Ferrari. There's a lot of attention that's right now focused on this kind of activity. We certainly told everyone in the marketplace that if you like the movie, come see it up close and personal, and the audio is a lot better. And I think some people have actually done that, but that movie will bring more attention to endurance auto racing, and you'll see, I think, some growth in it, some energy built into it, and more happening.
Awesome. Well, yeah, endurance racing is where it's at, and we're not even halfway done yet. So, not even close.
No, we're not even close. and this is an event that does unfold. It's like, where are we? Well, it's 9 o'clock. Oh gosh. Wow, we're not even, it's 12 hours away, but it does unfold, and then things happen, and then you reassess where you stand, not necessarily in position, although you do that. It's more or less, are you really going to make it? How's the car sound? What are we wearing out? Why did that go out sooner than it should have? Billy Bob doesn't want to drive at night. Tom's sick. Where are we going to get drivers? Would Jerry Koonsman drive our car? Let's ask him, because he probably would. And so there's people in the paddock right now who have helmet and race gear who are hoping for a ride. As we speak, that is going on.
And middle of the night is probably when they'll be successful at finding that ride.
It's weird to get in a car in 32-degree temperature at 2 in the morning. It's even weirder to get out when you're hot and sweaty and it's 28 degrees. Mm-hmm. Have you done that yet?
Yes.
Remember how the cold felt?
Yeah. That was actually not somewhere. Here, believe it or not. That was in Lancaster, but yeah.
Cold. Cold. Nice and cold. Lancaster would be like California.
And your sweat freezes to you.
Yeah. And I can recall those times. So, yeah. But we're glad the weather changed. The weather reports.
Oh yeah.
We're not this good initially. Everything they said was going to happen Friday happened exactly like they said. Tons of rain Friday night. Then the worst was at 11, 12, 1, and 1:30, and then here we are. Partly cloudy skies with some really nice cumulus cloud effect over there. We should get a heck of a sunset.
It's almost like we're in the one clearing between the clouds.
It's divine intervention for Thunderhill.
It is.
Yes.
Well, David, thank you for being on with us. Thank you again for allowing us to be, what we do. We're working out some technical difficulties with the pit cameras right now. They should be back online, I think, by this evening, if not very, very soon. But we're going to go grab some stories out there. There's a couple guys that I need to go catch up with, and we'll keep it all coming to you guys. So I'll pass it back to you, John. Studio, what are we? Studio 3?
3.
To
3A,
Studio 3?
whatever you want to call it.
Take it away, guys.
All right, folks, we are back in main Studio 3. Studio 3A is just right behind us. I mean, we make it look like a high-dollar production, but Neil and David were sitting right behind us, so we do have a little bit of a situation here. We have a standing yellow in turn 9 and a waving in turn 10. We can go to the turn 11 exit cam. We can see what's going on there. Looks like we have one of our ESR cars that is off with the light flashing on top. I think it's an ESR. A little bit hard to see, so we are pulling that car in. Looks like a flat toe. No, it's a sedan. It is not an ESR car. So you can kind of see that's a great shot right there. You can see the elevation change. And they are going to be pulling that car in. Looks like it had a moment and done blowed up. So we will be back to full green flag course, I'm sure, now.
And John, they mentioned it in the interview just a second ago. Some of the most dramatic shots now coming in. Look at that, that's looking across turn 11 where that car was just sitting, looking back up towards the hill to turn 9, and just absolutely beautiful. And you look all around here. Everywhere you look now,
It's
just gorgeous. Yeah, and it looks like, you looked at the weather, the backside of the storm looks to be, all clear. Look at that. Where's that? Oh, that's looking back towards turn 3.
Down towards town, yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful, bucolic setting with the cows and the pretty sky. And wow, that's a Christmas card.
The beef is fresh here.
No doubt.
So we're going to go, I was going to say real quick, they're getting ready to go. They're going to transition now in from the light to dark. And I've heard drivers say before, when it starts getting dark, but it's not dark yet, that's a really tough time because your eyes aren't sure yet if you're still relying on the light of, the sun and all, and you're not yet using just the headlights. That could be a hard transition time.
It really is. And the problem is, now the sun is behind the hills behind us down that mountain range. So the glare problem is gone. But right now it really is a struggle for you to adapt because some cars do have their lights on, some cars don't. So they'll be coming up behind you. So now it's a difficult time because a lot of these cars have these big, powerful lights. And if it lights up the inside of your car while you're trying to look out, that's going to be a little bit of a problem.
So, John, I guess you had kind of a little update on what we're going to do here in a little bit. We're going to go live right up until the top of the hour.
Yep, we're going to go live just as we've been doing all day for the past 6 hours or so. We are going to transition to more of an hourly update, feeding you interviews and in-car coverage as the night shakes out. We will have those hourly updates probably at the top of every hour, and we will have, as things develop, if anything significant comes on, we will get back on the headsets here, and we will have Neil and Will down in the pits chasing stories, and we'll have a lot of interviews too. So we're just going to transition a little bit as night falls, and then in the morning we will be back. Again, the race will end at noon tomorrow. We started at 11 today, so we're going to go all through the night, and we will be back more with our championship-style broadcast. I think probably about 9 or 10 in the morning we will update you with that information. But things are moving right along right now at the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill presented by Hawk Performance. We currently have 156 left. Now, something that happened when Neil was doing that interview with David, we saw the Honda team badly thrashing under the hood. What were they looking at?
Yeah, they looked like they were reading spark plugs there. It's kind of the best of two worlds right now. The 18 Honda is leading in class, and the 17 Honda was down on pit road, and that they did return, but they're kind of on both ends of the class right now in the Hondas.
Very true, very true. Now, there was the ES leader. I think that was that number 2 car coming by that GT Challenge Flying Lizard car. Again, the ES leader is that number 2 car, the Low Group Racing. Todd Clark behind the wheel right now. That was that E36 with the big flares that we saw earlier on the grid walk when we did that earlier today. They are at the head of ES with 146 laps completed.
One nice thing with that Honda team, having the 2 cars, identical cars here, now one is leading in class, top 10 overall. Now you can use the other car almost as the test car to say, all right, let's see what's going on with the test car and see what changes that we might need to do, during the night or during the course of the race and everything. So, a lot of strategy to go into this thing. And again, so much of it is to survive the night. And again, just beautiful pictures, again, looking across turn 3. And now you start to see, just now in the last moment or two, you start to see the headlights of the car start taking effect where they go from the light of the sky to relying on headlights and all. So starting to change over, and night will be upon us soon.
Okay, we will have another interview coming up. This one by request, so we have the Praga team coming up with an interview. Looks like safety trucks are coming out. Let's check our track flag really quick, and then we will have another interview for you. Again, this is a great story from the Praga team, and we will have that for you in a minute. Looks, I don't see any incidents on track flag, so this may be the changing of the guard because we are at now 6 hours in. So this is probably going out to change the corner marshals out. So we'll see what's going on there, but it does look like all the safety vehicles are transitioning there. So stick around, folks. We have another interview coming right up, and then we will go from our traditional coverage to our hourly coverage here at the top of the hour. So hang out for a minute. We'll be right back with an interview.
That's where my dad had started the business. But I'm a graduate of the HPDE program. Stuck in time trials for a split second, but I knew right away that I wanted to go racing. I was hungry for that quick progression. So we went through the HPDE ranks, got immediately into racing. But the level of instruction and the atmosphere that NASA provides is the main driving factor as to why we stayed with NASA.
Welcome back to Thunderhill Raceway, the 25 hours here at Thunderhill. And I don't know, maybe just because the weather is a little shaky this weekend, but everybody wants to come up to the studio and hang out with us, which makes me really, really happy. Paul Blickman, welcome, and Jesse Gross, owner, driver, and driver with Team Praga. And right now you got to feel pretty good as the night falls upon us, but you guys are in pretty good shape. Let's just talk about how the first 5 hours of this race has gone for you guys.
I think we've done very well. We start off with Danny Von Doggen in the car, who's got a tremendous amount of experience. He was one of the original drivers for Praga. Good rain experience, very good driver. Danny's also the head of Hankook USA. Danny started off and had a good stint, felt comfortable in the car, came back in, had some great feedback. We put Tim Barber in the car, and I don't know if you noticed or not, we lost a door in the car. And Tim continued to just drive on and set a very quick pace.
Do we know where the door is right now?
Door's back on the car.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I was just checking.
So thanks to NASA and the crew out there that went out and picked it up for us, and that was very helpful. The door wasn't, no harm, no foul, just lost a pin out of it, but we're back on track and everything's great. Yeah. Tim set down some good laps, brought the car back clean. We're on dry track. We've gone to our slick race tires. We're looking to a good, to a great evening racing all the way through the night. Looking forward to a good sunrise in the car. I think I'm up next in the car, and then Jesse will get in the car after I do. We've got a pretty good sense of performance in the car right now.
You get this far into an endurance race like this, and you're like, okay, we're in a good position. Now we need to get into that phase where we're, kind of logging some laps, but seeing what the other people are doing. At this point, are you racing? Are you running to a time? Are you saying right now, hey guys, here's what we want to be doing on the track. We've got, I don't know, pick a number, 2:10, 2:15, or whatever lap. Are you running to a lap time right now to log those laps?
We are running to a lap time. We're also running on a fuel strategy as well.
Okay. And there'll be a lot of conversation back and forth about what to do. How long is your stint going to be?
But right now on slicks, we'll go 2 50-minute stints apiece.
All right. So
based
you
on fuel.
Then Jesse, you get to jump in the car. It's a little dark out there and all. Did you get some track time last night in the dark?
No, 5 laps at dusk.
Nice. And it is dark. What have you done, you know, in your mind? What have you done talking to the other guys and all to get ready once you jump out there? And how does it change the way you attack this beautiful course?
So basically, whenever the driver comes out from their stint, basically the drivers that are going to get in, we'll talk to them and kind of talk through the conditions and basically try to figure out what they're feeling and what their feedback is and what maybe we need to do on the next stop or what do we need to watch for when we jump in the car. Just try to keep a dynamic kind of perspective on the track.
The other thing we talk about is sort of the markers and the points on the racetrack.
Right.
They're the same, but they change at night because you're using different reference points to know where am I braking, where am I turning in. And John had mentioned sometimes the marker may be there one lap, it's gone the next. How do you get ready to attack that part of the race?
So what I try to do when I go on the track and learn it is I take visual reference points and then I also associate time with it. Right. So say if I'm going into 14, the bridge, I'll count after I've basically passed the bridge. And that'll be my breaking point if the reference is gone.
Very nice. Very nice. Paul, overall win, it's right there. It's still early, but in your grasp here this evening, do you think about that, or you say, you know what, let's wait till tomorrow morning. Let's get to dawn, and then we'll adjust our strategy or start at least thinking in that direction?
We came thinking about a win.
Okay.
We showed up here with the right crew. We have the support crew from Praga USA here, and Praga Cars, Roland Fellner and his team, of which Jesse is a part of. And we came to compete, and we came to challenge for a win. Tell me a little bit about the car. The car was built in Slovakia. It's an all-carbon fiber car. The car weighs 1,350 pounds. Wow. We add fuel to it, and a driver produces 1,750 pounds of downforce in the car. We're currently running a turbocharged with a twin fan turbo in the car. We have adjustability within the turbo system on the wheel. We can go from 1 bar to 1.34 bar of boost, and we're producing anywhere from 320 some odd horsepower to the ground to we're probably going to push north of, I'm going to say 380 if we increase the boost. So if you look at power to weight ratio, the car is very competitive, and we can adjust that, which is nice. We changed the wing from rain to dry, removing some of that rear downforce in the car when it's dry. The car does very well here.
Just trying to trim it out a little bit once it dries up. What is it about this course and that car in particular that seemed to match up well?
Well, I think it's a lot of the long radius corners and a lot of the elevation change. The downforce really helps us suck the car down to the ground, where we can make a lot of ground to where we might not have the horsepower, but we definitely have the lightweight and the aerodynamics in our benefit.
Excellent. Get out there, get into the night, you start dealing in some traffic and everything. When you've got a plan, how do you stay as patient as you need to be and stay as aggressive as you need to be and stay to your plan? And what's the thought process there? Is there obviously a lot of conversation back and forth?
There's a lot of conversation. There's a lot of conversation when the driver gets out, talking to the next drivers in line, discussing what the track conditions are. So each driver has an understanding when they get in the car what to anticipate. The mindset in the 25-hour is it's 25 hours. We're looking at lap times. We're looking at consistency. We're looking at keeping the car clean and competitive through the entire race. This race, as everybody knows, is not won in the first lap. It never will be. So consistency, understanding the other drivers in the lineup. We have 40 some odd cars plus out there this weekend. Getting used to their driving style, so within our stint we can understand who's driving what way, and that'll change within our stint, and just clean race.
Paul, your team based out of where?
We're based out of Sonoma.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm. So you didn't have quite the long haul that some others did, but still would be a nice ride back south with that trophy in hand.
The Praga team came out of Florida.
Okay, so you get
so they were on planes on Wednesday morning at 6 a.m. Some didn't get on the plane at 6 a.m. But
listen, you look very, very cool if you're getting on the plane with with a cool trophy when it's all done. Guys, you've set yourself up exactly where you need to be. Now it's time to get through the night, and when the sun comes up, we'll look at timing and scoring. You guys might be positioned right where you need to be for a win. Paul,
thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. Jesse, you guys have a great stint tonight. We'll be following along. Those are the guys with Team Praga. They are 4th overall right now. They're one of the teams that when the sun comes up tomorrow, John and I might be saying, here's the team to beat. Let's go back to John Lindsay.
Folks, thanks for that great interview with the Praga team, Edwin. That was super good in Studio 3A there. Back to Studio 3, you can see the lights are starting to come on. Looks a little more light out on the camera shots than it is out the window. Pretty dark now. We are transitioning into darkness. We have looks like a half moon this evening. And no clouds, so that cloud cover that we thought would keep temperatures up is going away. Hopefully that wind keeps up so we don't have any trouble with the fog. We are monitoring that weather all night long. I've been looking. Looks like the precipitation forecast has gone down to darn near 0%, about a 10% chance tomorrow morning, but that's not strong odds for something. It may just be a little rogue cloud that comes through. So again, we will be transitioning here in a few minutes to hourly updates, and when there's a big development, we will pop back on the air, but we are going to be live 25 hours. So we will keep the coverage coming. We'll have the cameras turned on the whole time. We may have something interesting to say. We'll pop back on, but we will definitely come on right around the top of every hour just to let you know what is going on out here. But again, this is the 2019, the 17th running of the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance. Broadcast is brought to you by Toyo Tires, and Toyo has a huge hospitality area set up. So once again, Toyo Tires taking care of all the NASA racers.
Tell you what, that's a team we just talked to there, John, that, like I say, when the sun comes up tomorrow, that might be one of the teams we're talking about. And they're right, we talked earlier, they're right there.
P4.
Yeah, 10 laps out of it, so they're just waiting for somebody to have a bad hit thing. The other thing, when you look at times, their quick time of the race, 1:47, except for the K2R machine that popped in this crazy 1:43 at some point. They're right there. Their lap times are right where everybody needs to be. And you heard them say there in the interview 2 things. Yes, they have a target time, lap time that they're racing to, but their big thing right now is they've got that fuel strategy that they're working. So, can you make up 10 laps on the fuel strategy? No, but you can make up a couple. And so if somebody has a little bit of a problem and you work that strategy backwards, you're spending a little less time on pit road. We get to hour 24 and 30 minutes. That might be the story that we're talking about.
Yeah, you never can tell. I mean, this is such a wacky race with all the stuff that happens. We understand that the 52 is out with a broken rocker arm in the suspension. Of course, it's not a traditional arm, so unless they brought a spare, that could be terminal, because I don't think there's a Lola parts dealer there in town. You can't get those at AutoZone down there in downtown Willows. So unless they have someone that maybe can weld it, but that's a stressed member, so I don't know if you want to weld that back together, and it could be a cast member, so it could be something that has put them out permanently. That's a bummer, because we were looking forward to seeing what they could do after that super strong start. They are now, 51 laps behind. So we'll see how they're going to do. Maybe they'll be able to find someone to run some Lola parts up from somewhere in the Bay Area or somewhere like that. But again, we are now 165 laps complete, almost 6 hours complete. So a little less than 1/4 of the race elapsed.
Yeah, that's the hard part, if you think about it. All that we have already seen and everything that these drivers and crews have already gone through, they got to do it, 3 more times. Three more 6-hour chunks to this.
3 more 6 plus 1.
Right, and so it, like I said, that becomes very, very a very, very challenging thing. And what's really, if again, like the guys we just talked to, they're right in the middle of the thick of it. Guess what? You feel a little bit better. The wind doesn't bother you as much. The fact that you've not slept in a day and a half doesn't really bother you, because you're still there. You're in the play. And again, if you're going to check timing and scoring later while we're off and getting your updates and all, I encourage you to look a little bit deeper. If you're just hitting the overall, you're missing some of the story. So hit it a little bit deeper, and look at some of those other races, because there are stories throughout. Your overall is fun to talk about, and that gets some headlines. But go through the other classes and see. And now we're seeing it get a little bit darker there. That's that final turn 15 before you return to the front straightaway and look in north. It's kind of north-northwest, I guess, in that direction, starting to get a little bit darker. Now you see the headlights starting to take full effect.
Right, and it is, it's a stunning sunset out here. It really is pretty out here. Very beautiful scenery. We are getting a little bit dark now. We will be in darkness now until probably about 7 a.m. Pacific. But we will be running all night long, giving you updates at the top of every hour. Trying to update you if any significant developments happen. But we will keep on top of all of the stories here for you, and hopefully get our interview and pit paddock cams working again, and have some of your favorite teams come up here to talk to us in the middle of the night. Often there's a lot of good stories that will happen there, because you'll be able to interview people and they'll look like they've been through the ringer, and they it gets interesting about 4 or 5 in the morning.
Well, I think one thing we want to continue to talk about, and I think Adam, that's one guy who's been working for us too. Adam Spence with NASA. Adam's been running around the paddock area and setting up a bunch of the interviews. One thing that we've done, I think, a really good job with his help is, I think, showing and elevating the level of this event. When you start looking, look at the story there with the Honda guys. That's a great story. You look at some of the other drivers who are involved in the race here this weekend. Look at what some of these teams are attempting to do, the level of drivers, yes, there are some folks out here to have a great fun weekend. There are other people, you've heard a few of them say, no, we came here to take home the hardware. Yeah, that's what we're here to do.
All right, folks. Well, looks like we are ready for our transition to hourly coverage. So thanks to everybody who has joined us so far. We are once again at the 2019 NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill presented by Hawk Performance. We are going to take a little bit of a break, but we will come back at the top of every hour to offer you updates. Again, this is John Lindsay with Edwin Pardue, thanking you for tuning in. Hopefully you'll stay tuned during the night, pop back in and see us. Also, we will be monitoring all the chat rooms, so if you have a special request, we'll do our best to try and track down drivers and stories that you all are interested in. So we are going to take a little break, and we will be back with updates at the top of every hour all the way through, and we'll resume our live coverage tomorrow morning when the sun comes up here in beautiful Willows, California. So for Edwin Pardue, this is John Lindsay. We'll sign off for a little bit, but we'll be back. Stay tuned, and thank you for tuning in to the 2019 NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance, broadcast brought to you by our good friends at Toyo Tires. We'll be right back.
does? All right, let me know when we're on. What? Oh. 5 seconds. We are standing on the roof of Troy Lindstrom's trailer. We just saw your car, our car, that we're racing in together, come in for a pretty quick pit stop. You've been in the car this morning. You had the first pouring rain stint, right?
Oh yeah, we did the opening rain stint. It was blinding, could see nothing. Had our Toyos on there, rain tires, which helped the car run good. We stayed on track, didn't have any incidents, and we're sitting third in class, so we're happy with that. That's coming along.
That's cool. That's kind of bringing our car. It was something. It's just an E36 non-M BMW, and it's not at all maxed in its class. And our only hope, I think, was keeping it consistent, keeping it out of the dirt, and just turning laps.
Right. We know that in this race that it's 25 hours, of course. We've only got 6 hours in. The race is really just beginning. Key is staying on track, reasonable fuel mileage, which I think we have in this platform, and not spending times in the pits. So far, we've had 3 quick stops, and that's just right on our plan. So it's looking good.
Awesome. And this car is slightly different than what you normally drive.
Yeah. Normally, I'm driving a 600 horsepower super truck. I've driven it here 10 times and had a blast in the 25 hour. But time to retire that beast and for endurance racing. And we're playing in the E2 class and having a blast.
Yeah, it's been a pretty interesting race for me. I didn't meet a couple of the guys until today. We're like, oh, hey, we're going to run a 25 hour. Good to meet you. And it's just been a really cool, seamless effort with the team that we have. It's been really, really cool.
Yeah, we do have some talented drivers. We've got probably 50 years of 25 hour experience on this team combined, and so we really don't have a lot of excuses on track. So far, it's been flawless on track. We don't have a single incident. It's going good.
Well, keep an eye out for that orange BMW E36, and we'll try to get some coverage of other pit stops. Right now, we're going to take a walk up to the Spotter Hill, see if we can catch maybe a little bit of the sunset, and meet up with our infamous spotters that I'm sure are waiting. Thanks, Troy.
All right, thank you.
unexpected, or?
It's never expected to get moisture in the lenses, but that's what we've got. So we're trying to get them dry before they go back out, because now we're going to be in the nighttime.
Yeah, this car has been really impressive to watch the whole time. I haven't seen where you guys are in class. How's everything going out there?
Not great right now. We're definitely pole position with the car, definitely the fastest car out there, but unfortunately, with the issues we've had, these last two issues, we're way back.
All right, well, you've got a long night of hard charging ahead of you.
That's the plan. Never stop.
Awesome. We'll see you guys out there in a couple minutes. Thank you much. Thank you, bud.
2019 25 Hours of Thunderhill presented by Hawk Performance. As promised, we are back at the top of the hour. We have some good stuff for you. Give you a quick running order update at E0. The number 18 Honda still out in front, 30 Impact Racing in second place, and P3 right there is Dig Motorsports. P4, the Honda, the number 17 car, and then P5, the Dragonfly, pretty far back. So it looks like we have a little bit of a change there from the Hondas running right together. E1, Bullet Performance out in front, 3 laps ahead of Fleer Vision Racing, and they are 3 laps ahead of the CRX of El Dorado Motorsports. E2, the Toyota Arizona Proving Grounds TAPG, they are still out in front at 3 laps ahead of Slipstream Racing, and Samson is 9 laps back from the Slipstream entry. So very close battle still there. Of course, we are not too far into the race. E3, Tazio Otis Racing, they are pretty far ahead of Brown and Hare. I think that's Dr. Brown, and he usually retires about halfway through. So E3S, still a great battle going on there with the top 3 very close. RA Motorsports 40 in P1, then RA Motorsports 35. And Stan Motorsports, they're back in it at P3 in E3S. Moving along to ES, the low group racing BMW still out in front. The Nissan GTR, the Valkyrie car, is in second. Third position in ES is the Clean Blast David's Racing Products. Almost 200 laps elapsed right now. ESR and the overall lead, Turn 3 Motorsports. Then 1 Motorsports, Radical Sport. P3 and ESR, La House, 1 Motorsports as well. So Radicals all on top there in ESR. GT Challenge, Frasun Racing, they are in the first position, followed by the Lizards in that Audi. And Precision Driving Tech looks like they may be out. I did see them in the pits with that number 22 BMW up in the air with some computers hooked up and some folks underneath. So they've run into a spot of trouble. But we do have another interview for you. So Edwin Pardue is going to give you a little more insight there, a little bit of an interview. Edwin, off to you. Edwin, off to you.
Well, thank you, John Lindsay, and thank you for the update. Throughout the night, every hour we'll give you that update, and then we'll be back doing it live full-time, starting at 6 a.m. and take you right to the finish. He talked about the E3S class. Joining me right now, Kyle Conybeer driving in the number 15 Lesher Motorsports Miata, and pretty good start for you guys so far tonight.
Yes, it's been good. It's our first 24-hour race for 2 of the team members, and the other 2 have done it in the past. But yeah, we're off to I'll say happy with the progress so far.
Which stint did you get so far, or a couple so far?
So I've had the second stint, and then after this I'll be going out for my second stint. So I went out for the second driver.
Gotcha.
Second driver.
Fairly dry by then, or was it still a mess?
It was wet when I went out and dry when I came in.
Nice.
So it was interesting to adapt to the changing conditions.
Now, you, like I, some East Coast guys. How does a guy from South Carolina end up here on the West Coast racing a Miata in a 25-hour race?
Great question. Yeah, my brother lives out here in the Bay Area, and got me started in racing. Actually started through track days about 6 years ago, and then got my competition license 2 years ago. And right when I was taking the competition license school, one of his things, he said, we're going to do 25 hours sometime. And I thought it was kind of I just kind of said, yeah, sure, whatever. And but it came to pass about 8 months ago. He said, are you interested? So,
and you said,
yes. I said, let me think about it.
Yeah, right. What do you drive when you're back on the East Coast? What do you spend most of your time behind the wheel of?
So I race in rental spec Miatas, and then I have a 98 E36 M3 track car. It's barely street legal. That's my track toy.
We talked. One of the unique things about this race is you've got folks who are just now, new getting their competition license or out racing, and you go down the front straightaway, and you're racing also with professional drivers who have excelled at the highest caliber of racing. Got to make you excited, but also a little bit.
Yeah. It's good nervousness.
Right.
And the adrenaline is just awesome. And it was funny looking at my heart rate monitor from the first stint. I could see just a gradual decline in my heart rate over the course of it as I got more settled in and comfortable.
whenever I end up at the racetrack, and I always immediately go and look at, lap times, and it's always a group where there's featured Miatas in there that are so tight. Started picking that story up last night in qualifying. You guys, as we sit here right now, 5th in class, and the top 5 all still within 6 laps of each other. What makes that? I don't care if it's a sprint race, an endurance race like this. What always keeps that class so tight?
I think it's just the fact that it's a relatively low horsepower car that's fun to drive. It's also very forgiving, and forgiving, but you can still go off track and have some incidents with it. But it's just such a fun, basic, pure car to drive.
Talk about the Lesher Motorsports team, because that's a great group that you're working with this week.
Yeah, so I've been working with Ryan for probably about 3 years now. My brother's actually had him build 2 cars, ground up, absolute top-notch organization. He does builds, he does rentals, full arrive and drive. He'll help out anyone at the track if they have problems, anything that's in his power. And his wife Crystal also brings great food spread to the track too.
We met Crystal while we were down there. I'm walking you back to your pit area just to see what food they have.
Yeah, so Crystal's she's the hidden gem there too. So.
I know where to go overnight. Okay, so you got to run in the rain a little bit, you got to run in the dry a little bit, now you get to run in the dark a little bit. How's it different?
I don't know yet, so I'm gonna find out, and it's gonna be like anything else, a new experience. You sneak up on it gradually, get my bearings. The thing that I know is that the equipment's up to it. Now I just got to make sure that the driver adapts to it.
And you bring up such a great point where you are in your racing career now that you've got the confidence in the machine, and now again you let that confidence build as you go through the night. Kyle, thank you so much.
Great.
Enjoyed it. Have a great rest of the night. That is Kyle Connie here. He is in the Lesher Motorsports machine. We'll be watching them overnight in car number 15. Let's go back into the booth and catch up with John Lindsay. John?
All right, Edwin, that was great. Thank you. Our team's a little bit better. As we move right along, we have completed 200 laps now. We are under a full course yellow. I believe that is to change out our corner marshal crews, so that's a planned event. We have a couple teams that appear to be fueling, doing some other stuff. So we are into full course yellow. While we are there, we are now going to show you some good stuff that Will Falls collected earlier out in the paddock. So, Aldrin, take us away.